This update brings not only double the dots and ones, but also rebalanced vehicles, significantly overhauled maps, an improved assistant in Wot Plus, a brand new commendation system, as well as fresh launches of Onslaught and Frontline, plus new exciting events. Get comfy, all the juicy details are coming right up. Let's start with the map rebalance. Ensk stayed pretty much the same for many years. It remained one of a few small urban maps that not all vehicles could get a good piece of the action on. Speed and gun depression, view range and concealment. All this will now come in just as handy as armor and a big caliber. The Ensk region map is Ensk blown up to 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. The town has changed a little, and the zones around the team's starting positions have gotten a lot bigger. But the greatest changes are to the field. The thin strip of green has turned into a broad playing field with steep inclines, a river, and a small forest. Now you have plenty of both cover and space to maneuver. Ensk region will solve the problem of early spotting and shots across the whole map. It will let commanders of paper on tracks unlock their vehicle's full potential. At the same time, heavy monsters can lock horns in the town just like before. If you start missing good old Ensk, the smaller version will still be available for battles in Tier 1 to 7 vehicles. But Tier 6 and 7 vehicles may end up on Ensk region if there are Tier 8s and above in the battle, since the higher tiers only play big. Airfield was often the object of update requests too, and we've pretty much fully reworked it. A new island has appeared in the water for speedy vehicles to play with. In the center, the old ruins are gone, but a whole fortress has appeared, with a lot of positions for turret and side blocking around it. The remote sniper positions have gotten better for both teams. The mountain pass has lost the balconies but now has caves instead. There, you can block damage and break forward almost without exposing yourself to sniper and artillery fire. You'll find changes in almost every square, like a new way to win a battle. Just be courageous and try out something new. On Paris, you'll see a whole new field. We've added a lot of long-range firing positions, but even more opportunities to get close. The central steps now have an entry point and a lot of cover from fire out of bushes. Previously, it was hard to get anywhere on this flank except back to the garage. Now the center has more vegetation and terrain folds, allowing for more active play. New cover and bushes have also been added to the edge of the map, near the river. Paris's green area now makes for more exciting play. Try it out. On mines, only 2 positions have been reworked, but this small change gives you better game balance and comfort. The lower team will find it harder to fire at the center of the map from the water, but the upper team's heavies will be able to fire at the same position on the water. This update improves 4 tank destroyer branches being the operative word. All 4 tank destroyer families are much better in their standard incarnations. All the unneeded guns have been removed, and starting from Tier 6, all stock radios. Most of the TDs now just have 2 guns, the standard one and a top one, and the former is worth actually playing, not just skipping for free XP. A few outdated vehicles have been improved, and some have been weakened. For instance, the Cheeto SP. The changes to the branches will make your path to the Tier 10s simpler and clearer. And about those Tier 10s, the Object 268 gets better engine power, traverse speed, aiming time, and even gun depression. A little bit of everything. The T110E4 is a little stronger in a few areas, engine power, reverse speed, aiming time, turret traverse speed, and stabilization when turning. All this makes the vehicle more comfortable without overpowering it. The Egg-Panzer E100 is unchanged. Its branch has gotten more comfortable, but boosting this Tier 10 would be risky. The Yagi finds it too easy to cause the enemy serious problems. The Ho-Ri 3 has lost a little reverse speed, view range, and overall dispersion. The vehicle has become a little less versatile, but retains its strength and general playstyle. You can find all the details about the rebalance in the article on the game portal. Don't miss Neon Dash. This new event will last only 6 days, split across 2 weekends in April. Up to 30 competitors take part in each race in an everyone-for-themselves format. Vehicles of any tier can join, and higher doesn't mean better. You can play in platoons to find out who's the slickest among your friends. However, the standard same-tier restriction for platoons still applies. All vehicles are faster, but the braking distance is greater too. Keep this in mind when passing obstacles. Use your gun and the 2 special abilities to get through difficult sections and help the competition fly into the abyss. Neon Dash is a heady mix of souped-up tanks, exciting abilities, and a dynamically changing course. Just the ticket for a fun weekend. Shortly after the update is released, the new season of Onslaught, the last in the annual cycle of the Manticore, will start. This is your last chance to get the unique Stinger tank and other annual rewards. Prove that you are worthy of them. In the mode, you will see 2 new maps, Steppes and Safe Haven, with changes specifically for Onslaught. Airfield has been removed for finalization. Live Oaks, Mines, Tundra, and Siegfried Line have been modified. The latter is now far more compact, and a range of changes to the town and field improve the balance between teams on this map. You'll also find updated rental vehicles and slightly tweaked roll skills. Frontline returns on April 28th. This is a great opportunity to roll out in your favorite Tier 8s and enjoy the most massive battles in World of Tanks. The Frontline progression allows you to gradually unlock combat reserves and earn valuable rewards. Battle Pass points, bonds, directives, and even experimental equipment. All of this can be earned in Frontline, along with your favorite credits. Introducing the new commendation system. It allows you to acknowledge a teammate who helped you in battle, made a decisive contribution to victory, or demonstrated exceptional teamwork. During the battle, press Tab to see the players with the most damage dealt, blocked, and assisted. Say thanks to one of them or to any other teammate. This way, you let them know they did everything right, and that the team sees and values their efforts. Not long ago, the Wot Plus subscription introduced the Equipment Assistant, and now it also helps with crew perks. The assistant will suggest the best perks for each crew member based on the specific vehicle they are in. Like with equipment, there are 2 sets of recommendations, one based on overall player statistics and the other on legendary pro tanker data. With this, Wot Plus subscribers gain even more tools to enhance their gameplay experience. This update once again expands the list of vehicles that you can mount 3D attachments on. Hopefully your favorites are among them. This list will grow in following updates. And finally, don't forget that our celebration of the game's launch in Europe, North America, and Asia continues until April 22nd. Earn festive cupcakes to get plenty of rewards, including the new Forged in Fire 2D style and the Tier 5 ARMT tank, which will serve as a warm reminder of the date. Well, time to try all this out in the game. See you in the battlefield, Commanders. The light tank pulls ahead. It seems it's the fastest here. Or was. The Panther is now in the lead, and it leaps forward, right into the abyss. The new leader activates their shield, and I hope their insurance covers that. Next, are you new here? Welcome to Neon Dash. This is a very simple, friendly racing contest. You'll easily reach the finish line and will never be flipped over, rammed, destroyed, annihilated, or disintegrated. Not once. Don't believe it? Then check for yourself during 2 April weekends. The races will last only 6 days, so set a reminder. Enter the game on weekends and gather a platoon of friends to push and shove in your fight for first place. In the races, you won't spend credits for shells, repairs, or any other nonsense. So play however you like in any vehicle. Race, complete special missions, and get rewards. Persistent racers won't go away empty-handed. But it's not about the result, it's about the process. Each race features up to 30 vehicles. The format is everyone for themselves. Vehicles of any tier are allowed except for standard tier limitations for platoons. All vehicles are much faster than usual, but don't rush to hop into your fastest tank. You need to reach the finish line first, but don't drive like your dinner is getting cold there. There are obstacles around every turn, and instead of the fastest, the coolest and most careful will be the ones to pass them. As long as no one stops them. And you can and want to stop them. Shots don't cause damage, but transfer momentum to the target. In short, they push. Is your opponent navigating a hard obstacle? Force them to go faster. If they fall into the abyss, they will respawn at a checkpoint in 3 seconds. And that's an eternity in a race. If you're getting shot at, enable your shield. It will grant you several seconds of invulnerability. The next ability is Dash. It has so many uses. Ram an opponent, accelerate on a straight stretch, overcome an obstacle. Use it how you like, just don't jump into the abyss. Or do. Who are we to stop you? If the track has beaten you rather than you it, you can go back to the checkpoint by pressing J. This is handy when you don't want to waste even more time. You can't be first all the time, so don't sweat it if you come 5th or 10th. The main thing is just to finish the race. It's up to you whether you take it easy or pull out all the stops for the podium. Play how you like. There'll be 2 launches on April 18th and 25th. Here's the starting line, and the finishing one lies somewhere ahead. Sounds simple until you try it. Fuel up your tank, turn on your interior neon lights, and start your engines.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. Together we advance gaming. We're getting in it. Joined here today by External for the very first match of the day. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. The start of Onslaught Legends Series 3, sponsored by AMD, so I'm looking forward to this. Yeah,
it's going to be already a Super Sunday, as you want to call it. The eggs have been hunted, and now points going to be hunted by these teams. The calendar for the upcoming OLS. You can see this is our very first day. Then we have a full week next week, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Then the week after, we're doing Tuesday, but not Thursday, Sunday. We're having a mid-season break for about 2 weeks. So we're coming back on the 13th. And then after the 13th, we head into an important part for External as well. Of course, the 17th, the 18th, Saturday, Sunday streams for those 2 weeks, where there's also going to be the OCS finals, but also, like I said, for External, probably important, the OLF finals.
That's right, OLF finals, that's for NA. So right now we're having the qualifiers for that. So you should see me playing as a participant playing in the OLF finals. But that is a ways away. Today we are going to be looking at the OLS games, and we've got a good slew of games here.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, Super Sunday already. There's going to be a lot of matches. But before that, the prize pool currently at 44K. You can still boost that. Of course, bet the bundles, predict what team you think is going to win for those upgraded badges, which will look very, very fancy. The split as well, we changed it a little bit this season. 45% to first, and we've taken 5% and are adding it to the fifth place team, because we felt like, you know, it doesn't really feel nice to be fifth External. You know, it's like, not only do you not make it further, but you also, like, you're kind of missing out on everything.
Just give them a little bit of a taste, right? You know, it's going to give more motivation for that next season.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the first place team is taking home some beautiful CPUs as well, if I'm not mistaken, from AMD, which is always amazing. That's a healthy boost to the team. But the OLF then, of course, $15,000. Same split as last season, if I'm not mistaken, between those teams. But first, of course, they're taking the lion's share. But third and fourth, also still, like you said, getting a little taste of what it feels like to be a winner, but not the whole grand prize.
That's right. In addition to that, they also are getting some nice gold and bonds in game to be able to buy any tank or premium that they'd like to put that towards.
Yeah, like External told me he loves the Lorraine 40T, for example. It's one of his favorite premiums ever across the pond. But that is what External is going to be battling for. I hope you manage to take first. Actually, can I say that? I'm still supposed to be a Dopa fan. I guess you take second, sorry.
Okay, well, at least you didn't put us down at fourth.
I could have, but, you know, depends. You already had the first qualifier, right?
Yeah, we won. Well, we played yesterday against Dopa, and they won. But Stacked won the last OLF tournament, so I guess expectations are there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, wanting to continue that winning streak, right? I mean, it's always good to win and stay winning. Dopa is very good at taking second place as External, so maybe they'll just continue that.
It is nice to stay winning, and that's something that even on EU doesn't seem to be consistent, does it, Daki?
No, so far not really the case. Across the seasons, W taking a surprise win, of course, last season, which was absolutely amazing for them, which was also really unexpected, and it just shows how good that it was super nice that they were able to win that, surprise us. And of course, we talked about the bundles. These are the bundles that are still available to you that you can get. And then, of course, the biggest bundle is the one that can get upgraded as well. Those are available for you, and these boost the prize pool, which will always be going towards the teams. So always looking out for that one as well. Who did you actually predict external is going to be taking this season? Did you already send your little prediction to Phil?
I did. So my first place is, if you could believe it, Cashback. So I believe that they're going to get first, but I did throw a little bit of a curveball. I guess second place W. You know, I was iffy because after last season, they had a really stellar performance from the lower bracket. I just think that they have good chances. You know, they made a few roster changes. I know Frugo's more motivated than ever. So,
I mean, winning once is already like a big thing, but you always want to prove yourself again, right? You know, you've done it once, you want to do it again, and especially for a team like W, I guess they want to prove that it wasn't like a fluke, like a one-time Cinderella story. I think ranked him higher than last season because of this as well, but I agree with you. I think I went with Cashback to win the regular season just because their performance across the seasons has been very consistent in the regular season, absolutely dominating throughout that giant of a team. And talking about Cashback, but this is for later though, external, they have done the roster change as well. We had a little bit of switcheroo going in, which I guess is interesting to mention as well. Baby has found his way back home to W, went to Cashback, is now back in W, and I think then Cashback added Mentos for a second, then kicked Mentos again, and then they added Brainbreaker, which came from W. So a little bit of roster shuffles there, and then Mentos ended up in W.
Yeah, that all sounds right. There's been some...
It was an interesting shuffle, let's put it that way.
Yeah, some shuffling going on. That's right. But we're going to see if it's all for the better or not, especially W. I mean, now they're going to have, like you said, Baby and Mentos. Those should be two huge additions to the team.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they already had a light player for W, so I don't know if he's going to be filling in the role there that Clorf was doing with the light, or he's just going to play other things. We've seen him play a lot of other things, so he's very good at it as well. Other changes compared to last season, we have Lotus and Yogurt joining us. So Yogurt is in a Ukrainian core with some Finnish players in there as well. And Lotus is the old Storm team, but quite reshuffled with some of the core members still there that went with them to China, like Sir Jacob, Luke and Milo, but they also lost a bunch of them to other teams. So the question is, how well are they going to be able to match up now coming back in to the OLS? That's a whole different story. And this is what I was talking about already. Thanks to AMD, the winning team will be getting 9 AMD Ryzen 9800 X3D CPUs. That was a handful. That was, yeah, English is hard, but no, it's actually a very, very, very amazing CPU. I have a nice AMD CPU myself, so cannot really complain about it. Absolutely great, and it's a nice benefit to have extra, right? Who doesn't like to play World of Tanks on their minimum graphics if you're the OLS players, right? External with like 900 FPS.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I actually have an AMD CPU as well, and I play everything on minimum. Yeah. I could play everything on maximum and still get great FPS, but those minimum settings, it's just, you know, it's the OG settings.
And the big number is always nice, right?
It is, absolutely. We love those big numbers in World of Tanks.
So thanks to AMD, they have that. So that's another, like, I don't even know, like a nice chunk of price pool extra there to play for as well. And this is, of course, also important for the people at home watching. The OLS token store is back. Keep in mind that you can get 5 for the regular weekdays, and then from the weekend drops, you are going to be having 10, because we are going to be streaming Saturday and Sunday for the last 2 weeks. So that is going to be the biggest chunk of your tokens coming in then. So do note that down for your calendars. And if I'm not mistaken, they should be active. Just make sure quickly to refresh so that you are able to collect all of those. And we have a grand selection of items available to you, such as premium tanks or styles, if that's more your thing, such as 3D styles, 2D styles, Premium Day, consumables, reserves, and even a piece of equipment, if I'm not mistaken. Had to double check that one. But yeah, a little bit for anybody and everybody as well. And then, of course, the rental in the drops as well. If you would like to play the Badger, is a possibility, or the 5A. Neither of the two bad tanks in random Onslaught, to be honest, external.
No, absolutely not. And, there have, in addition to that, been some changes to some abilities in Onslaught and some tanks as well. So speaking about tanks like the Badger, that tank specifically hasn't been changed and that ability hasn't. But, we may see some different metas going on in these matches today.
Yeah, there will still be some changes from last season. Last season, we started off with a heavy TD meta with the Juggernaut ability. Then in the mid-season, the Juggernaut was nerfed, and now we have like the 268 buff with the ability buff as well, so we'll see how that plays in as well. But yeah, today we started off with Darkseid versus Yogurt. Then we already head into like a really exciting match, in my opinion. Mafia versus W. Then we're going to be seeing Darkseid versus Ping, and then we're going to finish it off with Yogurt versus W for that. I'm really looking forward to Mafia versus W, personally.
I am as well. That should be the most competitive match. There are from both teams from the previous season, whereas Yogurt is new to this season, and it should be the best one, I think, as well.
Yeah, but then we have it in the second half of the playday. We have, I think, what it would be the second most exciting match, or on par even. It is Hit and Run versus Cashback. I mean, that is going to be very interesting. Then Mafia versus Lotus, Hit and Run versus Ping, and then Lotus versus Cashback. But we have like IMO, that Mafia W match, and then Hit and Run versus Cashback match are going to be very interesting ones to see where this goes and how the teams stack up against each other in the beginning of the season, and if we can see somebody be more prepared than the rest.
Yeah, not only that, it's been quite a bit of time since we last saw these teams play on stream, so it'd be nice to see what they've been doing in the off season and how far they've come and what progress they've made.
Yeah, and especially in the lower best-ofs, there's a lot of potential for upsets, right? And a lot of things can happen. And Darkseid is a team that has been with us across the seasons now. They're not, however, a team that has gone too far in either of those, but they have survived relegations twice. So they are consistently staying in, but they are looking for a season or a form where they're able to really challenge those top teams, where the consistency is there for them to take home the points that they need to make it further in. That's, I guess, their goal for this season. And they're going to be facing it off against a team that has a lot to prove coming in. A brand new team, Yogurt. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they can match up against a more established team of Darkseid, right?
That's right. And Yogurt has been a team for a while. They've played in other tournaments, so I've seen their name around. So they're not, they should hopefully have some experience. And if they made it to OLS, they're obviously a very good team.
Yeah, for sure. Competition was tough last season. We lost LTP and Bobbers and LTP. They were a pretty good team last season. They just, at the end, kind of buckled, I guess, under the amount of games and weren't able to make it back. But maybe they'll make it back for the future, though. I think they'll be heading through OCS. But Kano here, highlight player for Darkseid. Also likes to play the Gorilla. We've seen him play a lot on the Gorilla, but we might be seeing less of that external, as I think it is important as well to update all the viewers into some map pool changes, right? Airfield is no longer with us simply because, well, Airfield is no longer really Airfield, right? And it doesn't have an Onslaught variant yet. And instead, we're going to be adding Sand River. And what do you personally think about this addition of Sand River, as you have a lot more experience than me in it?
Well, I'd say that Sand River is a unique map because although it's new to this season of Onslaught, it was in previous seasons of Onslaught, just in public battles. Mm-hmm. And it's also a very popular tournament map. So I think it should be good. And as we can see, we're going to get into Sand River here as Darkseid ban Ghost Town, Yogurt ban Himmels. We're going to be seeing Murrow, Sand, and Pilsen. So we should be getting to see how teams are playing for our first time on Sand River. I think that we're going to expect a lot of quick play on this map.
How do you feel about the balance on Sun River itself, like between the two sides? Do you feel like they're pretty even about like what you can do, opportunities for either side?
Yeah, there's it's definitely correct that you know, Sand River, as everyone knows, is more the K line is stronger for the east spawn, and the west spawn typically has an easier time taking the middle, and also they can hold one line a little bit better. So there is some imbalances, but I like that. You know, it makes you work around different areas of the map.
We will get to see that later as we head into battle number 1 between Darkseid and Yokur in the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. Darkseid coming in with a mouse, double band, a CS63, an AX, a Fush B, and an RHM. Yokur, on the other hand, BZ, AX, 442U, Fush B, and an RHM Panzerwagen. So it's a little bit of a clash of the styles here. We have the Bad Shots facing off against that knucklehead lineup of the 432Us, which is straight in your face, quick aggression, and of course that ability, it has got nerfed a little bit, but the nerfs of it were rather minor, to be honest. I think it was about 5% of each stage of the ability of reload reduction, and you can see in the beginning I think 3 people played out for the side of Darkseid, and they're going to be going towards the forest as I see External has rejoined us.
Yep, I'm here, and the CS was not able to pick up the radar, and Yogurt is able to pick it up. So this is really good information for Yogurt. This is a good strong start. They're going to have both radars, in fact, so they're going to be able to have complete vision over Darkseid. And they're going to be able to see this forest push coming.
But Ramalik's position, I mean, he is able to take that strike pretty easily right now because of the 42U being quite low to the ground, right? But can he get away with it, though?
He probably will not be able to get away, and I think that Darkseid sees that. They're going to look to try to squeeze him out, get some more angles, make sure that he can't get out of there so they can pick up that, that 430 if possible. What does Darkseid do here now? The game seems like it's going to be stagnating a little bit. They have probably cap pressure. Yogurt could make some cap pressure since Darkseid doesn't have any strikes at the moment.
And the mid-strike now being taken away as well by Yokur. That's Humble there, picking that one up. So they have the Eastern Strike, they have the Western Strike, and like you said, that cap pressure is now starting to build, but without any strikes. It is not possible right now for Darkseid to find any real reset. So it is surprising that only singular cap pressure has been put so far. Of course, Hellmine in the CS would get the strike at some point from the ability, but you know, that's still a while away.
It is a while away, and as we can see, Yogurt is still holding on to both strikes, so they're going to probably wait for some kind of play to come out from Darkseid and try to compound those strikes to hit a multiple tanks from Darkseid at the same time. And Darkseid is making a play here on Radmech. They are they've got the Basha down on the K line. It's able to find some angles, and there we go. The first kill goes to Darkseid.
Yeah, Ramadak there in that 4-3U wasn't able to get away whatsoever. I mean, we talked about it that he wouldn't be able to escape, but there would have to be some cap pressure from Yogurt to compensate for losing that tank. They never did that. It was only really the BZ while the press is pushing out Kano in that 1-2 line. Humble doing good damage there in the mouse. So the press finds the EX. He will run him down as well. The EX cannot win that. So 1-for-1 in terms of kills it will be pretty soon, and now Mindbreaker coming with his Forge B clips out against the mouse, but he's out of steam, he's out of pump, and now he has to dump as Humble hiding behind the building, controlled by the CS63, depressed off screen there in the bottom left corner, finds that AX, and now with that keeping toe to toe here in this match so far. That's a nice little strike opportunity though. Big strike from the CS, big strike from the map as well, and you can see the damage this does to Mindbreaker and Humble.
Yeah, and they are in between a rock and a hard place right now. It is not looking very great for them, and there are 2 tanks from Darkseid that are coming back to retake that C4 position that they lost from where that Centurion was. And this is going to be hard for Yogurt to make a play back into this. I think that Darkseid is going to try to squeeze out and try to seal the deal here.
Yeah, those strikes there on the middle area of the map just do so much damage to that 430U and the Forge B. I think that was about, looking at it, I don't know, 1,900, almost 2k damage from strikes alone on those two tanks, with the big strike from the CS, and then there's the regular big strike as well. And for Joker, there was no real reaction there for Darkside taking that eastern side of the map external. The cap was indeed their play. When you take that strike away on the east, they cannot. I mean, they only have the CS for with a mini strike, and it's really, the area is not that big. They could have pressured the cap a lot harder, I find.
Yeah, I think that they definitely could have. Darkside also was given enough time to kind of play the map, to find their picks, and Yogurt didn't seem to really have that first initial reaction. They were on their back foot a little bit, waiting for something to happen and looking to react to that. But right now, the game does look good for Darkside. You know, that little lack of that slowness in making decisions could be a fault for them. But we're going to see here, Darkside is going to take advantage. They said, if you don't want this cap, then we're going to take it for you. They've got 3 on cap right now. Yogurt sees this, they're forced to make a play, and here they come pushing down the 3 line.
Yeah, and Darkside realizing that Liquoric is coming close, so they're going to pick him up, delete him, Vladislav, to get the kill on Darkside. And battle number 1 of the Onslaught Legends series is able to pretty much find their footing, find what they need, and get it out of the way with. And for Joker, I think this was maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of jitters coming in, because they allowed themselves to lose that 4-3U a little bit too easily, and it's a little bit worrying. I mean, it's their first battle, so it's understandable, but you know, you gotta capitalize on those opportunities. It kind of works the same as Pilsen, right? If you're able to take the mid strike away from the enemy team, then the cap is always a possibility.
Yeah, that's right. And strikes and all these points of interest, both the strike and the radar tower, are incredibly important in this mode. So we're going to see teams always fighting over these points of interest, you know, primarily. But Darkside is showing Yogurt, welcome to OLS. Hope you look forward to these matches. And I think this looked like a strong play from Darkside. They had quick rotations, knew how to handle the pressure from. Even though they gave Yogurt both strikes, they knew exactly where the pressure is, so this looked good from them.
Yeah, for them, I think they did a good job about realizing that the 430U was isolated to find the kill. They don't have a lot of HP left, but that's not something really too relevant. They won the round, that's all they had to do. So good stuff to them. They bring it across. And yeah, for Yogurt, I think they will also realize the mistake there. I think they did a good job at taking the strikes. They just didn't do much with it.
Yeah, that's right. They had both strikes. I think at that point they could have tried to rotate back out towards the cap, because once they have that cap pressure, both strikes, that's going to force a rotation or some kind of reaction. At that point, they can drop both those strikes, and they may have been in a better situation. But as we can see here, Yogurt was looked like it was 3 versus 6 in this game, pretty much. I mean, the Centurion putting out 6.1k is huge. That's a lot more than I would have expected from that. Both 430Us, as we can see, off that positioning, were not able to do much. As you pointed out, Daki, that 430 position, even though he got the strike, just did not have much impact in this game.
No, neither him or the other 430. They were the isolated positions, right? And he was then joined by the Forge B, and then they just got absolutely owned by strikes. Yeah, the CS big strike, you got to remember, it's still 250 at level 3. And I think that's the thing that you don't really see often in random Onslaught, at least not on EU IMO, where CS players keep that strike for the level 3 ability. I think you usually see them use it even at level 1 or level 2, but it's 250 damage when it's level 3. On top of that, a big strike as well with 400. You saw them take 500 from the CS strike, then 800 with the 2 of them from the big strike, and it's like, yeah, that's not healthy.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And CS is, you know, you don't see them used very often, but that strike ability is powerful. You know, you're able to deal damage anywhere on the map, really. As long as a tank is pinned somewhere, you can just consistently deal damage. So, you know, I don't think people give that tank or that ability enough credit for what it's capable of, really.
I don't even wait for level 3 myself most of the time. It's just like something that you don't really like think about. It's like, oh, level 2, I can stun, I use it, and then you're like, yeah, it's 250 if I wait with it. But you know, CS is a very hard tank to play though in random Onslaught still. It's so fast, and you play against so many tanks with like really good abilities. It's not easy to play, to be honest.
Absolutely not. Back when El Haluf was in, I hated, honestly, playing the CS because it had my worst stats every time. I was like, I'm the tank that has to go fight this corner, and I'm dead.
Last season, I'm pretty sure that my CS was my most played tank with the worst win ratio. You know, like of all the tanks I played the most, it had the worst.
I'm the same, so I should start bringing in I7. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna roleplay as a CS this game.
Yeah, something like that. Oof, predictions. Across the board, 3-1, except for external going with a 3-0.
That's right, and that's not to discount Yogurt. I just think that Darkside, with especially, I believe they had 2 roster changes. Is it 2? Maybe 1. But they definitely had some roster changes. And I think that, you know, especially being an experienced team, being an OLS before, they're not going to have the nerves that potentially Yogurt could have. This is... you know, the first time in OLS on a big stream like this for Yogurt, some of them could potentially have nerves. Going into this next game, though, we can see Yogurt's bringing a BZ75, Centurion Action X, 3 430Us, Foshb, and an RHM.
Darkside then returned, though. T57 Heavy, Double Bat, a CS, an AX, a Foshb, and an RHM Panzerwagen. I don't think anything really changed for Yogurt. That looks exactly the same.
Do they have one more 430U? Did they only have 2 last time?
I thought they had 3.
Okay, maybe they did have 3. But as we can see, Centurion Action X's are very crucial. The reason that teams are always bringing these tanks is because they want an inspired tank, and the Centurion is just overall the most well-rounded tank. There's other options, right?
Like what? STB? Please don't say STB.
I'd say M60 or 121B. STB probably not. But, yeah.
It's my pet annoyance in Onslaught when people pick STB when, you know, AX exists, UDES exists, and even M60 and 121B exist, you know. But we can see that the Foshb is not able to take the info point. Again, good stuff there from the teams to prevent those initial spotting. And again, strike in the middle being taken by Yogurt. And the Eastern Strike again. It feels very reminiscent of the first battle.
It definitely does. I'd say that with the positioning, though, of how the terrain is, it's a little bit safer for this 430. I say that just as he takes a shot, but I do think it is overall a little bit safer. But neither team has a radar, so they don't know what's going on. And I would be a little bit scared if I was Humble here because... you know, anything could just come out of the forest looking like a scene from Lost, just all the trees knocking down and just getting drove over.
I feel like the terrain is slightly less shallow here for Humble. Like, I think it's slightly deeper on the other end. Well, they do take another radio tower, though, so they get full information. He's going to stick the strike again on the east. The Presner taking a shot by the T57, not a second one. Yeah, it's not the... Oof! On the runaway, though, minus 1.2. I was just about to say T57 on this map. It's one of the more annoying maps to play T57 on, especially because, you know, this map has every object you could imagine. Fences, trees, sheds, everything. And Darkside now reacting by grouping up on the 1, 2, 3, 4 line, and rather thinking that BZ looks rather isolated.
That's right, and I think they smell blood in the water. They got some damage on that 430, and they see that most of their tanks are on this side of the map. They want to make a play, and they're pushing out onto the cap, looking to pick up Rad Medic, and they're, not only that, I'm sorry, they are going to push fully through the 1 line. This looks like a good push from Darkside. Yogurt's not fully set up. They are rotating the 430 back to C4, but that's the first... There goes a kill picked up from Darkside. They're going to continue through this push. I think they'll be able to pick up this RHM as well. He doesn't really have anywhere to run.
Look at the HP though in the meantime. Kano and Kopiad have both fallen, and the Foshb and AX respectively. Kvik there in the RHM, not making it away, gets struck, gets held, one more put in, one more to put him down in that RHM. They do find what they need to make it a decent trade at the very least. The kill on the RHM, but one now. Ramadek did not fall for that. And losing the X, the Inspired tank is always a little bit annoying. And now Yogurt is actually starting to repush as well across the open with the BZ on towards Scout, who gives a big hit. Love a Mindbreaker, Humble all through the open with their respective tanks, and these 3 tanks here from Darkside are going to have to batter down the hatches if they want to hold, because these are pretty nasty tanks pushing their way. Hellmine and that CS63 cannot win against the 430U. Dries will fall to the Foshb, who's coming in, the Ram as well. Vladislav going past, trying to focus out Humble with the 2 shells that he has left, but Humble picks up Hellmine. The strike will put him down in return, but this initial repush on the 2 line, they didn't even find the BZ. They lost a lot for it, and Yogurt showing that they can hold a dark side push off. And mainly there, you see the AX burning on the cap. That was pretty rough. They didn't even kill the BZ.
That's right, they didn't, and the push did look good from dark side. I think that they just didn't have much of a response, and after that, and Yogurt had really good tanks. They had a good reaction after they lost their RHM. They realized that they're not going to have vision. The map is split east to west, and they just have to make a push. So I think that was a really good push coming out from Yogurt, well executed, and it looked strong for them.
Yeah, they did a really good job. I mean, I'm surprised how much damage they did to the AX, and I think Fush B repushing the BZ. BZ didn't even die. And then, yeah, they did take over 1-2 line. They did kill the RHM, which was pretty impactful already. But then you're getting repushed by an AX, a Fush B, and a 4 to the U. Yeah, that's always going to be a tough thing to hold.
Yeah, even with the Fosh's nerf on the ability, I don't think it makes that much of an impact. You know,
it was minor
75%. Now it's 70% health recovery, but 70% health recovery, if you use that right, that's quite a bit.
Push B is still very powerful, to be honest. Very, very powerful, even in the random queue. It's, you know, that heal, it's really hard for a lot of, and even in OLS, you can see it's really hard to deal with that exponential heal that comes in, you know, like he starts healing up and you're like, can we kill him? Can we not kill him? It's like trying to go through a tank, literally a tank at some point.
That's right, and we see the Fosh B in some maps even pop the abilities just to get into a specific position so that they can take that damage on the cross and get there healthier than they would have if it was any other tank.
Yeah, nobody can do what the Fosh B does. Yeah, V is kind of crazy in that regard as well, though. But that doesn't really get picked in OLS. It does get picked in random Onslaught, not the worst pick either. But now I'm really excited to see our very first experience live on Sand River between these two teams. You talked about a little bit already how Sand River is a map that will be very quick-paced in the beginning, right, for teams to take positions.
Yeah, I think it will be. I mean, it's going to be really, I'd say, cutthroat. There's a lot of pressure on being the first to initiate, being the first one to take those important critical positions that there are in Sand River. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how teams play. I'm not really sure how the meta will develop, but I think we're looking at probably a fairly light lineups trying to take the map control.
So on the captain's rating, I think we need to explain this. Lower means better, guys. Just it made me wonder as well. What this means is basically we asked all the captains to rate the teams from 1 to 8, where they think they're going to finish in the season. And on average, the captains rated Yogurt 7.1, which means that most rated them a 7 and a few rated them an 8. Otherwise, you know, it wouldn't be 7.1. And Darkside mainly got predicted around that 3.5 marker external, which puts people predict them actually pretty high.
Yeah, so as you said, the captain's rating, would that be that the captains have decided that they've all voted on where they think each team will place?
Yes.
Correct. And so 3.5 means that out of the 4 fairly dominant teams that were in OLS before, Darkside is actually above them on average. 3.5 is very high.
It's yeah, it's very, very high. I have Darkside, I think, at like 5 or 6 personally. I don't know about you, but that's roughly where I put it. Because
similar.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I like to give credit to the teams that I know have been consistent throughout the past. They may drop off. This is natural at some point. Believe it or not, most teams at some point start dropping off. Unless you like refresh yourself with new talent, young and eager.
Young and eager, 2 words that neither of us are familiar with anymore, Daki.
That's crazy. It's like you're talking by yourself. Have you checked the mirror recently, external?
Well, we're both casting, so I can see a mirror right when I look at the screen.
But Sand River battle number 1, Mivi and AX, double for TDU, double for B, and an RHM for Darkside.
That's right, and Yogurt has 1 i7, double Bashet, Soterian Action X, E50M, Leo 1, and RHM, so this very diverse lineup.
This is the kind of joke you should pop to Keyhand, though. Man's almost pushing 40, like, come on.
Well, you haven't seen him as a player on stream before, have you?
No. Yeah. True. Okay, so 6 tanks K-line for Darkseid in the beginning. And the split here for Yogurt. I7 towards the K-line. But mainly north.
That's right. And we are already seeing the strike taken immediately. That is fast pressure on that strike. And Darkseid's not going to have a pressure, any kind of ability to counter that. The RHM probably is realizing that he's going to have to run from the base soon, seeing that Yogurt is already taking the middle of the map. And Darkseid realizes that they're going to have to push through the K line. Now we're seeing this RHM is running from Darkseid. He's going to run down the 0 line because these double bat chats are going to be able to push out anything that's in the base. And what is Darkseid's reaction here? What are they going to have to do in this game, do you think, Docky?
How do you kind of need to kill the I7, no?
Yeah, I think they're probably going to have to kill the I7. You know, the cap is really hard in this map because Yogurt got a strike, and if you put the strike on the buildings, it will destroy all the buildings that are within that strike circle. So, you know, while it may look safe initially, trust me, the cap is not safe. It is very hard to play the cap.
Yeah, because you can always get planes, you can always get reset by strikes. It's indeed not easy to play. And over time, even the buildings will be destroyed, right? And then people will start finding angles on you from different areas, middle, 1-2 line, and everywhere else. And you can see already Vladislav in that Forge B external going through the pain that you talked about. He's already down below half HP, capping, not really an option.
That's right, he is going through the ringer, and this is not a great position. He's not able to run either, so he's just going to hunker down and try to hide. And I think that Darkseid kind of has an advantage here because while Yogurt has to cover kind of the majority of the map, Darkseid can kind of rotate and pick where they want to push through. But I think that right now, while we can see all the tanks on the map, these teams cannot. So they're going to have to try to get some more information, and I think eventually we're going to have to see them commit to a push somewhere.
So that's pretty cool. In the meantime, guys, we have crossed the 44,000 euro mark for the prize pool. Very good. Round of applause for yourself. Live updates from production. But yeah, that mid-strike external not really able to be contested, right? When you don't have some pressure on the 1-2 line, because you can get shot from angles, you can get reset by strike. And if we look at the positions now, even though we talked about K-line being better for Darkseid, right, from the east, you would say that Yogurt has the stronger positions.
I would agree. Absolutely. They definitely have stronger positions. And that's one common thing, even in Clan Wars, as you would know very well from 1515. When you spawn on the west side of Sand River, typically you would push through the middle if you're going to make a push. You would not go K-line, because K-line is just harder to fight. I mean, people still do, of course, go, but it's also common to see teams go through the middle, whereas in the east side, it's uncommon to see teams push through the middle.
But on the flip side, so for Yogurt, what is their winning move?
I think what they're doing right now is they're just going to keep stacking strikes. So right now we can see they have 2 strikes, one on their RHM, one on their bat chat. They're going to get 1 on each tank. Tanks cannot pick up 2 strikes, so they'll just keep rotating who's getting it. And I think after they've picked up enough strikes, they'll probably look to make a push. They know this Foch B is really low and stuck, so I think they may try to use all those strikes to take out. Oh, there we go. They did exactly that. They struck Vladislav and took him out of the game. That's going to make an opening, and I think that's going to force Darkseid. Darkseid realizes that they're not in a comfortable position right now, and they're going to try to make a push to break out of that.
Yeah, push to break out of that, but where is this push really going, though? If you're looking at it, it's spotted down the 0 line. The closest opponent is at C0, and Yogurt now just reassessing the situation, putting the tanks in position to deal with this. And Darkseid now pushing forward, but they're going to have to keep going if they want to achieve anything here. They're giving up the full K line for this as well. They're pushing down the 0 line. They haven't really found anything yet. Shock Rakes. Oh, and Hellmind now pushing forward as well. They spot out Liquor. Can Dries actually climb up there? I think he can. The strike coming in. That's another 800. But this time it's for Darkseid. And you see the damage speaking out of there in that maybe minus 1.6 immediately.
Yeah, that is brutal. And they're not even going to be able to pick up this bat chat because they can't peek far enough to shoot him. If they do peek far enough, then they're getting shot from the tanks that are in C6. So this is an uncomfortable position. They are running out of steam. They realize they're not able to continue this push. I think that they're going to have to just rotate out. They could try to rotate back through the G line and try to go back through middle, but Yogurt is sitting pretty right now in this game.
It's a very comfortable position from Yogurt. I mean, the HP doesn't say that yet because it's still pretty even, but outside of that, oof, Dries peaks and Liquor in the bush there. It's like, yeah, well, sorry, buddy. You know, the 25-meter proxy range and also we don't talk about it that much anymore because we're so used to it, but it does make these funny situations, right? Where you're like, you're so close, but they can't spot you.
That's right, and he did also, Liquor did have the Centurion Action X Inspire, so I wonder if that additional crew bonus helped him to camouflage or not, but as we can see, he's very close, but that bat chat is not visible to that 430U, so the crew is doing a good job concealing that tank.
But now when we look at the positions, we already talked, they were heavily favored for Yogurt. They have only gotten better for them now, but they gotta be careful though. Dries will push out this bat shot here, but the damage taken is significant for that. He will find the kill, Shock Rigs to put it down, and here is where I think Yogurt might be making a little bit of an experience mistake. The Leo and the RHM taking K-Line by themselves. They have to be careful not to be doing too much at the same time here, because Kano, the Trash Panda, and Kopiat could very easily steamroll them on this side.
That's right, and we see that Foshby is coming through to probably push out this Leo, and that is one scary tank to be staring down the barrel of, because not only does it have a good high penetration gun, but it has 6 shots loaded. Well, not him in particular, but the Foshby can have 6 shots loaded.
Now, though, there is the repush coming on towards Kano's position in that AX. He pushed forward. Can they really cover him, though? The Forge B coming in as well, pushing away that position. And Love now in the north also starting to fall to Hellmind, and the repushing tanks from Shockerigs and Dries as well. And all of a sudden, Yogurt, with those positions, they've given them up altogether. Unimaginable stuff here. They're even losing the north. They're forced back from the K-line. And all of a sudden, you turn your head, and Darkside is in prime position to take this round. Absolutely crazy stuff happening here now. The Leo driving through the open, Mindbreaker forced back into the middle, and we're just left wondering, how did Yogurt give up the entire map back towards Darkside?
That is a good question, and not only that, Yogurt is hightailing it out of there. They are giving up all map control. I think that they kind of took it too much for granted on the 0 line. They left that Batshot out to dry. They had enough tanks easily to support him and decided to rotate out. They could have just kept playing off of the information and the strikes. They had the radar they could have taken. I think they kind of gave too much ground and just took it for granted that Darkside was not going to make a push on the 0 line.
But, I don't know, like all they had to do was sit there and shoot them coming in, you know?
Yeah,
that's what it felt like.
Right.
So and then this like K-line repressure. Leo is not great for repressuring.
No, definitely not. I mean, almost should have just left the Leo in C6 and had the Centurion Action X if they wanted to rotate down to the K-line. But either way, the HP is still somewhat close, but this is almost definitely a win for Darkside. They are up 4 tanks now, I believe. So it's going to be nearly impossible for Yogurt to come back from this, and there's not much time as well. So Darkside, according to the rules on this, could just really, if they wanted to, sit there and wait for Yogurt to do something.
Yeah, but they're not really in danger of losing out the game, though. You know, like if it was like a 3 against 2 or some situation, and sure, now I watch Kopia just like heal. Well, he's not actually going to heal that much. He popped the ability late, I guess. Thought he popped it earlier, but he's still healing like a fair amount, nonetheless. And now Humble will probably pick. No, maybe depends. Kano, no, yes, with the Ram still picks up Humble. Wow. The slight nudges from behind, you know, the bat set, -50, -50, -50. Oh, it's great. But yeah, Cap will be finished before the round ends. And this was a good recovery from Darkside, but really, I find it more Yogurt, like, all of a sudden no longer covering the angles.
Yeah, I think they kind of dropped the ball on this one. They had really good positions. I'd say they were dictating the pace of the match, good rotations, up until the point where they rotated out and started to decide to go K-line and left that Batchat out to dry, like I said.
I don't know. I mean, they got the first kill on Vladislav pretty free, even on that Forge B. And then I think, I'm honestly just going to say, I think it's nerves and just a few bad decisions about wanting to make sure that they don't throw, leading into an actual throw altogether. In this regard, they had everything they needed, and I don't know what happened for them, but yeah, that's rough for Yogurt.
That is rough, and I think you made a good point about the nerves as well. Darkside being a more experienced team, losing one tank, for some teams that could be that could really put you on your back foot. But here we saw Darkside was calm and collected, and they knew what they needed to do. Still continued with a push, even if it was uncomfortable to make. And you can see here that Kasank was top damage. He's one of the best performers on Darkside as well. So that's what we would expect from him. Pretty good pen rates all around from Darkside as well. And unfortunately, Vladislav, as we can see, was not able to do anything. That just goes to show maybe for teams in the future, the cap is not as easy as it looks.
No, it is indeed not that easy at all. But Ramatic there in the i7 only getting one shot out. It's a good holding tank, but the i7 not really a great combat tank. In return, though, Vladislav did 0,
Right. Right, so it is kind of balanced out, but that i7 did at least hold down vision, whereas the Foshi wasn't really doing anything there on the cap. There's no cap.
I don't think
can't rotate out.
I don't think you can cap. A good team will destroy enough buildings to the point where at some point there is no more cover. You can't expect this in a random onslaught, but a good team will at some point find angles on different people in the cap, and then it's indeed, like you said, impossible.
Yeah, that's right. So I think that's kind of how we're going to see a good example of what we just saw here in this match. Sand River is going to be played is a lot of teams from the west side, they're going to either choose to fight the K-line, do a full K-line brawl, or they'll play just like Yogurt kind of did in this match, is just play through the middle of the map and try to take control. So I think that was a pretty typical match of what it'll look like when we watch Sand River. Hopefully less people going to the cap next time. But yeah, it's, I think, a good map overall. Looks like there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of options to make plays. I think I'm excited to have this map in our pool now.
For sure. I'm also just excited to see some quick brawls, but I'm also looking forward to EBR shenanigans on it. Becoming more of an EBR enjoyer in Onslaught myself as well, and how powerful the tank is in a way. I think Sand River is a prime map for that tank to really shine with the amount of random small bushes and dunes and fading in and out of spots. And in EBR with radio and all the crew skills is one of the most frustrating things to play against on some maps, because half a second he's spotted, the next second he's not, then he's spotted again and he's despotted, spotted, respotted. Flashbacks.
That's right, and I do know that you are an EBR enjoyer because I played a campaign on NA with you before.
That was a fun campaign, no?
It was a fun campaign. I do remember. And here there are some corrections to captain grading.
That sounds a bit more right, actually.
Right, more reasonable. I was wondering what is going on behind the scenes for Darkside in these trainings. Why are they rated 3.5? But a 6.1 makes more sense. So Darkside rating that they'll finish at position 6.1 on average, and Yogurt 7.1. So we can see that the captains are rating these two teams pretty even, right? Everybody. It seems like everybody's predicted Darkside to roughly be in the same position as they were before, which is fair. That's right, and that is on the risk of, correct me if I'm wrong, but relegation down the line, whenever that time comes. That is pretty close to, being at risk of being relegated.
But Darkside's really good at surviving relegations, though.
That is right. Yeah, they have proven themselves before.
When it comes to relegations, they thrive.
That's when they decide to.
You think? I was just thinking, the lineups we just saw on Sand River were very light, right? You think heavier lineups have potential?
I'd say that it could be interesting to see. I mean, what are you going to do when you see an E100 on the K line, for example?
That's what I mean. The lighter the lineup goes, at some point they're so light that when you bring something really heavy, it's just extremely difficult to fight it, right?
I think that's a good point. I mean, honestly, that's the huge advantage. If you have just one very heavy tank holding a flank, it's really hard to push because an E100 should win every 1v1.
This is already kind of where I'm going with. Like, if you look at the Dark Side lineup right now, double Mivy, 277, T57, CS, AX, and RHM versus like 6 bats and an RHM. For the bats, the Mivies and the 277 and the T57 are really heavy tanks to play against.
They are, because when you see them on a hold down or when you're looking through your binoculars and they're 200 meters away, that's not a pretty sight. You need to get up and close with the bat chat, most likely, try to flank them, because maybe it can kind of dictate these ridge brawls. They're able to decide when they're peaking. They're able to reverse. They're not going to be getting penetrated. And to start here, we can see all these bat chats are dodging the plane, which is good. Trash Panda is probably going to drop the plane here, see what he can spot. But all these bat chats are going to make a K-line push. It looks like they are all driving towards that. RHM did not use his plane, Trash Panda, so he's saving it. I wonder for what, most likely to prevent them from getting the radar.
I mean, Kopyad is going to take the mid-strike as well, though. These bat chats are going to run into the bulk of these heavies. Basically 3 of them. And they're not spotted out yet, though, so... Still not.
That's good.
Yeah, no, this is potential. Still not. Finally, 3, 4. 4 of them spotted, so 2 unspotted, and now they need to scramble into position.
That's right, and Darkseid sees this, and this is an oh crap moment, seeing 6 bat chats driving over. Vladislav is going to try to run. He may not be having the best of nights currently. In his last game, dying as the first one in the Fox B, and now it's a horde of bat chats running over. They get the first kill.
They have to almost continue now. They're starting to run out of shots that we can see currently. Love that we're following has only 1 left in the chamber. He's just going to put it into the T57. They were trying to focus fire to the best of their abilities. They were able to do it as well on the Mivy, on the 277. But now they're having to disperse again. And here comes the repush with the CSs, with the T57 and the Mivy back on towards Kano from the middle. Also putting some shots in, and the bad shots, yeah, they reload quickly because of that ability. But you have to hit the shots for that. And now when they come back in from the side of Darkseid, it's clean up operation on aisle 3 as Yogurt gets wiped away from the face of the earth. They find 1, they find 2, but after that they don't find anything else but a whole face filled with lead and destruction, as Darkseid actually still have a pretty good lineup to counter that with those heavies.
That's right, and it was a fast rotation, and this is kind of to the point you addressed, bringing those heavier tanks. You know, it could be a good idea, because it's hard to push into tanks like a Mivy. You have to get up close, and by the time you're close, that's giving the team enough time to rotate and to hold and get some shots in before they arrive there. And, you know, maybe for Darkseid, all they have to do is just sacrifice Vladislav and win these games. That looks like it's been going pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, these bad shots, it takes like quite a few shots to kill 1 Mivy, and then you have to continue and kill the 277. And of course, their ability all works the same ways, which means that they all need to hit so many shots to make that worth it, right? To get like really quick reload sound. And for example, Ramadik and Love, they had a level 2 ability at best. So, you know, also Kopyad hit 4 of them with the strike. You know, it's all this kind of stuff stacking up. We already have a limited health pool. You're going against a heavy health pool with strikes as well. For a second there, you know, I started to get worried for Darkseid, you know, because they were spotted so late.
Yeah, I was also. I think that for Yogurt, if they, I mean, they can't really know, but if they were to drive just a little bit more to the right, they would have been spotted just a little bit later, which is critical when you're making a hard push like that. Getting spotted as late as possible to give the other team as little time as possible to rotate. So, you know, they maybe could have taken a slightly better route, but like you said, I think it's just really hard to make a push like that into a heavier composition.
For sure. So, kind of within expected realms, it was 3-1, but this could have actually ended. I mean, arguably, you could say we should be headed into a tiebreaker right now.
That's right, because the first Sand River could have gone any way, really.
And it was a weird game from Yogurt. They have shown that they have some potential though, but the issue for them is that they cannot wait too long with starting to show that potential. Right? You need the points, and when you lose against direct competitors for the lower places, when people would assume that you're about evenly matched, or Darkseid has a bit more experience. Losing points there already, it's like you already have to start taking points against teams that people would definitely not predict you to take.
That's right. And well, these teams were predicted about roughly equal, like we said earlier, about even. So for Yogurt's first performance in the OLS, even though they lost, I think that it didn't look bad. It looked promising. They had some good rotations, good speed on their reactions. So I think that it looked pretty good. And one thing, a little off topic, but if I can point out, the logos are really great, honestly. Like, I just realized that Darkseid, the mask says DS. I think that looks pretty cool, if you notice that.
I did notice that, but yeah, the logos have definitely gotten a lot better from back in the day. If you ever look at Wikipedia and like go through it and see the progression of some teams, like what they had and what they have now, the Dopa lineup, the logo that they had not too long ago either, PM's special drawing to what it is now. So yeah, I agree, the logos have indeed gotten a lot better. So that was it for match number 1 of the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. When we get back, we head into the second match, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Mafia versus W. So an absolute banger waiting for us. But before that, let's quickly take a quick look at some replays. We'll be right back. I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. Together we advance gaming. I have replaced external now with Phil, our Senior Competitive Operations Manager. I think I got that one right, at least. How you doing?
Good, good. I mean, you got the prediction right as well, 3-1. I think we all predicted it, aside from external. I guess that's why he's gone now.
Yeah.
And I have to say, the next match, definitely something that I expect to go to a tiebreaker. Both of those teams have shown great performances in the previous tournaments. Mafia winning the Winter Invitational, and then the last OLS season, surprisingly, I would say, but in the end, well-deserved, won by W. So one of the best matches, as you mentioned earlier, to come this day.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, taking a look at it, Mafia has been a very consistent team, but since their win in Fracture Winter Invitational, right? They won that one.
Yeah.
They've been consistent, but they've not been more consistent than like position 3, position 4. Like, you want them to come back in and do a real highlight of winning, you know, because they're a team IMO that are capable of winning an OLS, in my opinion. And then for W, it's about confirming that last season, they did a miraculous run, in my opinion. Miraculous. And now they have to prove that it wasn't just a one-time miracle, but that they can keep up that level of performance consistently throughout, like the other teams have, right?
And guess who's back?
Yeah, baby. Guess who's back again. And of course, they have added Mentos. And I honestly think, don't get me like wrong in that, no disrespect intended, but I think adding Mentos is a bigger thing than adding Baby. Personally.
Well, I mean, definitely a different role that he would fit in. We'll also have to see if, I think, Clove, who was the light tank player before, will continue playing the light tanks. But maybe, as we have seen in 15 versus 15 before, Mentos will be also useful to play EBR on some maps. That's definitely something that we can expect to see.
That's what I was going to get to as well.
60-40, do you think that's justified?
Yeah, sure. Why not? But the fact that W won the season, for real. Yeah, I think that's fair. Why not? Giving them a little bit of credit because, you know, of course, winning the season is a huge confidence booster and should be as well. They should still be like riding that high of like they've won, they can do it, you know? So why not? But yeah, that EBR that you talked about, like, you know, Baby is a great player, right? But put somebody else in the EX and maybe they won't do 5K, they will do 4.5K, right? But finding another light player, Phil, is very hard.
Yeah, and now you've got someone that has the experience. You don't need to train. You don't need to like micromanage his like playing ability and so on. I think it's one of those things like knowing the timings and knowing where to put things. Having done this for like a vast amount of like the last year, basically, is a huge advantage over anyone that needs to learn this from scratch.
That's why I said, like, that's why I think adding Mentos is more impactful than adding Baby in a way, because at the end of the day, a lot of these teams, like, it's impossible almost to find new light players, like you said, because they have to come up, it takes time, you know, and they have to be trained. It all takes so much time. More about that after we go over the map. Westfield banned by Mafia, W banning Pilsen, gives us more Vanka as first map. We had it in the first series, we'll have it here again, and then we'll have Sand River again. It's exactly the same, which is...
Well, I mean, the 2 Sand River rounds, they were very different. I mean, especially the second Sand River round, which was... something where we haven't really seen in that way. I mean, we have seen like this bedchat pushes on Cliff maybe, but definitely a bit of a new flavor. And I think we'll see this map quite a lot at the beginning because people will try around. People will think that they have like figured out the secret recipe. So I hope that we will see more creativity. And if we go to a tiebreaker, which is not unlikely with those teams, we'll play on Ghost Town because Studzianki, Himmelsdorf, Ensk, and Cliff were banned prior to that.
So yeah, at the end of the day, I think one of the biggest cores of every team, Phil, is the light player. Yep. It's just the way it is. That's why they're super, impactful. When we talk about Cashback, we quite often talk about Liberty. When we used to talk about Hit and Run, we talked about Mentos. Now, that is something that's coming up later that I'm really curious about, because I think it's Monster now playing the lights, or
I mean, they have Cat's Eye as
or
well,
Cat's Eye.
right?
Yeah, but it's not Mentos. It's not Mentos.
Yeah, but you know how it is. Like, Mentos had a lot of great highlight moments, but the same way he also had his moments where he was like maybe a bit too overeager, like trying to push the advantage too much, and then created some issues for himself, like losing HP or being too greedy, stuff like this. Let's take a look at the lineup. We have W with a mix of everything. So 60 TP, E57, so that's the answer. Mentos not on the light, Cliff on the light, Itox, Fosh B, 430U, 121B, Inspire Tank, Baby again, and Jackifer and a Batchet. Mafia coming in with triple 430U, and Inspire Tank as well, double Fosh B, and one light tank. How do you feel about this?
Well, things to note out for it is that Mafia doesn't really have a true anchor tank like a 60p or even a 57. They're more of a flex lineup, in my opinion, that can go anywhere and everywhere, but it's extremely fast and in sync. There's not really any tank for Mafia that will lag behind, where in W you have a lot of mismatches, right? Tanks with different speeds, different abilities, etc., etc. I like both the lineups. It's a different style. They do get the information tower, so they do spot out the triple 430U, taking the cap immediately. Baby and the 121B will be taking the mid strike, however, almost immediately, so he will find that. So the 430Us will be getting reset, 60p coming on the outside. So far, I think W is in the fine positions to deal with this.
Also, the 60 TP got quite far without really losing significant amounts of HP. We'll have to see if Conrad can make a difference, but there is a building in between them, so if Tarks does not pay attention, and there it is, the Fosh B clip, -4, 5, and yeah, all 6, you can see it, 2,400 HP dealt, and Tarks dropping a lot of HP. Now Conrad reloading, Itox closing in, the first kill dropping, Barkis picks up Tarks, but now the HP is still in favor of W. Conrad reloading, Itox, 2 more shots, with a bit of luck he can maybe high roll that, Baby can support him, Barkis drops as well. Decent advantage here in the early game for W.
Yeah, really good damage on those 430Us that were peeking to kill the 60p. A little bit over-eager from Mafia. I don't think they really needed to kill him anymore after the initial damage. It took a lot for that on Ortrak, on Barkis, who's actually dead. Kono now coming in together with Yuzek to clip out EOS. They will find the kill there. Baby now pushing on towards Marcel. He's joined by Mentos in the T57. Marcel now realizing the trouble he's in, trying to back away, trying to get to a safe position. Will take damage before that one from the 57. Baby will chase him down, and now W in a prime position to pick up this round as well. Baby just coming in for the kill. Will need 2 more shots, worst case 3 shots, depending on the rolls. It's looking like 3, I'm going to guess. Yep, they're exact beautiful average of 390 coming out. The Ram not finishing it either. The shot will do it, but now 4 tanks from either team, but still though, the HP is so low on the side of W. Jackifer making it really hard for himself there in the bat chat though, getting way too close to that 430U, and the 430U is such a low tank. Very annoying to play from close range against, but they do find the kill at the end, and Mentos coming in to clip out Kono, leaves YOLO as the only one standing. And yeah, Mafia there, they did a really good number on the 60p, but the 60p bait actually worked out for W, Phil. Those double 430Us pushing to the house there at E3, E4, they took a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before that there was no real anchor tank. There was no tank that could really take that brunt of damage. Sure, the Fosh Bs have this kind of extended health bar with regenerating, but they weren't really focused out at the beginning. And you saw like the 430Us, I think it was Barkis who dropped really early, and then the tanks were just not really in great positions to counterfire this immediate aggression of W.
And then where Baby is where those 430Us pushed to, and they got clipped out, I think, by a bad shot as well from C4. They could have just left Darks on the HP he was, which was like 600, and actually taken over 1 to 3 line. The 60 DP, the kill, baited Mafia into this, let's go kill him, and they took all the damage for that. If they just let him be at the low HP he was and continue down 1-2 line, they would have probably lost the first B, but they would have been able to trade out of it.
Yeah, and on top of that, obviously, the exposed positions there on D3-4, you mentioned it is basically like prime targets for any one of the tanks that were aiming there from W.
Yeah, and now they'll finish off YOLO, but it's good to hear for W coming into the first round, picking it up as well on Morovanka. Very happy is what they will probably be. And the thing to note there, by the way, I don't know if you noticed or paid attention to it, who was not playing for W or in the starting lineup?
I think Splatty is out, no?
Was
Like,
did you see Frugo?
I think Frugo has some internet, like, I don't know if it's still this case, but like he was mentioning before that he had some questionable connection. But yeah, Splatty and Frugo didn't play this round.
He could still be watching though and giving advice from the
sure.
sideline, which is honestly, personally, I think it's still underutilized. Phil can be very impactful. Jack Eva, they're actually top coming in. I mean, Tark's on the lower end of the damage with 700. How do you feel about T100 versus RHM on this map?
I mean, maybe there's an argument that the very beginning, the T100 is a smaller target because you want to ensure that you have the what is it called? The communications center point of interest. So basically you can kind of make sure that you avoid getting shot while the RHM is such a big target, and dodging the initial shots is much harder. And on top of that, maybe you can agree that, I don't know, like the heat of the RHM can get stuck in the fences of Morovanka. But I think overall the gun of the RHM is much more potent, and like you're just able to contribute damage-wise in a much more significant way.
I like the 1-1B though, in a way.
Yeah.
It's a very good tank. You know, unlike the IX, it doesn't really have a hold-on potential and such, but it's just a different way of playing the Inspire tank more on the front lines.
Actually, I just saw that the T100 had 1,400 block damage.
Huge. T100, the best tank in the game. It does have some annoying angles, of course, on it, on the upper hull mainly.
At the very beginning, I'm not sure if you saw it, but after he had already taken the point of interest, there were additional shots coming in, and they only tracked the T100. So imagine this is an RHM, and he takes like 60% HP or something like that, right? That's a pretty big disadvantage if you consider that there's only one light on each side.
Prediction-wise, again, we were split across the board, yeah? 3-2 for... Yeah, well, you predicted W and I predicted W. The scores just made me a little confused. Unless you predicted Mafia.
No,
okay.
I predicted W as well.
Okay, it's fine. It's right. So, it's just a different way of writing it, whatever. But Key had an external going for 3-2 for Mafia.
I mean, all of us going for a tiebreaker, I think that just shows that both of those teams have a very valid chance of winning. And I guess we'll have to see how the Sand River as a new map card is like. Is this something that the teams are confident in playing their own thing? Or is it something where the teams will be more like, yeah, we are not 100% sure. You saw it very much in the first match between Yogurt and Darkside, where one match was very hesitant, and then step by step a lot of like smaller mistakes were made. And then the second time they just tried something crazy. It didn't work out, but at least like, you know, they had the confidence. So W, again, 7 different tanks, this time bringing an E50M, Bliskavice, Foshby, RHM, EOS this time in the T57, Mentos playing the 277, and Mafia, again, triple 430U, Foshby, YOLO in the RHM, and Conrad playing a BZ75. How do you feel about this tank on Morovanka?
I don't like the BZ. I mean, it is such a... I understand it's fast, has a lot of HP, good alpha, but it's so annoying to play. I just never gotten around to really like it, and it doesn't really bring any like powerful ability either, so it has to compensate in some initial position, or mainly initial position. is what it needs
Yeah,
to
I
get.
mean, I guess the initial position is that they just send it to the middle, and now we'll have to see if it can stand a chance against the E50M.
Tarks does make it onto the strike immediately, though. Barkis will have an external angle there from the outside in that Forge B, already starting to clip out against that
Itox
E50M.
as well. Itox is standing more or less in front of Conrad. 2 shots in, 3 shots in by Itox now.
Yeah, but
So-
the important factor here, Phil, is that the strike is not being taken by Tarks. Barkis finds another reset and another one. One more, minus
Now take a
1.2.
look at Mentos. Mentos is closing in there. 5 seconds left. He should have an easy decap.
Yeah, he will get a decap, but the damage taken, though, he's crossing over in the open. The 430U still have 7 seconds before this game is over. They will need to push off of the scab, though. They see Baby as well. Yusek, Orchak, and Kono. You can see a little bit of desync there, though, between them. Some of them going west, some of them going east. Conrad falling in the BZ, expected. But Yusek wanted to do one thing, and his teammates wanted to do another. He is starting to farm that Bliskovica from behind a little bit. His teammates wanting to repush in between the buildings. Marcel finds Itox, and now Mentos is the next one on the chopping board as 430U's crossing through open ground, though, getting battered along the way. They do find domino after domino from the W team, and Klurf exploding in the RHM. Maybe the T100 would have been the pick there, as now Mafia in round number 2, Phil, show good initial and good repush potential.
Yeah, very good map control. You can see it right now as well. Like the whole vertical axis there on the EF line is being covered. There's an RHM covering the forest. The 430Us, they split up a bit, but in the end, Yusek was able to push down the Centurion, so Baby kinda couldn't just DPM into the remaining 430Us, and I think a very well-deserved equalizer here. So 1-1 now, and Mafia pulling back and making sure that Frugo with his team of W is not immediately on a match point.
Yeah, no, this was a good round for Mafia, but it's also, we'll say that doing this strategy from the north is simply better than from the south. The scout play works a lot better from the side that they were playing than the other one. We've seen that time and time again. And also to counter the strike, you saw Barkis' position. You don't have that from the other side really to counter when somebody gets behind the church. You have to go way deeper, and Itox definitely felt that.
So, retrospectively, thinking about the BZ75, I mean,
It
4 out of
worked.
4 shots, I think it did its job, right? Also provided a bit of spotting just by being there. Overall, I would say good stuff by the team of Mafia. Obviously, individual here as well. If you see those light tanks pulling off 100% pen rates, that's obviously great. But yeah, I mean, Baby, again, good damage, but as I mentioned, the damage in the end didn't really matter.
Expected, though.
So he did what he could, but it was not like something he could have just
If
salvaged
you look at
one
if
tank.
you look at the W lineup, though, he's also the one that actually has to do the damage because they don't really have any. Like if you look at Mafia's lineup, there's a bunch of tanks there that could actually come out on top, right, in terms of the damage department, because they have
Yeah.
430Us, they have a 4-speed, RHM even, and then they have an AX. When you look at W's lineup, they have an AX.
And the T57.
And maybe the
T50M,
Blizz, yeah, but not the way that they play, though, because the 50M is pushed into the strike immediately. So we can already take him out of the consideration of doing top damage, right? Because there's always a fight for that strike.
For sure. So do you think the E50M might have just been like a non-optimal choice
You know,
in that regard?
I think they picked it because of speed, but like there's tanks that are better there, but they're not as fast. Like an E50M is faster than a 430U, but a 430U is better for the position, if that makes sense. Because
I mean, we saw other teams, I think it was in Season 1 even, like Storm pushing in there with like a CS.
I mean, the
Mafia
thing
as
is,
well.
E50M is a bit wide, right? So Barkis is able to pen shots through the side there because it can't really hide, and it can't really side scrape 100% properly. So
Yeah, and he was not fast enough in the end to like avoid the first shot by the BZ, right? Like he took like
the
600.
thing is why the CS is good that you mentioned, right? One of the reasons why the CS is good is because receiving damage also makes your ability tick, right? So if you do a shot with the CS and you take like a shot, I think that's ability.
Might be already enough. And you obviously,
Get a mini strike.
if there's no spot before, you get a spot as well. But yeah, we see the captain's rating, both teams being evaluated somewhere between 3rd and 4th place. I think that's very realistic.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Although
I think I checked the caster predictions, and we had W a bit below 3. I think like 2.8 or something like that. So
I think we gave them a little bit more credit for winning last season.
Interesting choices now on the side of Mafia. If that stays locked in, we have a double K91, double M5Y, double IS7, and YOLO in the RHM. We also have a K91 on the other side. How do you feel about this playing every round with 1 tank each situation on the side of W? I mean, it can work. It's helpful for the IS7 skill, right?
Yeah, but it's also like you have all these tanks doing different things, you know? Mafia is a little bit more easier. You have the IS7s, the Mivis, the K91s, the RHM. When you have specialist roles, Cashback was one of the teams that did that very often. I think in Season 1, I think it was. It can really work wonderfully for you. It's completely fine. But in terms of like pure like how easy it is to execute, simple lineups are always going to be easier.
And you can see Conrad taking a bit of initial damage there. Mentos actually looks like he's able to take the strike. Couple seconds left. It's a bit of HE traded between the light tanks, and yeah, Mentos securing the strike in the CS. There are a bunch of like destructible buildings, but there's so many of them directly next to each other, so you can't really destroy all of them before the CS leaves. So good start by W, putting in some damage here and there, obviously taking some in return as well, but so far on their side, basically just this, I don't know, 70 damage taken by Cliff. So the initial HP advantage more or less gone. Like plus 1k now? Yeah, plus 1k.
Rotation-wise though, W is a bit ahead of here of Mafia, if you look at it. Already coming back towards the K-line.
Pushing with a K91.
Yeah, but like they've already taken back the K-line though. Ito's now taking the cap. Myself taking a shot out as well. Now W is kind of driving left, right, and everywhere though. They might try to push down the middle, and Ios is now getting a little bit of farm on towards those Mivis as well. There's nobody really countering him from the middle. Itok's already pushing through. Tark's now coming over as well. Jakefa there in about 3 seconds with the Batshot 25T starting to unload as well, and Bark is trying to make it out for dear life, getting tracked. He's not making it either. He does bounce a few shots, but can Mafia do something to return the favor here? But all of these W tanks stuck in the middle. Have they gone too far, Phil?
Well, now there's a strike coming as well, making sure the MVYs are stunned and can't 100% support this. And now it looks like Jakefa and Tarks are somewhat safe again. There is a strike coming from the other side as well, but it will only hit Tarks. Conrad needs to kind of get out the guns now, because Itox and Tarks both are like somewhere in the middle of their HP bar. So Conrad needs to make sure he focuses out the MVY. The repush is coming now together with the double K91 as well, so a lot of DPM coming in there. You can see the HP bar of W is dropping quite a lot. Itox should be able to take 2 more shots, returns 1. There's the next kill for Conrad, and as we mentioned, the reinforcements are there. Jakefa and the Batchat has reloaded. The earlier pulled back Clove coming in now as well. Baby on the front line, usually not something we can see, but Jakefa now pushing in 2 more shots from the K91, and there the next kill will be picked up, and a big swing in HP, like multiple strikes as well. Lots of one-shots now. We'll have to see if Conrad or YOLO can pick up 1 or 2 of them and make it a bit even again.
Yeah, YOLO now getting joined by Yusek, but Yusek's down towards a 1-shot already, so he needs to be very careful. He might even get picked by Mentos, who's trying to get a shot on YOLO. With HE even, I think. Mentos, can he get the shot? He misses it, so maybe a little bit of greed there. Now Conrad getting flanked by Klurf, but he does do 1 more shot against Baby before he falls in, and Drakefa
with a strike missed.
Ooh, will find the kill on Yusek, but it's now Marcel and YOLO in a 2v5. Make that a 2v4, but YOLO in a lot of trouble there against Mentos. I don't even think he's going to make it out of that. Mentos should.
I think he even lost some HP dropping.
He got an HE shell, but then he hit a rock, so basically the same thing.
Yeah, like very critical in that case that the airstrike that was coming from the K4 pickup missed both the tanks. So Baby survived on like 175, and Clove survived as well. So this could definitely have gone either way, but I like that both teams proactively tried something And I mean, from the 3 rounds of Sand River, everyone has tried something else, and everything was very different from before, right?
Yeah, no, it was a very chaotic round though still. W was very, very eager in rotations, very quickly back on towards the K line, found Barkus as well. They went a little far to kill Barkus, in my opinion. Like, instead of stopping and just killing him, they pushed a little bit deep, which put them in like repush territory, but they were able to hold it out, right? It's the most important part.
Yeah, and you can see like EOS and his K91, especially at the beginning, he got like 4 or 5 shots for free, you mentioned it, and then the Inspire tank surviving the whole game, so pretty good stuff for them. Double K91 on top here as well, but the focus fire was just a bit better on the side of W. So well-deserved victory, I would say, but it was a close match.
I mean, the Inspire tank's pretty huge for the lineup that W has, though, as well, because, you know, the CS gets a direct benefit, the i7 gets, I mean, everybody gets a benefit, right? But tanks that can use it a lot are that i7, which then gets the additional benefit of its skill being maximum utilized by all those different picks. So at least the synergy there is existing.
No, do you think it makes a big difference compared to the Mafia lineup? Because they had like 3 times a tank twice, meaning you have 4 different tanks instead of 7?
Not 100%, but like, you know, at least W's lineup in that regard is like ultimate synergy. It cannot be better for the i7. You know, he gets it.
Yeah, but I mean, Itox was basically standing like in this middle canyon like area, hull down, and just giving a shot. If he shoots every 10 seconds or 10.2 seconds, I guess it doesn't really make a big difference, right?
No, it shouldn't. But for W, it's looking good. I mean, picking up the second round here, and it's especially good to see Sun River so far not be imbalanced in terms of the sides. Yeah, like, okay, K-Line is taken every time by the east, but it doesn't seem like it's getting them that much.
But I mean, in this case, we actually had EOS taking the K-line position as well. I'm not sure if you saw it in the observer perspective, but there's like a small ditch on top of the K-line dune, and the K91 can basically drive with the front part of the tank like beyond the red line. So you're like with a bit of your tank outside of the map area, and then you have like a really nice hull down position because your tank is so flat. And there's not a lot of space between like your cupola and your gun. So you basically peek out and you only expose a very little part of your tank, even though this part is not very well armored. But yeah, he did a good job in maneuvering that position, and it definitely paid out.
Now, the real question is tiebreaker, Phil? I feel like it would be tiebreaker.
I mean, so far, I think we have seen various things, but neither of the teams was like inferior. I'd say both teams had their ups and downs, but three rounds is just not enough to say this team is like much better than the other. But one thing that is interesting to me is we have Mentos now in W, and you mentioned about how nice it is to get another light tank player, and you can see there are 2 lights being played on the side of W, and Mentos is playing neither of them.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, it's fine. You know, he was always a multi-role player anyways, but it is surprising that he's not playing the EBR though. I mean, Yoss is also a good EBR, don't get me wrong. It's just weird not to see Mentos in it, you know?
I mean, maybe it's just that Yoss is very familiar with the racing track, and you know, he has the night mode sky on, and now he's just like in his element. Again, the IS-7s, we had earlier, I think Conrad moved up there, this time Yusek taking a bit of damage, so losing like roughly 800 HP, and Mentos being able to like get there much quicker. Just dancing around, not really taking any damage.
Mentos in trouble,
actually took a bunch of damage, so we'll have to see if he can get out of there. Yeah, he's back behind the dune, I guess they made sure that there is no chance for the CS to capture. You can see there are a bunch of shots flying in there as well, just to destroy the small destructible buildings. So Tarks is moving in now, and the double light tank is closing in on YOLO.
Yeah, YOLO is in
W
trouble.
down nearly 3k
Yeah, but
HP now.
positions,
So we'll have to see.
positions right now. YOLO is forced back. He's going to have to drop off. Kono is in a little bit of trouble as well, trying to shoot HE. Second non-pen from him. Should stick to APCR in that case. A good strike onto Klor from Jakefa, 800. You're also now taking some damage as well in that EBR. Mentos is dead, okay. Positions W were getting ahead, but 2000 HP down. Marcel taking a lot though from that keyline position. YOLO down towards a one-shot. Can somebody finish? No, doesn't seem to be the case. Now Conrad coming back in with a healthy IS-7. Rakefa realizing this is forced to run away. Tarks is in a decent position. K-line repush at the same time. It's another chaotic battle here, Phil, across the board. But it does look like Rakefa is in a lot of trouble in that bad chat.
Yeah, and he only has 2 shots left, so there's no chance for him to at least pick up the CS. He'll have to drop now, and I think he'll just try his best to buy some time. Maybe he can get the shot on Kono. He misses one. There's one more shot left. Kono dodges behind the building. Conrad not sure where Fabi went, so now the IS-7 coming in, puts in a good shot, and W down to 6,500 HP. Mafia nearly double the HP by now, so this should be a good round pickup by Mafia. I guess, because this one only has lasted 2.5 minutes so far, it would be on W to kind of buy a bit more time maybe. And then we'll have to see who has the fastest win to decide the tiebreaker site. But is there really a better site on Ghost Town? I mean, I guess some positions have better shots onto the strike,
Like Ghost Town
opposed
is
to like the big staircase.
supposed to be almost symmetrical, you know. But
Yeah,
so not
but
really.
yeah, I mean, Baby will be able to maybe survive a bit more if he doesn't peek. Never mind, peeks, gets punished for it. So 3.5 minutes roughly for this game time. I guess that might actually be the fastest win. We'll have to see how quick they can close out the round now. Because the
Well,
Murovanka
yeah,
games
they
were quick, but not that quick, I would say.
Around the same level, I think, around the 4-minute marker, I would say, roughly. It was a weird game. Again, Chaos, still a map in development. You can clearly see that teams are still very much learning how to play and what to do.
Yeah.
Mentos, again, this time committing for that strike, getting met by an IS-7. Biggest downside there for W, had to do a lot of reactions based upon that. Push a lot of positions to save the CS. They couldn't even save the CS for it. And
Do you think they should have pulled it back immediately? Because the information on Yusek, who was the IS-7 that drove in, was there from the start, right?
yeah, it's like they should abandon that play. The CS will never beat the IS-7. There's too many like small ditches and hold-on positions that you can play from.
I feel like Fabi saw that Baby is back in the team, and now he decided he doesn't have to deal damage anymore.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He doesn't get to play the AX anymore.
Oh, the Griller.
Yeah. It's his days are over, Phil. Numbered. Ticking down. Tick-tock.
Well, let's see.
To be fair, though, it's not entirely his role anymore. It's like last season, he was supposed to do what Baby did, right?
So I just saw Mafia had the fastest win, and they picked the southern side of Ghost Town. That means they will be basically having a bit better positions to clear out the staircase. If I remember correctly, there's no real way to hide from the shots coming from the eastern part, where you have like a light tank or a bedjet maybe behind the big shipwrecks. But yeah, we'll have to see. Do you think we'll see some can openers again? That tank was quite popular on Ghost Town because of the height and the hold-on capacities.
It hasn't really changed, so I don't see why not, you know, if you think about it.
No?
It was good for what
I mean,
it did.
actually, it was buffed. It was buffed now.
Slightly. I mean, 3 to 4%, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is... if you deal like 3 shots of damage, then you basically have like a significant, I mean, like more than reaction time difference in reload, right? Like if you
It's a
compare
very minor
to,
buff.
I think it makes a difference.
Not a lot.
Like
to be honest.
in like Helldown brawls, like that's like the difference between being able to like aim a tiny bit longer. No,
I don't.
maybe I'm coping.
I think you're coping, to be honest. Because like last round we were talking about how the i7, it doesn't matter if he has like 10.2 or 10 seconds reload because he's just shooting. And now all of a sudden for the can opener it's gonna matter so much and he has like 0.2 extra reload. No, that the skill is still like pretty, it's okay. It's definitely on the lower end of skills though, in my opinion. Like in terms of like strengths, it's on the lower end. I don't think it matters when you're getting pushed by like a 430U, like when you're how quickly you're reloading.
Yeah, I mean, for 30U, definitely a tank that that can out DPM most other tanks. But I'm not sure if we will see a lot of
I'm just really curious for Ghost
Town.
Town. Or like last season, it was always at some point there was the question about like how many lights do you play? Do you play 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 0 lights, and play for the cap?
Now with iOS, Mentos, and
They could very easily
Blur.
play 3. They could play 3 if they wanted to. The thing is, like, you either, I think we concluded last season, you either play 1, or you play 3. Because if you play 2 and they play 1, it's not like great. But if they play 3, you still get owned. You know, it's really rough.
Okay. It looks like we are ready to go. Yeah, so the teams are ready. We are about to load into the game. And I have to say, a couple of tanks that we have not really seen, obviously that's also a bit due to like the map choices, are basically all the Juggernaut 2Ds, right? Like we have not seen any E3s, E4s. I think we had one Bliska played by Jekifa before, but definitely Ghost Town is a map where like this hull down capacity of an E3 or like the high alpha gun could be utilized, but there will later down the line today be other maps like Studzianki, Ensk, Himmelsdorf, and I think there we'll see a bit of a shift in vehicles as well.
Lineups though, Mafia, the can opener does make its return, Phil, like you said. 277 Bat, CS, Leo, EBR, and RHM.
Yeah, so CS and Leo being paired up as the tanks with a small strike. I guess we'll have to see how the light tank battle turns out, because sure, like W has a bit more like autoloader firepower, and Mafia has their tank to just like hold the position with a can opener, maybe use the staircase in their advantage. But in the end, if you have a big light tank advantage or disadvantage, this is one of the deciding factors, right?
For sure. And CS immediately taking the strike there for Konban. It's going to be Yoss and Kono facing off in the middle. They're going to smash into each other as well. Kono is gone. That WBR actually both getting deleted 1 for 1.
Well, I mean, this was definitely a very short round for both of them. Jekifa is spotted, puts one into YOLO there, and you can see in the sidebar that so far he has not received any damage in return, so he managed to stop the strike. And Yusek moving forward now, trying to pressure out Klurf. Klurf decides to leave, what it seems like. And yeah, so the situation has stabilized. W with roughly 1.5k HP advantage. Also having the full HP light. I think at this point it doesn't really matter that much. It's just one shot of HP difference. Cliff made it out. This is definitely important. But that also means that Mafia is now controlling the whole like the whole area where the, what's it called? Communication center? Yeah, communication center.
Communications tower.
Yeah, communications tower can be taken. So while both basically lost their light tank, now they will be able to get in a bit additional like visibility advantage. And I think the T57 and 50B will suffer a lot from this, because those are vehicles that kind of want to like linger around a corner, try to pick up some sneaky kill in a trap. And I think not so sneaky as Jusek, putting in good shots into Clove.
He's dead.
One more shot is needed. Jusek has 2 left in the chamber, decides to not be greedy, and I think it's not necessarily a bad decision. Yeah, the T57's now doing the same with Jusek. And I think Jusek bit off a bit more than he could chew.
Conrad's in trouble as well, I think, no?
He is spotted. I think there is a bit of a hull down.
Yeah, it seems that way.
But either way, like the T57's emptied their clips on Jusek, so they will have to reload first. We'll have to see if there is a chance for Mafia to support him, but the Leo is kind of out of game, so is this 277. And yes, the Ken opener has a very strong hull on position there, but he's not really able to support the CS in any way.
Uh-oh, I think they found an angle though on towards Conrad now. In that hold down, Tarks and Itox clipping out 800 on towards Conrad. Actually, not as much damage as you would have hoped. They take a strike back to take a shot as well. YOLO is at A0, but there's an RHM there already of Baby in the 50B as well. And Klurf in the RHM, and YOLO's dead! He's
That's
done!
Very important. Yeah, now W has the tank advantage, the spotting advantage as well. I mean, the positions are not yet in their favor, but having this Batchat plus light tank combination, you will basically be able to like spot out enemies with the Batchat that has some HP to spare. And then the RHM can follow up, take important pushes, take important positions. And now I think for Mafia, they will not be able to really utilize those point of interest on the 9 lane either.
Where is Itox going? That's...
I think he just did.
That's...
Yeah, I don't know.
So W needs to respect the possibility here still. Of,
I mean, they just
Mafia.
lost like 1,500 HP for not really any reason. Do you think they should not just like take the strikes now? I mean, sure, the Ken opener can take one as well, but yeah, now the Batchat is taking a strike. There's another strike on the E1 position. And if you have more tanks, especially as you have multiple tanks with basically full HP, you can kind of like spread out and find some additional angles now. Making sure you can use all your guns. Take a look at Barkis. He's basically crossing in the open there.
The can opener is gonna get blasted here though.
Ooh, Conrad was spotted. Yeah, he's dead.
And Orchek's gonna take a lot of damage for this play as well. Oh no, Mentos is backing up, so Baby won't get any shots. Orchek gives a shot immediately, will start taking damage now, but that comes in. Itox from the front, Mentos coming now from behind, Baby coming from zero line as well. Tarks is coming in as well, and his D57, Orchek decides to open both the barrels and send Itox into early retirement, but now Orchek in his tank will be falling, and it's just Barkis and Marcel, and this round looked so good for Mafia when Jusek caught Klurf, but that running though would have been better to trade off his life from that A7 position, giving time for his RHM to take A0, you know?
Yeah, I mean, talking about early retirement, I think W is very happy to have Baby back, because he and his 50B has a huge chunk of HP left. He already dealt quite some damage, and now together with the Batchat there, they should be able to close in on Marcel. The 277 is obviously still healthy, but not really a tank that can make any difference at this point. So, yeah, I have to say, a bit of a mix of risky plays on both sides. You remember the game started with both EBRs clashing in the middle and then just like exploding after like 25 seconds or something like that. And I think now it's just on the side of W to use their HP and gun advantage, close in, find the pickups, and then just like secure the point. Because obviously with a best of 5 going to a tiebreaker, both teams already have secured a point. I'll have to see who's the team that takes the lead. And I'm pretty sure at this point there's no chance for Mafia to bring this.
No,
right?
There isn't. Jusek not peeking for the IHM. I know it was like the non-greedy option, but the run after was not great. He should have stayed or gone to AA to trade out from there, draw them in, give his team time to position, but he just exploded. And then the RHM tried to take over an important position, but Baby and the 50B was already at A9, spotted him out. He exploded as well. So a lot of things there could have gone differently for Mafia. But Phil,
our prediction.
hey,
I know.
yeah, that's 2 for 2. But, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely a match that could have, again, won by either side. And I think in the end, W takes a deserved victory. They picked up some good kills and made, even though they had some situations where they were a bit in danger. You remember, like, Cliff dropping to nearly death when they could have had a light tank advantage, doing the best out of it, immediately rotating the 50Bs, rotating the T57s. And yeah, good stuff. And you mentioned it earlier as well, like Frugo, if he is there, and I'm seeing him in the game client, so he's definitely attending the match, right? Like, he will maybe have the perspective of multiple players on Discord, giving advice here, and like fully focus on the leading part.
We don't do Discord anymore though, Phil. We do unlisted YouTube streams.
Unlisted YouTube streams, okay. Well, talking about...
You can make like a whole battle station, you know, like Ender's Game, you know, like just screens left, screens right, you know, like doing everything at the same time.
I mean, I'm sitting in front of 5 screens right now.
You could watch 5 different players at the same time.
Exactly. I mean, you know, if you're in our position, you just watch both teams at the same time and you know what happens. But yeah, the initial brunt of the damage taken by both the EBRs here, you can see. Ayaz was able to put in a shot, both of them dealing like 600-700 RAM damage.
Yeah, it's 25-meter proxy range coming in. Those EBRs don't spot each other until proxy, so there's almost no reaction time to avoid anymore at that point either.
No.
But good stuff there. Mental's actually top on the charts for both teams with his 5K in the T57.
Oh, but I have to say, like, 2 clips of those were basically at the very end. Like, you remember there was the 277 of Arcus, and he put in, like, I think 3 shots in the first run, and then another, like 3 or 4 towards the end. But yeah, good stuff either way, and congrats to W picking up their first victory. And I have to say, like, this is obviously not something that will define the season.
No, but it's good to start it off with.
W, yeah, exactly. With W having a couple of like problematic matches towards the beginning of OLS season 1 and 2, especially in the first phase where they kind of struggle to get into the top 4.
It's also beating a direct opponent, right?
Yeah, exactly. That they can immediately compete with one of their teams that we definitely expect to be very close in the rankings towards them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Beating a direct opponent is the biggest confidence booster there, even though, you know, you split the points a little bit, but it already gives you some confidence going into the season. You know that you're starting it off well. It wasn't clean, but that's expected between these two teams because they're both such a high skill level that it's always going to be like blow for blow. But either way, it's a good start for W. It's not a terrible start for Mafia either. I mean... Yeah,
I mean, they have kind of like smelled out each other. They have a second chance today. Keep in mind it's a Super Sunday, so both of the teams will play a second time. And I think Mafia will play against Lotus. Definitely a team that should be beatable for them. And I don't think, even though they lost today, they shouldn't be like big disadvantage now. But I guess as we have a lot of matches prepared still, we'll quickly take a look at the highlights of this one and then immediately transition after a short break the third match of today. Welcome back. That was a very interesting match now between W and Mafia. Now we have Ping returning after, getting immediately eliminated in Phase 1 of the OLS Season 2. They made it back with a requalification and will now face off against Darkside. Welcome back External as well. The Eagle has landed. How was your break?
Thank you, that's right. The Bald Eagle has landed. It was good. Watched the last match. That was a close one. I predicted the flip side of that tiebreaker. So I was incorrect in that, but it was a good match nonetheless.
Yeah, what do you expect from those two teams? I mean, I think everyone would expect this to be also kind of like in the range of direct competitors. Ducky said it earlier, Mafia and W definitely teams that will end up close in the standings. I guess with Ping and Darkside, all of us kind of have Darkside a bit as a favorite, but Ping is definitely not a team to just laugh about, because the last time that those teams played against each other was more or less at the end of the season when it didn't matter for Ping anymore, but they took the points away from Darkside and made it really hard for them to catch up.
Yeah, that's right. And I think they're both very capable teams. I think Ping is really strong, honestly, regardless of relegation. They've shown multiple times that they're capable, and I think at the end of last season, their final match was really great to watch. They had a great performance, even though they knew that they were relegated. So, you know, they fight until the end, and I think that's a good quality to have.
Yeah, and a lot of new player pictures, a couple of new faces there. Scout and Copier that you can see on the right side, new to the team. And then the leadership of Darkside there in the middle, Trash Panther, Vladislav, and Kano. Yeah, a bunch of changes here as well on the side of Ping. You can see basically the whole left side of the picture. Bosians, Aquilka, Konek, new to the team. So is Betong. And then in the middle, Miko, David, Adi, and Jacek, people that players that the viewers might be familiar with already from the previous season. And we'll have to see. The maps will fortunately not be the same again. You can see here, like in the last season, even though they had like a bit of a tough season, he managed to nearly rack up 3k average damage and nearly 90% win rate, especially on those autoloader tanks. But yeah, I mentioned it before, different maps now. Himmelsdorf as the first map, and you said it earlier, they played exactly that match as well. Himmelsdorf in the last OLS Season 2 match. What do we expect from the maps here?
I would say that Ping, from what I know, would be favorite on Himmelsdorf. I like the way they play. They have good pushes, good rotations. They move quickly. So I'd say that I would probably favor Ping, at least on Himmelsdorf. We'll have to see for Studzianski and Westfield, as those are the other two maps we're going to see. Also, I think bans are very telling. Darkside is banning Ghost Town and Pilsen. Those are two city maps. Ping banned Hensk. So it looks like both these teams kind of prefer, I'd say, more open maps. Cliff, Sand River, and Murrow are later bans, so that would probably indicate they're more okay on those maps. So yeah, we'll have to see. That'll be interesting how they play out on this.
Yeah, I think it's important for both of those teams to kind of get a good start, and then we'll have to see if they can, like, you know, take an advantage. Maybe if you mentioned like a 2-0 at the very beginning, will definitely be like putting a lot of pressure plus securing the first point. We'll start off on Himmelsdorf, which is definitely a completely different area when it comes to which vehicles we'll see. I'm expecting like maybe a Maus or two, an E100, like brawling tank destroyers, back to maybe also like a Foch B here and there. We had a bunch of open maps, and there are obviously tanks that are great to use and versatile on all maps, but definitely a nice mix of getting some variety when it comes to map and vehicle selection.
That's right. And as we can see from the caster predictions, 3 out of the 4 have predicted for Darkside the win. I'm the only one who's predicted Ping. Sometimes I do like to predict the underdog, I will admit that. And one thing that is definitely in Darkside's favor is they have already played a match today. So they are warmed up, they've gotten some experience playing together, and that could be definitely in their favor. Whereas for Ping, this is their first match of the day. I'm not sure whether or not they have practiced before that, but here we go. We're going to get into the first game. From Darkside, we can see that they have one IS-7, two T-57s, CS-63, three Foch Bs.
So what is your preference? Like looking at this mix of different tanks on the side of Ping, or do you want to have this cohesion of like 3 Foch Bs, 2 57s?
Just from the lineup, I would say that it looks like Darkside has a really clear plan. It looks like they're going to put some quick pressure. Bringing in E100 as an anchor tank already kind of tells me that that Ping is probably going to play it a little bit slower. A V4 is fun to see. E4, these are both tanks that are not used very often anymore because the ability was nerfed. Darkside is opening up very heavy towards the 1-2-3 line. It's looking like probably a fast cap pressure with the I7 on cap because it has that strong hold down. Miku was probably supposed to cross to the 2 line. We're going to have to see if he commits to that because he could be in trouble here. There's 3 Foch Bs coming down the 1 line and they are all spotted. Miku is going to be shivering in his timbers right now. We're going to have to see what happens.
Yeah, now you can see Kopiat, Vladislav and Scout kind of blocking each other a tiny bit there, but now able to put in some good shots. But the APCR needs to be really well aimed towards the 268 version 4. Now the E4 tries to kind of shield his body there, but the focus fire is on point. Immediately the first kill, and Miko being eliminated. Like now, trying to push out, but Drace and Skano have followed up. Scout and the Foch B picks up the second kill, and huge advantage immediately on the side of Darkside.
That's right, that is a huge advantage. 2 tanks picked up that quickly. That is the power of the Foch Bs. 3 of them specifically able to take out 2 tanks just like that. And not only that, they also have their abilities. They can heal back health. This match is looking really strongly in Darkside's favor. They're going to be able to close out this 1-2 line and just keep rolling the game from there.
Yeah, you can see now the T-57s have reloaded, so have the Foch Bs, and yes, the E100 has good armor, yes, the E100 has a lot of HPs, but in direct front combat, you don't want to be standing in front of 2 T-57s and the Foch B.
That's right, and just to also indicate or point out here, Darkside has 5 tanks with clips. When you drive into enemies, if you are able to dictate the fights, that's pretty scary. You're able to just get those picks, and
yeah, I think the Foch B saw what happened and just like doesn't make sense to run anymore. Match is over. Everyone can pet their stats a tiny bit, and they will just like continue to the next round.
He's not even padding his stats, unfortunately.
No, I mean like the other tanks can pet their stats. I think this was a match where at some point you understand you're like 7k HP down and the match is over. You just like mentally reset. It's just the first match, right? A lot of those players have not played the OLS before, so you need to make sure that they're not getting nervous just because like a small thing here and there. But yeah, in the end, it's very important for them to keep their calm because it's just 1 out of 5 matches. So if they can like recover from that, they will be able to maybe give us a good showing on the second round, because you remember Mafia versus W had a one-sided first round as well, and then it swung the other way.
Yeah, that's right. And here we can see Vladislav at the top of the scoreboard here, having a better performance than in his first series. In his first series, he was the first one to go down a few times for Darkside, just because of positioning or, you know, the strategies. And 2 tanks doing 0 damage from Ping, that is brutal to see. One of them being the E4 that was caught on the 2 line, and Miku was the other that was caught. So 1 Foch B, he's the one that kind of gave up in the end. That was Hill. Just, yeah, 2 tanks not able to do anything. That's just a strategy failure, I'd say, or in Darkside's instance, success from their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that the second Foch B that was maybe supposed to go on the hill might have had like some connection issue or something like that. So, but to me, it's a big surprise that the T110 E4 decided to shield the version 4 that was already like half HP, and then they basically just both died. Like if you're in a tank like, I don't know, a mouse or something where you can just like take a hit or two, you also have like stronger tracks that you don't get immediately tracked from the front for track and damage, so maybe you can recover it. But with an E4, you don't really want to be like a sacrificial lamb just to basically enable Miko to do one shot. Like ended up not dealing any damage. So yeah, tough for them. The captain's rating, for the people that haven't tuned in earlier, is basically we ask all team captains to give us like a rating of 1 to 8 for all the teams. And this is the average number. So the expectation of the captains are basically that Darkseid ends up roughly at place 6, while Ping is somewhere at place 7. As mentioned earlier, both of those will basically fight for direct advantages in the leaderboard, very close to each other, at least expected by the community and also by the captains. And yeah, getting a good start into the season, especially with Darkseid already having a victory against Yogurt, it would be very good for Darkseid.
That would put them probably pretty close to the top. But you know, they do have an easier start, which means that later in the season will be more challenging. So you know, if they do start with 2 wins today, it may not always be that easygoing once they have to play teams like Cashback and Hit and Run and W. And again, I think you did a good point, like clarifying the captain's rating, and just you know, to foot stomp that the lower the rating, the better that would indicate that captains perceive these teams too.
Yeah, I think we'll see Cashback ending up at like 1.2 or something like that. So I think 6 out of the 8 teams had Cashback deservedly as one of the favorites. They played a very strong regular season. They just ended up dropping this one important last match to W. But we are ready for the second round of Himmelsdorf. We can take a look at the lineups already, and we can see Ping kind of doing what W did before, deciding on a lot of T57s, now switching it around in the end. I'm not sure if they will stick to double 1-to-1B. I think they just switched around who plays what. So Miko again in the V4, double Force B, triple T57 and a 1-to-1B. Darkseid on the other hand, again with double T57, this time an IS-7 again, Scout in the E100, a Force B, CS63 and a 50B.
That's right. And which lineup would you say you prefer, just looking at what they're starting with?
I mean, knowing both lineups now, I think we'll have to see what the CS will bring, because the CS will likely take over the hill control. The hill has the spotting power as well, because you have the good view over the whole inner courtyard. You see into the streets, plus the point of interest. But I think I will favor Darkseid again, because the IS-7, even if it takes a shot, has very good chances of playing hull down there. There's a bunch of rubble that can be used. There are like buildings to side scrape from, and the T57s will struggle to really make a difference against the IS-7 if they have to shoot one by one against a tank that can take a lot of cover here.
Well,
But it looks like they're just pushing past him.
It does. It looks like they're going to go for the C100 and leave this I7 up to the Foch Bs. Hopefully that's a good choice for them. I7s make a good play, going to kite them, and all 357s are driving into Z100. If they can pen all of their shots, they're going to be able to take out
blocking each other. Look, the I7 is still on half HP.
Yeah, he's able to slip out of there. The E100 also survives, 38 HP. That's good. His gun is still in the game. Dreiser is going to be able to run into the middle. I think he's getting away.
Yeah, and you can see it again. Like, we had a situation earlier in the Mafia versus W game where the 60 TP on the side of W took the initial brand, and then it was just like, yes, you did a lot of damage, now you killed the E100, but you paid so much in return. And if the focus fire now of the T57s and the 50Bs are on point, they can focus out the ping tanks now on 300 HP, 900 HP, so a lot of damage that can be dealt to eliminate guns immediately, and Ping has to make sure that they are using their gun advantage because the HPs are not in their favor.
That's right. They need to get these guns out of the game quick, and the CS is taking a while to get in this fight. He's decided to stop for the strike. Maybe not the worst idea. They can put a tank down to maybe a one-shot, but there is a big gun advantage in Ping's favor, so even though Darkside is up 3k HP, this could still be in Ping's favor.
Yeah, you can see the strike picked up the T-57. The HPs are not close at all, but you mentioned it. 2 guns advantage. Vladislav now, he activated the ability. He needs to regenerate above 650 roughly. So now he does. He can take another shot of Miko if needed. He does so. Hellmind bounces his shot, but he should have the reload advantage. And now the next kill should be picked up any moment. Hellmind struggles to find the connection, but now drives around. Good stuff coming in there. And now 3 against 3 guns. Aquila was picked up by the 50B of Thresh Punter, and I think Darkside has enough experience to not let anything happen to this match.
That's right. They're not going to let this slip out of their grasp. This 50B has still 2 shots, which means he can finish off the Flash B, and all they have to do at this point is pretty much drive in. They have enough HP to just take these shots and close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, the strike might kill Vladislav still. You can see it was just used, and maybe it was actually not. I think he wasn't able to use it in time. So good stuff there by the side of Darkside, kind of like maneuvering around this initial aggression, and the 2-0 here on Himmelsdorf, kind of not what we expected.
No, not definitely from what I would predict. I think Ping in the past has looked pretty good on Himmelsdorf. I did not like how they ignored that IS-7. They let him just drive away from them, assuming that the Foch Bs were going to pick him up. I think that it could have been a different game if they just immediately were able to delete that IS-7, and then all of them could have continued that one-line push instead of getting disoriented and someone chased the IS-7 around. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah, and I already took a quick peek at the post-game stats, and I have to say, we were wondering about the CS at the beginning, right? The CS, we saw it earlier, 4 kills to his name, but also 5k damage. So good usage of the strikes, picking up an important kill when they were down 2 guns, I think, on the T-57. And then, yeah, the 50B, another 4,000 damage, good penetrations here as well. The E100 soaking up the damage exactly as needed, 3 bounces as well. So basically, effectively, like 4,500 HP. We have to not 100%. We don't know 140 HP healed. So yeah, like 4,500 HP. Good stuff here, but especially the IS-7 bouncing some shots and then making the right moves, and the E100, the tanks that are not really at the top of the damage charts, making a big difference because they kept their guns in the game and they bought a lot of time for the other tanks to deal damage to the T-57s and to the 121B, which was also used in this initial brunt of the push.
Yeah, that is right. And the CS-63, as we could see from the stats, he did, I think it was 2.6k damage from more than 300 meters away,
yes.
Which means that he was able to be pretty effective from the hill because I myself, being a player on Onslaught team, sometimes it's hard on Himmelsdorf knowing when to get off the hill because you want to time it where your HP is not completely useless. So I think he did a good job timing everything, still being effective in the game. And the one thing I don't really like to see from Ping is that 121B dying without much damage. As the 121 and the Inspire tank, you want to stay alive as long as possible. I also find that interesting. Darkside didn't even bring an Inspire tank. It's pretty rare to see nowadays. I think most teams bring Inspire tanks just about every single game, but it worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bunch of autoloaders, so maybe they decided that we'll just like burst it and then we pull back. We don't really need this difference between like 1, 2, 3 seconds extra clip reload. But yeah, the first map has been completed. Himmelsdorf 2-0 in favor of Darkside. They secured at least 1 point. I mean, they already secured 3 points earlier. But Studzianki being the next map, and definitely again something that Ping needs to like maybe experiment now, because they can't really drop the ball and just end up 0-3.
That's right. This is a best of 5, so that means Darkside is sitting on match point. If they win one more game, it's a sealed deal. So Ping, this is their map pick, even though I felt personally that they were going to be able to perform on Himmelsdorf, even if it wasn't their map pick. Now they don't have a choice. They need to be in this game. They need to take both of these to Zianskis and take this game the tiebreaker, or they're sitting on looking to lose their first match of this OLS season.
Yeah, and we'll have to also consider that if you're in this like comfortable 2-0 spot, you don't necessarily need to risk a lot. You don't really need to come up with anything special. Studzianki is not a new map, right? So we'll have to just see that first, I think it was the second map of Sand River, where the team that was down to a match point already, in this case Yogurt, kind of felt like they were forced to do something. And exactly this team of Darkside received the push very well, was in good positions, held their ground, and yeah, transitioned that into their third point. We'll have to see this triple E50M on the side of Ping, if that might actually end up with the same result, pushing in like the Batchets and then not being able to convert. But I like the proactiveness, and they bring in a lot of HPs, nearly 3,500 or like 3,200 HP advantage. So we'll have to see if the E50M can make a difference here.
Yeah, that's right. And we can see that Darkside is trying for that radar. They are going to be playing pretty heavy south, 2 Batchets and a Fosh B. That's a lot of clip potential, a lot of damage that they're holding inside of those clips. And Darkside is able to pick up this strike relatively for free in the middle. That's a good pickup. He could probably just hold on to that and wait for a good opportunity to use that. Ping,
very important. You can see the E50M of Ping was able to get the spotting tower. So now they know about the Fosh B double Batchet in the south. Also got a bit of damage onto Hellmine, not significant, but I think the information gain is what makes a big difference right now.
Absolutely. This information is everything. This is an information-based game, I would say, especially because tanks are only spotted once you're able to see them. So having all that information is huge for Ping. Darkside doesn't know where tanks are, and we can see that Ping knows that they can hold the south, 2 E50Ms and IS-7. They know that they can start taking the north, they know they can take the strike, and they know they can put cap pressure. That's a lot of information. Now, they just can't sit on that. They can't sit and just wait for Darkside to do something, because they could get surprised. So now we can see exactly that. Ping is making a play with the IS-7. He's going to go down into the middle road, and they may be going into this 430U that's on the strike.
Yeah, you can see Dre's now activated his ability, hoping that he can make the best out of it. He actually decides to completely get out of that danger area. He took like 900 damage in the end, but I think it's worth it to keep your gun in the game. He decides to even fall back further, not wanting to face the double E100 pushing in here. And now we'll have to see if Darkside, with this by now still like 3k, 4k now HP disadvantage, can somehow decap. Because there are 2 E100s and you have 4 tanks that are 5 if you count the T57 out of the game.
That's right, and here comes a big push from Darkside in the south side. They're going to be able to take this, but not only will they be able to take that, they're going to have to worry about cap as well, because there is...
Ooh, the E50M taking a lot of damage, -3 shots from the Fosh B. 5th shot might put him on a 1-shot, but not this time. He's able to retrieve behind the building. So is Kano, but there are 2 more tanks waiting for him. Race in the 430 still alive, might be able to put in 1 more shot. Has the reload onto the Centurion, but not able to convert. 2 kills now in favor of Ping. Ping up in HP as well. Darkside bleeding left, right, center. Buzians in his E50M able to put in another shot into Kopiat. Now the repush is coming. Vladislav dropping low. The IS-7 might be able to put a good ram into him. Drops him to 660 damage, and this match looks much better for Ping.
It does, and finally Buzians goes down. That took a long time to get that finish, and it was longer than I'm sure Darkside would have hoped. And Ping is back on the cap now, able to put this pressure. Darkside does not have any strikes. They're going to have to drive in to get these resets somehow, and they only have 35 seconds to find them.
Ooh, Trash Panda in the open now, trying to approach the cap from the eastern corner. Jacek in the Centurion has the high explosive that can easily whip through this RHM as well, and I think now that the RHM is spotted, he will make good use of it as well. this looks pretty much like a done deal to me. There is an advantage for sure when it comes to the light tank, but you can see the Centurion is very close to the spotting tower that was used at the beginning, and now, yeah, shot left, shot right, both E100s penetrating the RHM, and with double the HP, this should be a done deal here.
This definitely should be, and Darkseid is just going to have to drive in, try to hope for some kills. Maybe they could play some distance because of the E100s, but this is looking almost surely over. Cap pressure especially, that's just going to keep forcing Darkseid to drive in and drive in and drive in. So this looks like Ping's game, and good for them because they have to stay in the series. This is the only way they can do it. So this is their map pick. That was a good, strong showing. I liked what they did.
Yeah, and it's also important for the confidence, right? Like you mentioned before, some teams have already played a game. For Ping, this is the first match. So if you have at least this one round that you pick up, you don't feel like you're completely out of the game. And if you pick up one, you can pick up a second one. And we saw earlier, like if it goes to a tiebreaker, anything can happen. Now they're picking up the remaining strugglers here. Hellmind trying to survive enough time for maybe another clip for him. IS-7 trying to gun block him. Hellmind puts in his first shot. And out he is. Good stuff by Ping. I have to say it was very important to them that they managed with the E50M to pick up this B8 point of interest because they didn't have a light tank. They got a lot of information and they made good rotations based on it. I would have liked to see the same calmness, even though you have pushing tanks on Himmelsdorf as well, because that was maybe a bit overeager. But yeah, 2-1 now, still in favor of Darkseid, but Ping putting the first point on the board.
That's right. And like you said, that E50M picking up that point of interest, the radar. For anyone who doesn't know, that radar spots all tanks on the map. So that means Ping was able to see all 7 tanks, and Darkseid probably only had information on maybe 2 to 3 tanks. So it was massively in Ping's favor to be able to see what they want to do and decide where they want to go. So these points of interest are critical, and that's why we see every single game teams usually fight for these.
Yeah, taking a look at the post-game stats here, very good stuff by Miko, who did a lot of damage. You can see 10 penetrating hits. We saw a bit of ram damage as well, and a bit of RT strike damage. Good stuff here coming in by the E100. The Centurion staying alive, and even though that Beton here, only 1,000 damage, you can see important. 7 enemy vehicles spotted. This was very, very important for them. And yeah, on the other hand, sure, some tanks with a bit of more, some tanks with a bit less damage, but in the end, you mentioned it, like the cap pressure was there and the Foch did another clip, but the game was pretty much in the hands of Ping. They started off with a heavier lineup, had an HP advantage from the start, and made good use of all their tanks basically, securing this first victory, and we will immediately jump into the second round because Studzianki is not over yet.
That's right, not over yet. And it is funny because in the last game, the 3 50Ms, which are the DPM tanks, did the least amount of damage. So even though they didn't get them into the game, they're still able to win that. E100s are strong tanks. They were recently buffed. The turret armor is pretty hard to penetrate, especially when correctly angled. And it does have a monster of a gun, able to just pump out damage. 530 alpha, the pretty short reload. So the E100 itself is a really good, strong anchor tank, and able to do more than...
I mean, you know that Keyhand is still hoping one day that he will see an E100 with a big gun, like the 750 heat gun. His main argument is that, now that the turret is buffed, the heat gun is better in E100 versus E100 combat. Do you think this is going to happen anytime soon?
You know what? I love the big gun, but... Keyhand is a caster, right? Not a player, so maybe that's why he wants the big gun. It's just fun to see those big numbers. I'm just messing around. Keyhand is a great player as well, of course. I think the 100's big gun is nice because you can trade more, but it's just hard to justify that versus the DPM, the output of the small gun. But going into this next game, we can see that Darkseid, both teams actually bring an E100. Darkseid has 1 E100, 3 T57 heavies, a Foch beat, and 2 RHMs. 2 RHMs is pretty, is not standard to see, definitely. They're still changing up some tanks, so maybe that's not solidified. And for Ping, what do we have?
A double Batchet as well, a double T57 in E100, a CS this time, obviously with the APCR, nice with all the fences, and an RHM for Jacek. Beton has... okay, now he's moving. I was already a bit afraid that there were some further connection issues, but everyone is moving, no restart needed, everything is fine. Trash Punter now trying to get, again, the initial spotting tower, and the double T57 is reloaded, not able to put any damage in there. Now putting in one into the Batchet. Good shooting there from Kano, but that's about it. And now the strike is being taken by Ping. Initial aggression has happened, but you can also see on the H line, a Batchet has advanced on the side of Ping, while the Force B and the Batchet of Darkside are a bit behind. So, Like might be able to just take a good push there and use the ability of Jacek to figure out who will be facing him in the southern area.
And Jacek was able to bait out the plane from Trash Panda. What he did is he stepped onto that radar in B3 just for a few seconds, which made Trash Panda plane it, and he backed off before he was actually spotted. So that means Darkside does not have any more planes at the moment. And Jacek was able to take that radar. That is huge because Darkside had a radar from the start of the game and Ping did not. So now both teams have a pretty good idea of where everyone is. There's a huge amount of cap pressure from Ping, but they're going to say, screw this, we're driving in and going to pick the C100. They used that radar. They saw that this is probably a pretty free kill. They're going to drive in and get a lot of damage out onto that. This is a good play. They could always back up. They don't have to keep going into this and keep playing cap pressure after if they choose to. And Darkside's going to have to make a pretty fast rotation to get back here in time because they're going down fast.
Yeah, and you see the T57 in the back also took quite some damage. Now is in a one-shot range for the Batchet 5x 390 clip. So Miku should be able to pick up Hellmind. Hellmind should have just continued peeking, I think.
Yeah, he needs to get those two out. There we go. He got them out at least. Full clip. That's alright.
I mean, he survived on 1 HP for like a shot more, but I don't think it will make a difference. 7,000 HP now in favor of Ping. Ping also up 3 guns, still having their light tank alive. Sure, there's double light tank on the side of Darkside, but what are you doing with this limited firepower now that cap pressure is being applied as well? You still have a very healthy E100 there with Aquila. And I think Ping, after a bit of a lackluster Himmelsdorf performance, will be able to close in here this Studzianki second round and equalize the score, pushing it to a tiebreaker.
That's right. And, you know, sometimes people say never, but in this situation, we can absolutely say this is never going to happen for Darkside. Ping has both radars. Hopefully they can separate those out and time them correctly. And Darkside is going to have to look for these resets, but every time they do so, just like that, they're going to lose a tank. So Ping is sitting pretty. This is going to be an impossible game to lose for them.
Yeah, and I'm happy that I can see a bit of like revenge now coming in and not like this one-sided 3-0s. I think it's always good to see that teams are like roughly on an equal level. Obviously different maps will play out in different ways and the first day will not just tell the whole story, but seeing teams go down 3-0 is definitely not motivating. And yeah, 2-2 now. The exact opposite happened. Very strong performance as well with keeping all 7 tanks alive. Ping should have the momentum now after 2, I would say, convincing victories. And Darkside really needs to put their stuff together because otherwise they're just leaving with this 1 point.
That's right. And it's going into the tiebreaker. So this match will be decided on the next game. Ping didn't look so hot at the start, but that could be because Darkside already had their warm-up and Ping just needed those 2 games to get their warm-up in. But the interesting thing to point out, both teams won fully on their map pick. Darkside picked Himmelsdorf. They won both games on Himmelsdorf. Ping picked Studzianski. They won both games on Studzianski. So, yeah, that was a good performance from Ping.
Yeah, and you can see the Batchet here making good work. He was the one picking up the T57. Overall, good stuff here. Everyone keeping their gun in the game. And I don't think there's really anyone to give explicit blame to. The players did what they could. The E100 got overpushed, Trash Punter and Vladislav tried to bring decaps with their tanks. It's not really easy to do that. The Forge kind of never got into the game. Same for Drace, who had to like snipe from the back. But looks like the deciding map Westfield has been selected as north side for the team with a tiebreaker advantage. Ping will play from the south, Dark side from the north. We'll give them an additional minute because obviously now the emotions are high. We don't want players to feel like they're being too stressed out. We went through Himmelsdorf, we went to Studzianki. Westfield is a map that we haven't played. What do you expect to happen? What do you think, maybe especially compared to what happened before, is what we expect on Westfield?
Well, Westfield can be a very fast map. Often teams just go brawl on the hill, which is always fun to watch. Everyone loves to watch a good tank brawl. But also, there's times when teams play it slow. They go for the strikes, they go for the offside control. But you would maybe know the stats. I would assume Westfield's probably the fastest map in this map pool. Is that correct?
I think Mines is also very fast.
Mines, okay. Well, Westfield is definitely up there, so this is going to be probably a quick game. A lot of teams are bringing the MVY now, the American Tier 10 Heavy, and they're just going and brawling. So I think that we may be seeing that from these teams, and a lot of that just comes down to coordination, team play, taking shots for each other, focusing the lowest HP tanks first. So it could just come down to which team has the better cohesion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have seen a couple of different attempts with Badgers blocking the cap or having like an STRV in the back, but the American superstar of the MVY has been like more of the like dominating force here. We have seen some interesting pushes, especially also towards the end of the second season with like 430Us and E50Ms just like pushing in, being supported by some autoloader batchets. But I guess many possibilities allow for a lot of creativity. We have also seen some BZ75, which I personally think is a bit of a boring tank. But that being said, I hope both teams are prepared because it looks like neither of the team wants to give up that match. Good start by Darkside. Good continuation by Ping. Who do you think will have the last say?
I think Darkside will, because I'm going to stick to my prediction. I was the only caster to predict Ping for this. Did I say Darkside? I meant Ping.
Yeah.
Ping is the only team that I'm the only one who predicted Ping to win. So I've got them for this game. I assume that you have Darkside, but I don't know. Have these games changed your opinion?
I mean, I think overall there is a lot of momentum coming now, having just one tour in a row. But I think Darkside has played enough to understand that this is not the end, right? They can still kind of maneuver themselves out of this not so nice situation on Studzianki. So I think with very little like newcomers in their team and this veteran mindset, they should be able to stand their ground. But in the end, the better tactic might win, and I hope it's not the BZ75.
Just as you brought it up, it looks like we're going to be seeing a lot of BZ75s. And just for the viewers at home, so you know, the MVY ability has been buffed recently. So previously, you would get 3% reload reduction on each shot that you penetrate, or each shot that you hit, I should say. And it would have to be on different tanks. So if you shoot the same one, it's the same flat reduction. But now it's 4%. So an additional 1%. And, you know, that's kind of counterintuitive because that makes you want to shoot different tanks. But in competitive, usually you want to focus the same tank. But starting out, we can see all these BZ75s are going to brawl in the middle. This is looking like it's going to be a full-out brawl. All the tanks are probably just going to be peeking, looking to focus.
But very good spotting plane. Like Trash Panda spotted, I think, one Centurion and all BZs. So that's definitely good information gain. Trash Panda also picking up a strike now that gives the information that they have an overmatch. So if Ping wants to, they will be able to just like push in, maybe pick up a gun. Chocorix needs 2 more BZ shots to withstand this initial brunt. He heals up a bit, but that's not enough, right? Like 650 alpha should make short work of this 1.1k, and there it is. Ping bleeding a lot in return, and I think the M5Ys were able to get those initial stacks, and now they have tons of DPM, putting their damage there in the sights of Like, in the sights of Miko, making sure Aquila stays out of the game. Adi should be the next one to fall. And Darkside now on 4k, 5k HP advantage. You can see the bar of Ping hasn't even disappeared because they continued losing and losing HP. Those M5Ys, they're getting more and more dangerous because the more shots they do without healing up, and they're both still full HP, so why would they decrease their DPM? They are very dangerous, more DPM. And 4 against 4, now 3 against 4, I think that match is pretty much over.
Yeah, it is. And one thing that I did like is the RHM, because he had that good plane, he was able to pick up the strike uncontested. Even though he wasn't in the fight, he still was from a range. He was able to drop that strike, and I believe he hit 4, maybe 5, but definitely 4. Which 400 damage on each of those, that's 1600 damage, which helps a lot, especially in those quick brawls. So Darkside was able to pick this up. They have won their 2nd match for the day and have a really good, strong start to their season in OLS.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff coming there also on the side of the decision making. You saw like they distributed themselves on all 3 sides of this kind of C-shaped ditch. So they decided that they will put 1 BZ there to kind of like as a bait to have something to push onto. Chocorix did at least 2 shots, but they had a Udis as an Inspire tank. They had the high DPM American hull down heavies, so very good combination of vehicles to receive this push. And I think well deserved to pick up the last round, even though they had a bit of a struggle on Studzianki.
Yeah, that's right. And at least Ping was able to put up a performance. Both teams won their map pick.
2000 damage with the Archie strike.
Yeah, so that means he hit 5. That is huge. And not only that, he was able to do 1,000, almost 1,700 just shooting. So even, like I said, not being in the fight, he was able to do more than 2 other tanks on his team.
Yeah, and as you could see, like all tanks from Darkside had perfect shooting and perfect penetration, aside from like this last shot here by Hellmine. So good stuff coming in. The BZs, they just don't have that much DPM to just eliminate multiple tanks immediately. They tried to collapse onto Chocorix, but he survived for quite a bit. And in the end, that was not enough. The DPM of the Yo tanks was eating them alive. Plus, they would have never been able to kind of like chase out the RHM. So I'm happy to see that we had a competitive match, and I hope we will have more of them. I think that's it for me for today. I will lead you to the highlights, and then we'll be back with a bunch of additional matches. I hope you're enjoying so far. Thanks to everyone tuning in. Thanks for AMD for sponsoring this, and we are back right after the break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the AMD OLS. And for the first time today, I'm going to be covering a match. And to be honest, I was already sat down here at the table last one because I was very much looking forward to it. Now, external, in between Yogurt and W, what are we about to see? What do you think?
I think this will be a domination from W. They will be W keying through Yogurt. So this is going to probably be a fast one, I would assume. But hopefully I'm wrong and Yogurt can put up a fight.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, with W, we have an absolute heavyweight coming into this one. I mean, OLS Season 2 winners in this match here against a team that's kind of the new kid on the block. They have a pretty cool logo, in my opinion. Who doesn't love strawberries? But is it going to carry them over the finish line? Who knows? We'll have to wait and find out. Once again, the lineup with the Mr. Man, Sophia. But all the faces are there, and at least Rachmedik looking very, very determined.
He does look very determined, and you know, I'm just trying to figure out who's that Pokemon for Sophia. I would really like to know, but yeah, this is a newish team, at least to OLS. They have been formed, played together for a few months now, but this is the first time in OLS. They had their first match today, where they lost 3-1 to Darkside, and W is a very established team, with Frugo being the FC. He won previously, I believe, on Mafia was his first team in OLS in the first season, and he was able to win with that team, and they won last season. So, not the first OLS, sorry, but Frugo has won a previous Onslaught tournament.
Yeah, he won one of those OLCs. Fun fact, he won it on EU and NA simultaneously. That's not going to be the case this time, simply because the rules make it so that you have to decide which one you want to play. And yeah, community predictions, kind of brutal. Then again, I mean, we have the previous OLS winner going up against Yogurt, albeit one might argue that, you know, with W taking it all, they did so with an absolute miracle run in the playoffs of OLS Season number 2, where, you know, from the lower bracket, they emerged like a phoenix out of the ashes and then wiped the floor with everyone, in no small part due to Frugo's cooking with those double, triple, quadruple T57 heavy traps time and time again. I think that was something that we hadn't seen from W all season, so it was a good switch up for them, but is it going to carry them here? We'll see. A player that has been carrying, though, Jakifa of Fabian. Stats from the previous season there. He's more like the support kind of role.
Yeah, now that Baby is back, Baby should be the main damage dealer. He had a little vacation in Cashback, what team everyone had anticipated would win last season. And just like you said, W had an insane performance. Cinderella story. They won 2 tiebreakers in the lower bracket versus Mafia and Hit and Run, I believe, and then went on to win the finals versus Cashback. So just absolute standout performance. And now the team should even be stronger with Mentos and Baby back on the team. And as we can see now, picks and bans, Yogurt picked Westfield to start on, which is a heavy brawly map, very fast played. So maybe they just want that comfort of just, you know, deciding the game quickly. Then W's picked to start on Cliff, and the tiebreaker will be Pilsen.
Yeah, indeed. And that is kind of interesting to see that both teams are picking in-your-face maps, essentially. Like Westfield, yes, you can play slow, you can play outside, but a lot of teams start running into the issue where essentially they miss on those crucial timings when it comes to the resets. And I mean, Cliff, an all-time classic. It is just the map that's being played when you really want to test the personal skills, because there, yes, FC calls and reactions towards what the opposing team is doing can be very important, but, you know, Cliff, I think, together with Himmelsdorf, those two maps together are just about taking good engagements as a player individually and also making your shots count. And here we have the predictions coming in for this game, and I think they kind of mirror what we've all been saying so far, and also with the community predictions. Both you and I going with the quick 3-0, and Ducky and Phil giving sort of the consolation point towards Yogurt 3-1, but still that wouldn't mean anything for them, because with a 3-0 or a 3-1, either way, you're not going to take home any points.
That's right. It would have to at least go to the tiebreaker for any points, and those points are crucial, especially for teams that are, you know, predicted to finish kind of like 7th and 8th, because those points could matter a lot for relegation. It could be a fight for that, so, you know, going to even just tiebreaker could make a big difference at the end of the season.
Yeah, I think for Yogurt especially, it would already be like kind of goal achieved if they make it in towards phase 2, whereas obviously for W coming as the reigning champions into this one, they are not looking at phase 2, they're looking at least at the playoffs. That is the target they probably set for themselves. That all being said and done, though, I think it's just about time to hop into game number 1 here in between Yogurt and W. And Yogurt, to their own pick of Westfield, they're, what seems at least, so far they're not bringing any light tanks. It is going to be triple BZ, triple T57, and the Santee-X.
That's right, and W has 1 BZ, an IS-7, Foshby, 2 STRVs, an EBR, and an RHM. So already seeing this lineup means that W is going to be playing the offside. Double STRV is very interesting. I don't think we've ever seen that on this map in OLS. And one thing to point out for W, Frugo is not playing. Frugo is the FC, the one that we spoke about earlier. And I messaged him. He said he is sick currently, under the weather, so hopefully he gets better. But here we go, starting off into this match. And one serve is going... actually, both serves are going to be playing in E1 for W.
Yeah, so let's see how this one plays out, as obviously with no light tank on the Yogurt lineup, that means they're not going to be able to plane those STRVs, and already LeVay taking a shot here. But as it unfolds, the plan for W becomes apparent for the team of Yogurt that are now on the cap, but obviously both of those strikes and towers being taken on the outside, they're going to be able to mitigate cap pressure. Also taking a look at W's lineup, who have bled quite a bit on that BZ, but he has made it across. They do not have any mediums with the baby strikes, so they'll need to make the resets with the big ones count.
That's right, and another thing to point out is that Yogurt was up 5k just a few seconds ago, so this is a lot of HP they need to make a play with if they want to finish out this game. But these Sturves are just going to be ruthless. They are pumping out damage. 1 tank already gone for Yogurt, and the HP has equalized.
The HP indeed equalized, 1 kill already for W, but Yogurt able to equalize that one as well. However, now the double STRV are just gonna come in clutch, as Quick in that BZ75 also gets picked up, and those STRVs, they're just a menace. They're not spotted. You can see the boosted alpha hitting those T57s like a truck, and yes, Mentos will probably get found by that T57 heavy tank of Liquor, but maybe not even, because he's still on 1800, still holding strong, and that double STRV is just the undoing of Yogurt.
Absolutely, and what a perfect and fun game that is, and to be in that Sturve, just sitting there unspotted, no light tank, able to just pump out damage, and the tanks just drive over the ridge. I think everyone would want to be in that Sturve for this game, and it is absolutely going to be W's game to start this series off, looking good. And it was a cooking strat. I mean, W could have just played standard, gone the fight, but they decided to do something a little interesting and set the tone for this series.
Yeah, indeed, and it does come to show that W is not afraid to do what they've been doing in towards OLS Season 2. Absolutely, it was a strat with cooking, and this meal was served very, very ice cold. It absolutely delivered almost a hard counter towards what Yogurt was doing, and even without Frugo, W seemed to be able to execute at this point in time. And also keep in mind that, you know, strats like these, they might not work against other teams that have been rated like, let's say, 1.5 to 3.5 in the captain's ranking, but the season being as long as it is, using strats like these now, where you're, you know, like, not sure if it's gonna work, but here it does, it means you're not showing any of the actual strategies that you want to save for later. And here you can see, yeah, Baby and Jakufa just, you know, farmer's delight.
Absolutely. Oh, both of them about 6K, penning all their shots. That, like I said, it's a fun game to be in that stirb. And the light tanks as well did more damage than most of the tanks from Yogurt. So even those light tanks had a lot of impact in this game.
I mean, keep in mind the light tanks with the additional, basically, responsibility of getting those strikes. And those strikes, they do damage, mind you. There were no alpha reduction TDs on the team, so every single one of those strikes is going to hit a tank for 400. Let's assume you hit 3. That's already 1,200 damage that you dealt just like that. So good stuff from W coming into this first round. And now, I mean, for W, the problem is going to be like, hey, we just lost against, you know, W cooking. Are they going to keep doing that? Do we have to adjust? Or was that just, you know, to start the season on a little bit of a, you know, blink with the eye, and now they're going to play stunned? And for them, it's not going to get easier.
Absolutely not. And that's a scary way to start a series, when you go to just brawl middle and just get completely shut down, especially driving into 2 stirs that you have no information on. It's a tough way. Going into the next games, they're going to be a little scared what to anticipate. What is W going to do? They didn't play standard.
On the other hand, I mean, starting off like this, it's, I think, better than losing like a close match on player skill, because here you can just say, all right, well, let's go next. They beat us on tactic, right? Let's be realistic here. With our setup, there was nothing that we could have done to mitigate this. It just happened to be the counter strat to ours. So let's go next. Let's see what we can do. And I think that's what they will have to do, because in those best of 5s, that is just such a small match. That is so volatile. You can afford to lose a round, but 2 is already putting the opposing team on match points. So yeah, if Yogurt want to take anything from this, they better start now.
That's right. And as we can see, according to the captain's rating, W is anticipated, or at least other captains have rated that W will finish in approximately 3.5 place. That's the average. So most captains are assuming that W is going to be a top 4 contender, whereas Yogurt is 7th out of the 8 teams in OLS. So that would put them pretty low. Obviously, with all of our predictions, caster and community, W is heavily favored. So here we go into this next match. W is bringing 2 MVYs, Centurion, 2 Bliskovicas, a Foshbeat, and RHM. This is looking more standard, I'd say. What do you see from Yogurt?
Yeah, Yogurt, I mean, they're switching a little bit regarding the tanks, but they're not really switching the approach. No light tank, double BZ, quadruple MVY, and the Centax once again going without a light tank, whereas W playing a little more, let's say, flexible as to where they can go. But obviously those Briskovicas, they do want to get up close and personal, which is also where the MVYs do start to shine. So let's see. Interestingly enough, in between last season and this one, I don't really see that many differences in like tank picks, even though some role skills were adjusted and some tanks were also buffed and nerfed. So that doesn't seem to have too much of an impact, but maybe teams just don't want to reveal all of what they know quite yet. And of course, we do see Yogurt with that brawling lineup once again going up a side.
That's right. And W did have a plane, so they already have some early information. They've got on the radar, so now they see all 7 tanks. And on Yogurt's side, they don't really know where many tanks are. They're only going to know what they see. So they spotted a Foshby and a Bliska on the strike. That's going to give them some information that they can kind of hold the cap and play over middle. W needs to take this strike so that they can prevent the cap if that gets more pressure on there. Love already crossing over the A3. Going to get an angle of these MVYs. These MVYs are in a tough spot. They're going to have to run because they are getting angled out here. And that's Yogurt's opportunity to start peeking into them and look for these kills.
Indeed, and Tarksik is bearing the brunt of the damage, has to evacuate behind the house, but not before taking 1.5k down to 1k is he, and Ios still hasn't made that trip, so might take a lot of damage himself for that one. Nevermind does kind of get saved. A strike does connect on towards the tanks of Yogurt, but so far so good for them actually. They just need to stop bleeding now, because W have gotten the HP advantage, but they don't have any strikes. However, on the other side, Yogurt isn't paying any cap pressure, so this might enable the RHM of Glurf now to just drive around the map and start not hitting those MBYs from the back, and Liquor going down towards one shot here. Does the Porsche have one more shot? It does, as Liquor bites the dust, and this is going to sound the attack siren for Yogurt.
That's right. They're not seeing a way out of this. They've got to commit. I think there was an opportunity when W had used both strikes. They could have potentially played the cap, but that RHM behind is a pain in the rear. Yogurt saw no opportunity out. They're going to make this push, and they're down quite a bit of HP. W has their guns. They have coordination here. RHM is still alive. It's definitely going to be W's game here.
Yeah, indeed. It is quite messy in this brawl here in the middle of the map. However, the tanks of Yogurt just reduced to 2-0 have actually bled too much. Quick now going down towards a possible one-shot, and W on Westfield are doing exactly what their team name suggests. They're going to wipe the floor with Yogurt that all of a sudden are looking at 2 match points.
That's right. And on Yogurt's map pick, just had insult to injury. On this game, like I said, I think Yogurt maybe had an opportunity to go back to the cap. W used both strikes at the same time. There was another minute or so on the strikes before they got them back. There could have been a small opportunity, but it's not a good position when the RHM gets behind you and there's a Centurion holding the other side. It's just all around a hard game for Yogurt.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of what I was talking about with the timings of the team that goes outside. And you could see the RHM immediately took the entirety of the map, took all the crossfire positions, and that is probably where Yogurt realized, hey, a slow cap play at this point in time is not going to work anymore. And you can see Clerf there with 5k damage. Of course, some of that is going to be down to strike damage as well, but yeah. This time, Clerf really does step up for his team. You can see the Bliskas kind of with an impact, but the majority of the damage obviously down towards Itox, who had a perfect kind of game, you know, just the very, very squishy tanks of the BZ, the MBYs driving into him, and he can just stand there and focus on the point-and-click adventure that presents itself to him at that point.
That's right. MVYs didn't do as much as, you know, I'm sure they would have hoped. And one thing I'm sure a lot of other teams in OLS are noticing from this is W is playing a lot of map control. They're not really looking for these fights. They're saying we're more comfortable in control, just taking the map from you and slowly, you know, winning this game. So W is looking pretty comfortable, and they're well executed, slow tactics. So, you know, I think that's something to notice for the other OLS teams.
Yeah, and I think that is also kind of a step up from, or by W rather, towards what we saw last season from them. Because last season they were kind of this all-in or nothing team, cooking with a lot of strats, but really they weren't ever looking for that long-term engagement plan. But it seems like now they have made that step up and are basically looking to control what are perceived as weaker teams. For example, like Yogurt, they're not afraid to play this kind of control. And that is what kind of made them vulnerable last season. And they have made that evolutionary step, at least as to what we can see right now. Westfield been played, we're going to be heading into Cliff, and that is obviously a different kind of cupcake compared to Westfield, where it's a lot more about individual calls. And this is especially where the FCs are going to be important. And you outlined earlier, W today is missing theirs.
That's right. You know, he could still be leading or assisting from the sidelines, and surely these are his strats. Frugo is notoriously known for the amount of time that he spends preparing strategies, rewatching games, studying positions. It's really a full-time job for a lot of these players. They take this very seriously. So
I mean, Westfield 1, if anything, had Frugo written all over it with that double STRV. Let's see what we're gonna get on Cliff. How do you think the changes to tanks are gonna be impacting the meta here, or does it really not matter on a map like Cliff?
So the Batchat ability was nerfed, correct? So I think that it's possible teams may go back to using E50Ms, but Batchats are still strong. I mean, it's 1,950 damage in your clip. That's a lot of damage to get out pretty quickly. We're seeing potentially a Grill. Grill's an interesting choice. The ability hasn't been touched, but it's still good. The 268 ability was a touch, so that could also be a strong tank in some games. I haven't seen teams use it yet, but maybe further in the season we will. Looks like Yogurt is bringing 3 50Ms, a CS, double 50B, and a Hurricane.
And on W, we see the aforementioned Grilla together with double Batchat, 1 T57, 1 BZ, 160 TP, and once again the T100 being brought out that obviously has the lower profile. That is very, very important when crossing kind of the gap in the middle of the map on up towards the hill as we see the initial splits. Both of those T50Bs are going to be pushed into position by double CS, and obviously the T57 on the lower side would not make it against 4 tanks, but he stopped. He's trying to aim up. He's trying to support Mentos here, who doesn't take any shots, so the low profile T100 immediately paying off. However, how much damage is he actually going to take? Because those 50Bs are in position here, but Mentos does get unspotted at this point in time, but that was a lot of damage actually that he took. So if any opposing tank were to come up on towards the hill, he'd be in big problems. Now, however, double Batchat on the flank, IOS and iTox.
That's right, and making up the hill is the most important thing. Doesn't really matter how much damage he takes, right? Like, getting up is what every team wants. So it sucks to take that damage, but they did make it up. Yogurt realizes they need to make a play. They can't give both the hill and behind. They see these Batchats flanking, and they're going to try to probably go push these Batchats, but anything they do in this situation is hard because of how much control W has.
Yeah, indeed, and that is a lot of open ground to cover up until the Batchats will be pressured. iTox is going to collapse the bomb by double a 50M and a 50B. Indeed, he does go down. Good ram coming out, but IOS is going to make it out, and the 50B of Quick is down towards a one-shot. In the meantime, Yogurt have also made a play in the middle. The second kill actually going their way, so it's 7 versus 5, but 2 one-shots make that one as Liquor bites the dust, and now that 60 TB in the middle of the map is going to be very problematic to engage, as Depressed is going to chase after IOS's Batchat. He is going to make some shots on the move, but IOS is now going to go behind Stone, where he'll probably be able to reload, and Humble in the middle pays for that with his life. The kills are equal.
That's right, they are equal, but this is looking strongly in W's favor. Depress is going to be able to get this kill on EOS on the Batchat over here behind this rock. Going to do a little bit of ring around the Rosie. EOS is able to reload. I think Depress should still have this, though. It's 391 if he has just 1 damage more than his high roll, and he's got a strike to assist, so he definitely should have that, but it's not looking good for Yogurt.
Indeed, it's not looking good for Yogurt. Finally, the Gorilla has joined the fray as well, and with a shutdown on towards Quick, that makes only 3 tanks on very, very low HP here in the middle make that 2, as Mindbreaker falls as well. And now it is all W key for that exact team as they shut down Romedic and Lovey too. All of a sudden, it's only Depressed left, not only in this round, but in this match where W are going to come out with the first clean sweep of the season.
That's right, and that is leaving a sour taste in Yogurt's mouth after this game. 3-0 is never fun to experience, and I think that it could have helped if they had a light tank. A lot of these games, they looked kind of surprised with the strategy that W was doing. So, you know, it kind of hurts not having a light tank sometimes.
Yeah, they were definitely missing crucial information in, I would say, all of those games, especially the first one is, I think, the prime example of what just happened. They clearly had a plan for an execution, but not having the information, and on the other side, W playing with 1, playing with 2 light tanks even, were just able to absolutely capitalize on that one. And yeah, from there on out, I think clean and also deserved 3-0. There was kind of a tier difference visible in between those teams, and yeah, no one really with bad standings here from the team of W. Obviously, the BZ is not meant to be a prime damage dealer. The gun is kind of iffy, the pen is kind of meh, and the DPM is, well, horrible. So he still did what he was meant to. He did put on some shots in the middle of the map, and then he just tanked whatever was coming his way. And on the other side, I think it's fair to say in this last round of Cliff that W were doing an extremely good job of forcing Yogurt into positions where they had to make decisions, but all they had available to them were bad decisions.
That's right. Going donut with a lot, thinking we're going to fight anything we see here, and seeing nothing is never a fun position to be in, because then you have to push back into middle typically, and losing a lot of health to do that. So yeah, it was not a close game, just as we kind of anticipated. W is a very well-established and experienced team, so hats off to them. But that was, you know, what we could expect. W showed a strong performance so far to the start of the season. And Yogurt at least shows they have some capability. It's their first season, so we'll have to see how they start performing in the future.
I mean, for them, it's also about, you know, really getting the experience of what it's like to play in OLS, because obviously W are going to be well versed in this, but for Yogurt, not so much, and maybe this is going to help them further on in the season to maybe make it to Phase 2. And as soon as you make it to Phase 2, right, we had some really crazy setups last round, or last season, where it wasn't clear who was going to make it to Finals up until the last stream, so who knows what can happen. But what we just saw was a very, very decisive 3-0 victory, and just as quick as that was, we are going to go to the replays, and after that, we're going to be back with more action. See you then.
I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to match number 5 of this Super Sunday in the AMD OLS. And I think, Ducky, we couldn't have picked a better time, because up and coming is quite the banger of a match. Hit versus Cashback.
Finally figured out why we're doing Super Sundays, actually. This way Kian can avoid me for at least 4 matches. He's starting to get more intelligent with it. But yeah, it's going to be a banger. Cashback versus Hit and Run. Cashback kind of the team with the transfer cinema going on, to be honest. First they add Mentos, then they kick Mentos, then they add Brainbreaker, while kicking Baby. You know, it's a good old switcheroo.
Yeah, I mean, good old switcheroo, and whenever you're doing player changes, you obviously hope to improve your team. I mean, sometimes that's the case, sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes there are other problems, and you always have to try and improve. And that is also what HIT did after basically losing Mentos. They did respond with player changes of their own, but all of this is basically shenanigans that happen in between seasons. However, what actually counts is what we're going to see today, and that is going to be both teams playing.
Honestly, though, I don't know if the Hit and Run team got better by removing Mentos, you know? Like, Mentos left, and it's hard to replace Mentos.
It is hard to replace him, but it is up to the teams to figure something out. And here we see a Cashback finally with a full roster of 9 players again. And yeah, Brainbreaker losing that one for the team of W, it might have been a problem.
I asked, and apparently he was pretty, important to the team. He liked to argue with Frugo as well, to keep him in check. So let's see what he can bring to Cashback, though. Like, that's the good thing for them being the top Ukrainian team, is they get the pick of the litter about who they want and who do they want to add, and they've settled on we want Brainbreaker, and they get Brainbreaker, and you can't really blame him. Knowing that W won the season is one thing, but Cashback is in the long term the more consistent team.
Community predictions, kind of interesting, because Hit has 68%, whereas Cashback only has 32%, but that might actually be switched around. That would be more in line with what we would be expecting. But to be honest, Hit is a team that in their own right have proven time and time again that they are to be counted with. Now, Hit historically also has been a team that always grows throughout the tournaments, and their performances in the early stages of, let's say, Wot 7s, OLCs, also obviously if we go to 15v15 Clan Showdown, they've not been the best throughout the early stages. However, whenever it came to, the latter stages, they have been there more times than not.
Sure. Who did you predict for?
I think I went with Cashback, 3-1 or something like that.
Copying homework. What? Gihan copying homework as per usual. Nothing.
But I think it's kind of a fair scoreline here, in between Hit and Cashback, because for me, in my mind, Cashback is kind of the safe bet throughout both Season 1 and 2. They've been very, very stable. They've been racking up points. I think both times they ended up actually being top 1 of the regular season. Whereas for Hit, it sometimes has been a struggle, especially during Phase 1. We remember back to the Solyanka/Darkside during Season 1 and 2, where they gave away matches during the first phase. But yeah, here he is, the GOAT. You just saw him, all the GOAT emojis probably in chat right now, Barbarian. He's been stand out for Cashback, and now we are going to have a set of maps with the new addition to the pool immediately. Gonna start off the map.
Yeah, very popular map though, apparently, between the teams. Immediately again in this matchup, we've seen it so far. Did we see it every time almost?
I think almost every
except
time.
For the last
not
one.
In the last game. Yeah, but like the last one was over so quickly. I mean, there was not a lot of maps to see. We're going to go in towards Westfield, which we also saw just now, and then Tiebreaker, obviously Pilsen. But yeah, after all of this, I mean, it's going to be. Yeah, I think it's not a bad thing that we're going to be seeing Sandrift River so often today, because it also gives us something to talk about as to how the teams actually approach this map.
Wow, Phil with the curveball, huh? Trying to get ahead in the prediction game. Crazy.
He's trying to be special.
He doesn't have to try. Neither do you.
Why'd you go for a type? No, that was external. Never mind. I can't ask him right now. So I guess both of us are going with the 3-1. Kind of the safe bet, in my opinion.
Look, dude, they're gonna say that I'm an Angel hater, but Hit and Run grows in a season. Normally, like every start of the season has been bad for them, in my opinion. They get better as it goes on. They always lose against Darkside to start with, right? And I also still think that losing Mentos might be a big thing. Maybe I'm overvaluing him, but let's see. He saved them. He put them into China.
Indeed.
He saved them in the 15v15 tournament as well. Not this one, but the one before. Like,
so you're saying that the one that they didn't win, he saved them, and the one that they won, he didn't save them. That is.
Or the one before that, where he jumped over the rails.
But yeah, let's see. I think it's going to be kind of a vibe check as well for both of those teams coming into this one. Hit and run, fairly heavy lineup to be honest. Double IS7, double MBY, Ascent AX, Franek bringing out the K91. All right, and we do have an RHM Panzerwagen.
Cashback in return, double BZ, an IS7, triple Mivi, and an AXA as the external. And then I don't know if you heard it in the beginning as well.
I did not.
What happens on Sand River if teams start bringing like heavier lineups against these weaker ones?
It becomes like the game of the team with the lighter lineup. Like they need to somehow crack it open because obviously the team with the heavier one, they're not really going to be moving that much. And I think Hit, they need to figure out what exactly Cashback has brought here. Already the plane with good information for tanks. That means a second plane is available for Monster should he choose that. Monster on the light tank as well. That's very interesting.
Big shoes to fill.
Normally you would expect like Ketzai on it. Aka and DJ trading shots here. Aka has to burn his repair kit, but he is
They're just doing a cap shot block. They're doing a block the cap. Cap, and at the same time block the strike so they can't reset strategy. It's an interesting one here for Cashback. We're going to see how that one plays out. DJ might want to commit into that strike, but Aka will just fight him for it. Liberty destroying the buildings behind as well, making it so DJ can't take it. Little took the middle one, leaving only the strike in the south as one open for contention. That leaves Tisek with the unholy decision of Piotr, do I commit into this? Like, do you want me to commit onto the cap? And he'll be like, yeah, you have to, Tisek, which then will probably lead into a repush of some sorts, you would imagine, on towards his position by the two guys in the cap who spot him out now. So now it's on Cashback to react off of this.
Indeed, and the base capture has been blocked, but now you see Little from the backlines is able to put shot after shot into Tsek, who still has to peak that double BZ75 if he wants to get resets. That would be 14 or even 1500 alpha into his face. The first shot does connect. He's down to 1600. You can see from the from the middle, it is Little destroying the houses, so he's going to have side shots down towards 590 for Tsek, and this very, very early cap strategy really netting Cashback the benefit of the first kill.
Yeah, good stuff from Cashback. Really well thought out strategy. They're now starting to boost towards the K-line as well. They might even abandon the cap. It does look like they're not going to go for that. They realize they're getting pushed in the north. Liberty already trying to back away to a safer position. Piotr and Panther Fury now in trouble. Franek starting to make his way out in that K91, but these Mivis are going to get overrun here. They will be able to do quite a lot of damage from the position that they're in, but it's going to be guns out of the game. In return, Little getting punished quite heavily as well, but you know, that Mivi in the middle is pretty safe. Panther Fury now getting chased down by Squeezy, and I said we'll find another pretty easy kill. Liberty is even going to beat Ketzai in the one-on-one, and what a brilliant opening here from Cashback, really locking down any opportunity for Hit and Run to get in this battle, shutting them down, and what a start coming out from the Ukrainian team from Cashback. Beautiful stuff.
Absolutely, they're reading Hit and Run like a book here currently, as Liberty is probably, oh no, does get rammed to death by the RHM, but it's not gonna matter with 6 tanks alive for Cashback here. They do have all the options on the table. Do we cap? Do we kill? It doesn't matter. We are going to take down round number 1. And what we suspected kind of before the match even started is shaping up to be a very real possibility. Hit and Run kind of with a slow start here, completely getting taken aback by what Cashback is doing.
Oh, it was just really good across the map. It was actually very, very, very good. Double BC onto the cap. Taking the strike in the middle, blocking the north strike, preventing the south strike as well. And, you know, this initial pressure, Hit and Run also spread across the map. They don't have anything that can reset.
Yeah. That a single option for Cashback that was left on the table by Hit and Run completely getting exploited. And it's kind of interesting to see the differences between how teams approach it. We saw it in the previous match. There were lineups without a light tank. But it kind of felt like those lineups weren't immediately generating the pressure that Cashback was able to put down here with this cap play where, you know, you had to commit T-Sec in towards the cap to even stall that one for a few seconds, but, you know, the i7 just completely gets obliterated, and after that, you're only left with bad decisions for the team of Hit that then have to push the north with squishy tanks into positions that are well set up by Cashback, and all the meanwhile, Cashback just take the entire south, take 2, take 3 kills over there, and the K91 DPM, yes, it is good, but it is not good to make up for such a disadvantage.
It was a really good start, to be honest. Like, really, really, really good. Very solid start. Beautiful round from Cashback. Seems like they have had plenty of practice on Sand River.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see here, I mean, Liberty, he was the only one dead on the team of Cashback, but he had top damage as well for himself. Could have done a little bit more if he didn't ram himself to death on towards the RHM, but in the end, it didn't matter. Maybe a speck on the white west of Cashback here so far, but yeah, we do see the K91 was able to have an impact, but that impact only started really making a dent when realistically the game had been decided, right? When Cashback already knew, all right, we just have to commit on this double MVY and then we win the game off of it. Doesn't matter if there's some pesky Soviet mediums stinging us in the back from time to time. And completely the correct assessment. So after this first round, Cashback are ahead. However, they're not on match point yet. So we'll have to wait and see for the results of round number 2, which is obviously soon to be upon us.
It was just again, it's just a really beautiful round from Cashback. It's like when it plays out like this, it's beautiful. You know, they got everything covered. And once you see what they're doing, it all just makes sense. You know, blocking everything at the same time, playing control over the map. Just really, really nice stuff. Curious to see what we're gonna get from them on the defensive side. And so far, Kian, even starting to look a little bit like the East is the worst side, because every team that we're watching from the West is somehow in a dominating position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the fact that the dunes are shaped better for the Eastern team on Sand River in the South, normally you would expect that the Southern team basically takes free control, but the fact remains as well that there are points of interest scattered around the map that maybe make the South not so valuable after all. So we'll have to obviously wait and see how it all turns out throughout the season. We'll be collecting all the stats as well. But yeah, here, captain's rating, I think that is probably the lowest that we're going to get. Adding both together, it is still less than what, for example, W has. It is, or slightly more actually. It is 3.6 combined. But yeah, Cashback is obviously a prime contender here for the spot number 1.
Sure. Second round about to get underway between these two, and so far, what are we looking at? Okay, hidden, those are swapped, but anyways, Cashback.
Swapped colors, yes.
Yeah, Cashback with an EBR, an AX, double T57, and triple Mivy.
That is, yeah, interesting, but even more interesting is what Hit and Run has with the triple E50M, double MVY, an UDES and an RHM. So yeah, the UDES obviously with the same ability as the Sente X, but the gun is far from being as good.
Which lineup do you like more?
So normally I would say the lineup of the triple E50M, just because the T57, I'm not that big of a fan of it on Sand River. Just because like the ranges of engagement are large, and yes, you can mitigate a little bit with the ability, but still you're slow most of the time. Liberty though taking a big shot, however retaliation is there on towards Monster, who goes down towards 1600, and obviously damage on the light tanks is always extremely important.
Yeah, triple Mivy in the south though, about to get blasted by triple E50M and a Mivy as well, so there's a bit of trouble here for the side of Cashback, that they're about to get overrun, I think, by the guns, and an UDES joining as well, and they're not quite ready to deal with this. The AX is only just now starting to arrive on that K-line, and Hit and Run could just literally do their name. A quick hit and a run after.
Yeah, let's see what exactly they are going to do here. They obviously don't have any autoloaders yet, so they're not going to be quick bursting through those MVYs. However, they do have that triple 50M with X marks the spot. The funny button I said trying to evacuate is going to make it out on a slither of HP. DJ already down towards one shot as well, and Cashback, they do lose one. They're not able to get the second one right now, as it seems, and those E50Ms, the longer the fight goes, the better it's going to be for them, as the second Cashback tank falls, and Twilight probably not long for this world. 3-0 in the kill department.
Yeah, that was rough. They lacked the info there to play off of, and the hit and run is now the one with the beautiful read on Cashback. You know, they find that quick engagement, that quick push off of the back of Monster, sticking that information tower in the beginning of the game, right? They do see the split, and they realize that they can do the things that they wanted rather easily. And they do go for it, they do execute it. Sure, they have a few low HP tanks, but everybody's alive.
Indeed, everyone's alive and everyone's able to contribute with their abilities. They don't have anyone with a group heal, so they can't really take any of the tanks out of like the problematic HP zone, quote unquote. But yeah, 4 tanks only available, with Liberty taking another shot of damage. Monster taking 2 in return. Once again, though, needs to be very, very careful. Maybe they're going to send Ketsai with that Udas to chase down the pesky EBR. But as it stands right now, Hit and Run also with 2000 HP advantage. Roughly, they can sit back a little bit and wait for what exactly Cashback are going to do. Information tower gets taken but not used, and that kind of limits the options available to Monster right now. A second information tower even taken, but as it stands, Cashback needs to make up for the disadvantage in tanks that they have, as actually Squeezy gets caught out in the open, and that E50 DPM is very, very crazy when he really gets to use his shots. He does end up getting punished here now, but Squeezy, those autoloaders, they don't want to lose HP. They want to keep them for the engagements, just as I say that Barbarian losing another few of his HP.
Man, they're just in pretty bad positions across the board. Or Squeezy now starting to get blasted by the strikes as well, down towards the one shot, getting shot by Ketsai from behind in that Udas, getting killed by Ketsai from behind, even in that Udas. And, you know, it's good to see. Both these teams having a good read on the other, and I don't know if Cashback anticipated somebody going on the information tower and just sticking it like Monster did, because Little was like half a second away from resetting it, and if he resets it, lack of information would be a real thing.
But as it stands, this half of a second might have been the difference maker in this matchup, as still Hit and Run up a considerable amount of HP, with also the T57 gone. That's another asset removed from the toolkit that Cashback have this round, and to be honest, that toolkit is not looking good anymore. 3 tanks remaining here, and Cashback, they're looking for some kind of opening, but obviously Hit and Run are going to keep their cards close to their chest. They see that there might be something happening in the south, and immediately T-Sec on the lower HP with the worst turret is going to drive back a little bit. DJ getting spotted out, so he's probably going to relay the information to his fellow teammates that, hey, I think the EBR might be just around here.
The Senti X is coming back towards the K line. He'll probably end up repushing it. Liberty probably looking for a cheeky shot against the Mivy, trying to find some angle that he could possibly pen. He will not be finding it right now. Another airstrike being taken, and Little is going to bleed quite heavily for this when he starts his approach without any strikes or anything else available. Ketsai retake ignored. That's another strike. Monster now going to go for the information tower, I guess, as well. So soon they will know everything there is to know, and Little will try to beat this timing as well by pushing up, but first shot actually missing by T-Sec. Liberty now coming in, wants to probably make a peek. The first strike coming out on towards Barbarian. Little on the Liberty on the outside, Little on the front. Panther Fury getting spotted out. The EBR dodging some shots. Little coming in, immediately taking a 1-2-3 to the face as well. Liberty with the finish. Now the Mivy coming in with a shot as well on DJ. Little will find the kill, more likely than not. He will not miss this. Good stuff there from Cashback, but very, very costly.
Very costly indeed. The Senti X down towards less than 1k. The strike as well, forcing Liberty off the strike that he could have taken. He is going to go back towards it, but Call Me Piotr already has arrived, and he does miss his shot, so he's going to take 2 for 0. Slight misplay coming there from one of the 2 people in the world with the 3-mark Golden Fist, but that obviously doesn't save you from not hitting your shots.
And now Barbarian getting pushed by Katsai, though, will make his full clip out of this, and he is going to clip out fully, so 1600, leaving Katsai on 1300. Katsai finds the kill. Still a lot of things to do here before Cashback can make this miracle happen. Liberty, though, with the outplay of Piotr, can he find the shot as well? Another good play, Monster spotted out. Do they still have the strike, though, to kill that RHM, or did they already use it? No, he dies as well. Troublesome times, he gets spotted out, he takes a shot from Little. Gets strike down, Panzer Fury, now the next one on the chopping board. A little bit of Cashback magic starting to come into effect here. 7 times we're alive, I think, 4 hit and run versus only 3 of Cashback. And Little's now going to peek Panzer Fury. He makes the shot, neither of them missing. Franek does find it, though, drops in towards a one-shot. Very important there. But the Liberty has 3 minutes, Kihan, to be the most annoying person in the world.
Indeed. Somehow Cashback are staring at the abyss of a match point, and they're saying, no, we're not going to give that one over towards Hit and Run. They still have Hit and Run that is obviously more HP in this, and with Katsai, they can very much force the agenda here. They can very much force the issue. Now the question is, Liberty, he probably has low noise exhaust, so he is going to make it over, and the Centurion evacuating towards E1 as well. They're not going to give any freebies over towards Hit and Run as Franek takes the artillery strike in the middle of the map with that E50M. So Little in that Cent AX cannot get spotted. This means that, ooh, good shot coming out from Liberty. He takes 1 in return, but 2 in towards Franek, who is now 1 shot, cannot peek anymore. The Cent AX, the whereabouts known as well. And Katsai indeed does pick it up, making it a 2 versus 1 situation for the team of Hit and Run once again. And the EBR takes another shot of damage. The pen that he has simply not enough. I think he just bounced one on the lower plate of that E50M. And yes, Hit and Run, they did struggle, but in the end, they do also bring it home, making it a 1-1 scoreline. But that was a lot more difficult, I think, Darky, than it needed to have been.
Yeah, I think even that for once, Liberty got proxy spotted by the E50, I'm not sure. And then got a little stuck or something, wanted to peek the E50M because that was tough there. If Little decided to run slightly earlier, maybe they would have been able to do something there. Or if Liberty was able to make that peak without losing that shot of HP there, you know, giving him some room to play with. But it should never come this close, Gihand.
Absolutely not. I mean, when you're looking at a 7-3 scoreline, normally the way that it works in Onslaught and in any kind of 7v7 game mode is the 7 tanks are supposed to snowball completely out of control. But instead, that's what kind of happened with Barbarian 5.7k. I was doubting the T57 on Sand River, and I still do, but he had a great game, albeit not being able to carry his team over the finish line. And, you know, as grim as the first round looked here for Hit and Run, they do end up with the opening giving themselves such an advantage that it became almost unthrowable, and they do rocket home in the end.
But the fact that they let it get it this close, I mean, one more, like a one miss there from Franek, and Little is like 500 HP, and then he can actually face the Udas for a few shots. It's worrying, Key. That was worrying, but they do win it. That's the most important part.
Yeah, I think if they lost such a round, that would be like an absolute deal breaker. That would completely break the mood. But here you're like, all right, guys, crisis averted. It's 1-1. We can reset. We can play again. And for Cashback, they, despite losing that last round, they probably have a cheeky smile on their face. Like, yeah, we were never meant to win this. We got it close. All right, let's go Westfield.
Now, Westfield, we saw some cooking from W, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing the same kind of double STRV.
I think both of those teams kind of watched that game and they were like, yeah, all right, classic W being W. We have our own stuff prepared. Don't worry about it.
Would have been cool to imagine the highlight reel if they actually won that, though.
That would be absolutely insane. But yeah, Westfield, I think, is also kind of one of those maps where the variability of tactics that you can employ is actually quite vast, right? There is the possibility of just committing all cap. There is the possibility of playing outside. There is the possibility for anything in between. So you can't ever be sure what exactly the opposing team is playing until you see all tanks. And we did earlier today see how detrimental it can be to be lacking the information. So personally, I don't really expect anyone to be without light tank, but Hit and Run are going to prove me wrong with that one, at least with the tanks that they have selected right now. They have a Leopard 1, never mind that, a CS63, they have quadruple MVY and double BZ, so they're looking for a brawl.
Cashback in return though, triple T57, double BAT, a Foch B and an RHM. They will have the info, but how do T57s engage against Mivis properly?
Well, they kind of have to push up and over and clip someone out, but then, you know, like the ability of the T57 works in a way where you're really quick to clip out and you're poised to do a lot of damage because you're going to be aimed very well, but after that, you have to wait until you reload. There is no accelerating this. They don't even have an Inspire Medium at their disposal. And now good plane coming out from Liberty here. One of the best light tank players in the world immediately sees all 7 full info available for Cashback.
Now what do they do with this? They go for the mid strike immediately. Etsai is blocking one of them though. I mean, Hit and Run will know about the 57s now though, Kian. So they will know that if the 57s are forced to push back in, it's going to be pretty good for them, because 57 doesn't really brawl Miffy super well, you know, needs to get up close and personal to be able to hit those weak spots, so not ideal.
Not ideal indeed. Squeezy now taking the airstrike, and that's going to be important moving forward just to kind of alleviate that cap pressure a little bit that Hit and Run could employ, but they're instead going to immediately book it down. Triple MVY together with the BZ75, hoping to catch Cashback off guard, but this is actually where the T57s kind of strive, when the opponents are driving in towards them, and they do have a Foch B to boot. T-Sec immediately blowing up. Icehead's going to be the focus for Cashback here, but so far so good. He does make it around the corner, gets tracked, gets held, gets killed as well. 1 kill, all even.
Yeah, Barbarian struggling there a little bit in the Foch B to get the full clip out. Been holding on to those 3 shots for a while. Liberty in the meantime sneaking in to try and get that strike out of the middle as well. Can he take it? It does look to be the case. Panzer Fury dead. In the meantime, that bat shot has been chased away, but they haven't found much on that A-line whatsoever. This hit and run surprise tactic hasn't been what they hoped for, as now Squeezy coming in with that bat shot from the south, coming off of a full reload monster. The team captain there realizing that he's getting clipped out. He'll do one more shot, I guess, in this game. Another strike coming in, and 3 tanks left standing for Hit and Run, who tried to push into T57 heavies.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that was off of the fact that they realized map control was lost. They had to do something. They didn't think they could pull off the cap, and so the full-on assault on towards the tanks in the middle was it, but it ended up not being it, actually, as pushing into a Foch B and 3 T57s is always going to be costly, and the MVYs, as soon as they leave their hold-down positions, they are kind of squishy. The T57 actually kind of annoying to play here on Westfield because there are so many fences, a little bit like, you know, Morovanka in that regard, but just by forcing Hit and Run to push into them, Cashback end up making them work out beautifully, and the T57s actually have enough HP as a pack to survive, at least with, like, let's say 2 out of the 3 to get off second clips. All the while the Foch B is there like, oh, click, 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 damage, damage, damage. So yeah, once again, good stuff by Cashback, forcing Hit into something that was very unlikely to succeed to begin with.
I mean, you know, 57's pushing into you, good for Mivis. But you pushing into 57 heavies and making them super useful, not a good idea.
Yeah, indeed. And we did see basically a full autoloader setup coming out from Cashback here, and they end up making those guns sing. And we see T-Sec, the first one, getting clipped out. Apparently had the big gun even with that MVY, but it didn't end up mattering because the explosive, like, clip potential that the team of Cashback had with 6 autoloaders available, plus you have to add on top of that basically the RHM possibly, or the Batchat with the strike. That is just going to add more damage to this initial burst And if that one is too detrimental, then with the single shooters, as great as they are, you're not going to be able to make up the effective DPM in such a fight.
You can't do much when two of your Mivis are basically just getting exploded by T-57 heavies almost instantly. I understand hit and run attempt, but it's still better, I think, to bait the strikes out first before doing so. At least, also this A-line push, you get why you're doing it. You're trying to eliminate some crossfire, but those two things are just chasing into nothing.
Yeah. So good for Cashback here. Once again, putting themselves up around in this best of 5, and this means that now we are on match point, and for a hit and run, they need to get the next round. Otherwise, they would be walking home empty-handed today, at least in this first match for both of them. So far, I think Cashback has been looking like the better team by a long shot, to be honest. Like the 2 rounds that they won convincingly, and the 1 round that Hit and Run won, they just won that off of a pretty big gamble in the second game of Sand River. So now it will be up to Hit and the boys from Poland to make something happen.
We hope they don't do that, because we predicted against them.
Yeah, I mean, of course, as well. But to be honest, I always predict for like what I think is going to be the most likely outcome of the game. And to be honest, if it goes like it has been, then Cashback are looking likely to pick up this 4th round here. Then again, Onslaught is extremely volatile in hit and run. We'll try to take full advantage with that, with kind of a weird tank pick, actually, for Westfield. And IS-4 is not something we usually see. Maybe DJ is still going to switch that one, together with a Sente X, W50M, K91, and double RHM.
Cashback in return, though. BZ, 100, Bat, Bliska, FushB, STRV, and EBR. That STRV will struggle.
Absolutely. Kind of a soft counter here with the double RHM, because they were kind of continuously going to be able to keep that STRV lit. And unlike before on Westfield, where we had 2 STRVs basically being able to hold down left mouse button and just farm the enemy, this time around, that's not going to be the case. If you get hit by, like, let's say 500 with APCR, you're going to be like, all right, that's an unspotted STRV. Good plane once again coming out. A lot of information available this time around, though, for the team of Hit and Run. Keep in mind, Cashback do not have a light tank with the plane ability.
Yeah, the issue here for Liberty is that he's playing against double RHM, though. Like, they can keep him playing for the next century if they want to. Little also doesn't know that they're playing double RHM, and I said is about to get dumped again by 50Ms by the looks of things. I mean, I said does put out 1, takes a shot at damage. Piotr and Panzer Fury, they're just going for it. Can they actually do something? The SRV is getting spotted out, and now they're committing in towards Iset, who's just facing the music with the Forge B, trying to block Panzer Fury even a little bit. He still has shells available. The Forge B is the ideal tank to receive this kind of push, though. He will make all 6. He'll make them stick as well, as they drop below half HP on most of them. He's going to try and make it out. It's not going to happen, but it took them a while to kill him, Kihan, all this while, though. In the meantime, Liberty already sneaking on towards the K-line, just sitting there, being a little bit of a nuisance. I don't know if they know about the secondary gem yet, but this trade was phenomenal for Cashback.
Absolutely, very good trade here, putting all those mediums on very low HP, and now you can see Cashback after this are going to transition into kind of a middle push here. They do find the IS-4 of DJ. The E100 is going to struggle a little bit with penning that, same for the BZ actually, as the Bliskowitz and the Batchet have to be pulled. Liberty, though, does get found in that EBR, so now it is 7 tanks of hit and run. Once again, they do have the tank advantage, and Squeezy with that Batchet is now going to start clipping out on towards the IS-4. The E100 of Akka more than healthy enough to basically just stick it here and take the damage as DJ falls. So finally Cashback get the first kill on the board, and actually it's them who are up in HP.
They need to actually continue chasing now, but the issue is they're chasing into double RHM, who's going to play off distance. Good shot there from Barbarian, drops T-Sec towards a one-shot, Little holding the north, and now they just have a lot of these immobile tanks for the side of Cashback. If you're looking at it, E100 and BZ, not great. They need to somehow start the cap, they need to somehow get up, and they're still playing against double light. The double light for a long game is amazing, but the double light, of course, has drawbacks as well. Spotting Blitzkrieg's running away is not one of the drawbacks that the Lightnings have. Really good shooting there. Minus 1,000 on Barbarian.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see the next plane is going to come down, and that's going to be the issue for Cashback from this point on. Another shot connecting in towards the Bliska that still had the ability active, but he is going to get put on towards a one-shot regardless. A lot of spots now getting exchanged, but Hit and Run, they are going to be the controlling team from this point on in this match, just because they forced Cashback off of these 3 points of interest that are still in the middle of the map, as both the arty strikes are going to get taken, and now Call Me Piotr might actually be caught out here. Doesn't seem to be aware of the Batchat that is coming in. He is going to put a shot, but that's not going to be a lot of damage, and Squeezy, just like that, gets an easy pickup.
What a play, what a push actually, what a prediction from Cashback. Beautiful stuff there from Squeezy, just plowing down the 1-2 line, realizing they got to do something. Barbarian is dead already. We both know it, that it's going to happen. He dies, so that's the strike used on him. Still 2 people capping right now. The RHMs are starting to come back in though, and they know as well that Twilight is not very healthy, Kihan. So the moment that they appear here in front, it's going to be real tough for this STRV to make a meaningful impact on this game once his BZ dies, which is almost guaranteed to happen. Nice shot there from Aka, finds a kill, but the big issue here is in the north side of the map, Kihan.
Oh, and the strike does miss Ketsai as well, so the double RHM is going to get the pickup on towards the BZ. So still, the Playmaker tanks are up and available for the team of Hit and Run. That being said, Squeezy with the next very important pickup does end up killing this tank out there, and now Squeezy does find the next E50M, bounces one of its shots, however, now the E50M ability coming in clutch, and Little with that STRV has started appearing on the front lines. He's able to put one shot in towards the E50M, and Squeezy is able to eliminate it. All of a sudden, double RHM against the world that consists of 3 tanks only for Cashback.
This is such a great scenario for the double RHM though. Like,
they're both so healthy, man.
it's so unplayable if you're Cashback, to be honest. I'm really, like, you're like, wow bro, 3v2, but like, it's double RHM, right? They're just planing, spotting, they're even planing the same thing together. It's really, really hard to play. I would not say it's possible.
Tiny bit of miscommunication, actually. You wouldn't need both planes to keep one tank visible, but now Monster is going to come in. They obviously know that the Batshot was a little bit in the southwest, and now Monster is going to get the jump on towards Little here. He's probably not going to care if the Batshot gets in a few shots from the back lines. His focus is going to be on eliminating that STRV. Actually does have to book it out, gets put down towards a 2-shot, but in the meanwhile, his brother from another mother, Ketsai, is trying to clean it up here. Actually ends up bouncing his shots against the STRV. He has to make it around, but Monster is there to save Ketsai, and now a 2v3 has turned into a 2v1.
It's not losable, Key. It's not losable. All right. With double planes, airstrikes, camo. I mean, I think Squeezy also realizes, like, double RHM, it's just the best late game. You know, like.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. What can I say? As someone on the Hit and Run team would say in this kind of instance. Good plays here. Some slight aiming errors, I guess, on the part of the RHMs. But to be honest, yeah, that was pretty much unlosable in a game of competitive Onslaught where, you know, in that kind of scenario, the RHM is just the superior tank by far.
Everett didn't realize, I think they had a second RHM, because I think he got spotted, and then he got replaned by Ketsai, or spotted Ketsai out, and then it was like, oh, they got a second RHM. Because if not for the second RHM, the EBR is behind them, and they can say goodbye to that game. The second RHM actually saves them for the play that they did, that they were actually able to catch the EBR. We didn't really see it, but he died on the K-line, and without that, they'd never be able to do it.
Yeah, so once again, we do see a team lose on Westfield that kind of is lacking in the information department. And yeah, wow. I mean, Monster and Ketsai, between the two of them, 4 kills, 10k plus damage. Good job, GG easy.
Yeah, I mean, great job by the double RHM there. Really, really good job. Good stuff by them. They find it, yeah, Liberty with 0. Weird, not very often you see that.
Yeah, for him, the complete game just, you know, completely haywire. It was always going to be difficult against the double RHM. The fact that he goes out with 0, not even dealing 1 shot of damage, is kind of weird. But all of this means that, you know, Hit and Run and Cashback are going to trade blows on both Sand River and Westfield. And we are actually going to go in towards the second tiebreaker of the day. We are going to be headed towards Pilsen. And Cashback with the fastest win end up picking South.
Okay. Interesting.
Still, though, from everything we've seen, I think I would kind of give the advantage here to Cashback. They have seemed like the more stable team. And to be honest, the 2 rounds that Hit and Run won, both of those came off of the fact that, well, Hit and Run just by lineup and opening put themselves into a very advantageous position. You could argue the same is true for the 2 rounds that Cashback won, but it just seemed like Cashback were the more like vicious team when trying to carve themselves out of that bad spot that, you know, the beginning of the game had let them in.
Yeah, they're always somehow a little bit coming back, and that's very good from them. Now, yeah, I would stick with Cashback as well, but you know, I'm no longer emotionally invested since my prediction is wrong anyways, right? So Hit and Run wins.
I think the same goes
Hit
for
and
me.
Run wins, Cashback wins. It's all the same thing at this point.
And in turn, this means that both of the teams here are going to be picking up a point. Not that it matters like a super crazy amount right now, because obviously we are at the start of phase 1, but obviously it is like those little kinds of differences, and we saw at the end of the phase 2 of last season that, you know, every single point might actually matter when making it to playoffs. And we also saw there
it shouldn't matter for these teams, though.
it should not. Normally, it should not.
See, my man out here talking like Cashback is in like dire need. Please, points, please. Although you never know. You never know. Hey, maybe this is their season, you know, that they need points.
I mean, first of all, season 1 was their season where they ended up taking it home. But maybe they can make this season their season as well when it comes to winning it all. Cashback with a 1.2 captain's rating is obviously very much expected to at least make it far. And so far, grand finals for OLS, they have 50% win rate. They obviously want to go above that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, real. I mean, limited data set, though. You know, not very representative.
But yeah, with this map here, Pilsen, do you think like the changes to tanks actually impacted it a lot? Like, for example, E4 buffs, or is it just going to be...
Then the tank's going to stay the same on Pilsen. Pilsen was never really like super much like TD to begin with.
I mean, season 1, where you had like Bluska, Boogaloo, and also 268v4's kind of cap plays. Yeah, but that kind of died out. All but died out with season 2. You still would sometimes see it as like an off curveball throwing the way of the other team to like skill check them and like, hey, do they actually have the proper reactions to this kind of a strat? But here already, I mean, it would be doubling your points if you win this round. So I think neither of those teams are going to go like extremely experimental here. And the lineups kind of, yeah, indicating that, to be honest. We do see Hit and Run with an E100, then we have DJ with a mouse, triple T57, a Foch B, and an RHM.
Cashback in return, E100, mouse, double T57, AX, Foch B, and an E100.
And once again, Liberty with that EBR, choosing that one over the RHM. Kind of an interesting choice, in my opinion, is going to take a lot more active of a spotting role than the RHM might at the start. That only basically has to have the plane available. Liberty also kind of one of those front riders when it came to, you know, picking Tessak, but obviously since we don't see that many Juggernaut TDs anymore, maybe the only map where it's really viable at this point in time would be Ensk, not really Pilsen.
Sujanki.
Oh yeah, maybe Studzianki as well. Opening-wise, though, Cashback going very west-heavy, sort of. They sent the EBR and the Senti-X towards the coal piles, but other than that, committing a lot of forces towards 1-2 line with the E100 anchoring FG34, And Call Me Piotr in that E100 does get set in, has to burn his repair kit, but probably not a whole lot else, as Liberty on the field has already taken the RT towers. The triple T57 heavy tank by Hit and Run are going to avoid the cap circle, so they are not going to make their presence known. They're going to link up with T-Sec, but they're going to be driving in towards a trap of their own.
They're about to get the whole... Oh, is Twilight gonna die before this even comes into effect, though? Because Twilight's disappearing like snow in the sun here. He's dead. That's a big strike. Twilight is already dead, and now actually the shop needs to do something. Ketsa is gonna be the one that gets called for this. He's gonna fall to Barbarian, picking him up. Who's next? What do they still have in the tank? Franek taking 2k to the face, but now I said in return already dying as well to Monster, and the strike, and Barbarian now getting to deal with Panzer Fury, who's coming off of reload as well. Can we push him back in as well? And this trap he had, I don't know who really got trapped.
I know exactly who got trapped, and that right now was Cashback, who are going to be losing Barbarian. Yes, he's healing up, but not fast enough, as Monster is the one to shut it down. All of a sudden, once again, Hit and Run with the tank advantage. It is 6 versus 4. Squeezy now on the long reload in his T57, and the E100's already, together with the Mouse, starting the march of the Elephants on towards that T57 position. Aka, yes, he does have the upper hand when it comes to the HP in this Mouse 1v1, but that is probably going to be all she wrote. Call Me Piotr with that E100, even gonna ram in towards Squeezy. Panzer Fury with the complete clip, and Squeezy is going to die. 3 versus 6, and yes, DJ is on a one-shot here at this point in time. Aka probably gonna be the one to pick it up, but Hit and Run are just so far ahead in this game. Good shot coming out from DJ. Aka taking a lot more damage as well in that Mouse. That's going to make it easier throughout the remainder of the match. Finally, Aka with the shutdown, but not without taking another shot.
Yeah, Monster in the meantime farming away a little bit in that IHM, getting some cheeky shots in. Now Piotr is coming to kill Aka more likely than not, and then it's just not looking like anything can happen. Piotr picks it up, and at the end of the day, Kihan, it looks like Hit and Run will take it away.
Indeed, if Liberty and Little are not able to make some magic happen, I mean, we saw the 2 of those on Sand River, I believe, already with quite the plays, and it was exactly that EBR Centurion AX combination that almost broke the back of Hit and Run, but I don't think this time it is to be. Yes, Liberty still has an artillery strike available to him on that EBR to possibly reset the cap, but there are no tanks that are close to dying here at this point in time, as Little getting caught out in the open. The strike is going to come down, but it only connects on towards a single tank, and this is going to force the hand of the team of Cashback that really have no cards left to play. The EBR with the hero play through the middle, but he is not going to make it. Instead, he's just going to enable the team of Hit and Run to pad some more damage, and indeed, Hit and Run are going to take this match here, I would say quite unexpectedly so. 3-2 in tiebreaker against Cashback.
Cashback tried to make a trap, and they're the ones that actually ended up being trapped. Twilight disappeared so quickly that
it was a magic trick.
Hit and Run actually had the advantage out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of autoloaders, like 3 T57s plus a Foch B, plus there was some super heavy coming from behind. So yeah, Twilight ending up completely left out to dry by his team. And normally that trap looked very, very good, but the fact that the E100 just evaporated, that kind of, yeah, was the problem here for the team of Cashback. You can even see Liberty on top damage. A lot of that probably, yeah, 2,000 of that was from the strike. But overall, the fact that Hit and Run with that kind of unexpected push with the autoloaders, I mean, they just didn't announce their presence, right? They avoided the cap, and so the trap that had been laid by Cashback was like, all right, guys, I think we can chill like 30 seconds, 45, and then maybe we transition into something. And Hit and Run was just like, no, guys, we're going to go all in right from the start.
Yeah, and it worked out for them as well. And then, you know, Cashback came back in, but look at it. Twilight disappeared in a second as one shot of damage. Piotr does 5.8. For being generous and rounding up.
I mean, yeah, 5.8, two kills, also very, very important for that. But in the end, I think hit with a small upset here in match number 5 of the day, but that obviously is not going to be the last of the action that we are going to see today. We are going to be back after a quick break with match number 6. Guys, take it away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. External, coming back from a quick break, getting to watch the spectacle that was Hit and Run and Cashback.
Spectacle is a good word to use. I was pretty stumped in some games, and it was a good outcome. Definitely didn't expect that, but one caster did predict it correctly.
And who may that have been? Enlighten us all.
It wasn't me, I can tell you that. I predicted 3-2 for Cashback, actually.
So it was probably, it was Phil.
Yeah, Phil, I believe.
Well,
3-2 for Hit and Run.
horrible, horrible day. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, listen this way. There's only two people that actually really, three technically, that really care about this prediction game. One is Phil, the other one is Moff. Moff is having a horrendous day, so we just get to enjoy him coping away like, I should have had this, I should have had that, how did they lose this? It's great because I'm looking at the sheet and I'm seeing a lot of red right now from Moff. You know, he got Mafia wrong, he got Ping wrong, he got Cashback wrong. He did get W and Yogurt correct at least, you know, it's something.
You know, that's a good one to get correct, because if he got that one wrong too, something would be off.
We already saw Mafia today. It was a close defeat against W, but they looked fine though. You know what I mean? Like, okay, they lost, but it looked fine.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. And they've already played, so they're playing against Lotus, and Lotus is, you know, a good team. They just got into the OLS. This is their first season. But a lot of them are very experienced players. Maybe some people would recognize the names here. I'd say a vast majority of these members have played on Hit and Run before. Probably 6 out of 8, I would guess. Maybe 5 out of 8. So a lot of them have been around for a long time. Just formed a new team. And a lot of them are from Storm before, actually. Sorry, a lot of this team's from Storm. A lot of Mafia has played on Hit and Run.
Community prediction, 72% in favor of Mafia. I think that's fair. I mean, this Lotus team has a lot of experience, but they're coming back in now. We've got to see how they match up against the big dogs of the league. They're not without chances, though.
Yeah, that is right. Like I said, you know, all of them are experienced. Like Lotus, all of them have played before. And both these teams are capable. Lotus, all of us are wanting to see what they're capable of, because so far we haven't seen much. This is their first match of the day. Mafia did play earlier, so that does help in coming into this game for Mafia to be a little warmed up, and rightfully so, the community is predicted in their favor.
Well, the map pick and ban, we saw a lot of Sun River today, honestly, like really a lot.
Which is a good sign, introducing a new map and people choose to play it.
I mean, I guess so, yeah. It should be.
Yeah, well, if, you know, for example, there's a map that people ban. Yeah, there was good feedback from Sun River as well in the testing phases. I did read that, because before these maps get implemented, as you know, the teams get to test them, play around, give their feedback, and decide if it's a viable map for the competitive season.
I mean, usually the higher the less good the feedback is, the more likely we want to put it in, you know? If it's like really good feedback, we're like, we really want to please the teams.
Yeah, make them just uncomfortable enough that we have fun watching.
Got to keep them on a tight leash, you know? Don't make them too comfortable with what they have. Yuzek, highlight player for Mafia. He's also a highlight player from China. Definitely the most emotional player that was there.
That's right. I specifically remember the desk slams. I'm glad they reinforced them there.
Yeah, it's like the Nico, but from World of Tanks.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, rightfully so. He's passionate because he's a strong performer. He was a very strong performer in Storm. And today he's actually playing against a lot of his old teammates from Storm. Because, like I said, Lotus is primarily members from Storm. So that'll be a fun one. Maybe not so much for him, but going into the pick and bans, it looks like we're going to be seeing Pilsen, Studzianski, and if it makes it to tiebreaker, then we will finish on Ensk, which is the small version of Ensk, not the new updated version of Ensk.
Yes, indeed. We're keeping the Ensk, which is a good thing, right? It's a very good thing that we can keep the map. I like the way that they've done it. Small Ensk, big Ensk, learning progression. It's very cool. But Pilsen coming out first, and then yeah, indeed, Suzyanka. We haven't seen too much Pilsen yet today. We've seen it, you know, in the tiebreaker, but seeing it between these two teams will be interesting. Lotus, formerly Storm, they really liked to play the Gorilla. I don't know if this will work for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. These maps don't really look great for a grill either. And as we see by the community or the caster predictions, almost all of us had predicted for Mafia to win this. So, you know, that's reasonable expectations. They are experienced. We're in the last season, and Lotus is new. So whether or not we see a grill would be interesting. I doubt it, but it is possible. Like you said, Storm did like to play grills.
Yeah, they do really like to play grill. I mean, Sir Jacob loves to play it, but lineup-wise, yeah, double mouse against double mouse. The biggest difference there is the 4-3 against the bats, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's consistent fire, pumping out a shot every 4 seconds compared to the bat chat, having to be more situational. You know, decide when they go into the fight, disengaging on their reloads. Although the reload is fast with that ability, so you know, it's a pretty similar lineup overall.
Yeah, but the bat ability is a bit weird now, you know, you need really, I think you need to hit all 5 for level 3 ability.
I'm not positive, but yeah, they've it's been changed. Here to start with a plane, that's a good plane, gets 4 people, so that's going to get a second plane for Lucan. And it looks like they're opening out to the east side, both teams actually. The Foshbees dodged the plane, so they shouldn't have information on where they're going, and don't even know that Lotus doesn't even know that Mafia has 2 Foshbees.
Yeah, real. So Baku gets a shot there on Kono, but so far I really do like these 4-3 though for this kind of Pilsen fight. Simply because of, you know, they're really annoying to shoot at in a lot of scenarios. They're super low to the ground, they have these annoying angles, but in return I also like the flanking potential that double bat shot poses, which Reshek and Chucky are going to try and exploit to the absolute maximum. Look in there, taking 2 shots to the face to reset. YOLO now moving into the field as well, and the question is, are they able to spot these bats at some point, because Chucky and Reshek are going to be a real surprise here.
Yeah, that's right. And Batchats, you know, they are typically like your assassin kind of tanks. They have really good camo and that clip potential, and they're just waiting for their moment to spring right here. And it looks like they found it. Conrad is leaving at a pretty good time when they peek, though. He's going to be able to get saved pretty quickly, but not so much for YOLO. YOLO's taking a lot of damage, caught in the open. We may see him going down here.
Ooh, he's just alive on a one-shot, though he does make it around, and in return, Chucky is the one now in trouble, down towards the one-shot himself. YOLO went for that, he really committed to that running away, and there was a few shots that he missed at the very end, but we could say that it was the right decision at the very, very last look. And now Sir Jacob feels the pain because his team is mainly in the field, and yeah, they'll find Conrad for this in the 4-3U. He's dead, he has nowhere to go. Baku will pick it up, good kill there from him, but now Jacob taking a lot of damage in return. Good shooting there from that Fosh B. Always a bit annoying to shoot at that mouse, and that is a very healthy mouse that has fallen for the side of Lotus. And the second mouse of Alex, not in the greatest position either. Reshek is trying to come back in here external, but that's a singular bad shot against double mouse, and Barkis did not leave, and Reshek definitely did forget that he was there. He's getting clipped out now by that Forge B, putting in shot after shot after shot. Reshek down towards a one-shot. Barkis says, thank you, Reshek, as Reshek makes it out, but that was a pretty good result actually for Mafia.
That was, and it's just springing kind of like almost a trap after a trap. You know, it's Lotus who thinks they have a good position into this game, and Mafia just always has a good response, especially with this Fosh B that's 2 times he's able to get a full clip out into tanks that are trying to flank or make the initial pressure. And it's looking pretty good for Mafia. And here's Zhaki trying to get behind Barkis.
No,
it looks like
yes, yeah, he got it.
But
he's
reloading.
Yeah, he's out of shells.
He's gonna have to keep driving, but Barkis is able to turn in time. With his ability, he's probably a little bit faster.
I'm surprised he didn't kill him there by the ram, you know, the secondary ram.
Yeah.
I mean, it still counts as an outplay, I guess. I mean, Lucan is here shooting at Kono, but Mafia with the A-tier reaction, S-tier reaction even to what was happening, they find so much for that failed assassination attempt. They needed to kill Conrad. I mean, first of all, they needed to kill YOLO, but let's say I don't think YOLO had a big game impact in this battle, right? But Conrad had to die so much quicker. There
Yeah,
was a
he had
mistiming,
to.
no, from the bats. Like they were a little late
I think they almost could have peaked sooner, but
Yeah.
either way, that Foch B was kind of set
because
up.
Conrad made it around that dune, you know, around that hill.
Yeah. Yeah, their only opportunity was either push sooner or to go further. If they drove a little bit further, they would have been safe from the Foch B, but they didn't know they had a Foch B. They didn't know he was there until they were getting shot.
Yeah, Barkis is gonna have a lot of damage this game. I can tell you that much.
Absolutely. 2 full clips, plus
I think this is his third,
fourth, maybe?
a third clip, maybe. Yeah, third or fourth clip, I guess, at this point. So
Yeah. He shot the bat shots on zero line,
He
shot the
shot-
bat shot in middle, and then
Initial
a clip
clip?
on the bat shot that pushed him.
yeah, initial clip on the zero line as well when they peeked over. I mean, beautiful stuff there from Mafia, but I do think Lotus had an opportunity there. I really do think that they missed their timing. You know, when the Force B got spotted pushing the field with the AX crossing, that's when Mafia knew, like, okay, we know what's happening.
Yeah, it's a tough call. You know, for us casters, we can see everything, so it does help. It's hard to know exactly what they had information-wise at that time, but yes, pushing would have been better if they could have done it sooner. As you said, Barkis, just like you expected, monster performance. 18 shots, 16 pens, 6.4k damage, just about. It's a great game from him.
Yeah, we said he was going to have a lot of damage. And he
Yeah,
did.
and Kono, surprisingly, also dealt a lot, which he was the one that looked like he was going to be that initial pick for Lotus. Ended up surviving almost the entire game, doing a lot of damage as well.
But yeah, not just Barkis having a lot of damage to Mouses, Yusek, you know, 4k, and then Kono with the 5.5k as well. It was a good reaction nonetheless from Mafia. Would the game be closer if they've got Conrad sooner? Yes. Would they win? That is a whole different kind of like ball game altogether, because Mafia was very quick with pressuring these Mouses, and Lotus's Mouses were not optimally positioned to receive another Forge B and a 4 to the U.
Yeah, you know, I'd say the thing with their strat, Mafia, they're kind of set up pretty reactionary, I would say, you know. They set up on the perch with the Foch B. They just had 1-4-30 take the strike in middle. Kind of looked like they were going to let Lotus make the initial play and just react to that. And it worked out well for them.
Round number 2 on Pilsen. Did I predict 3-2? Huh. I regret my prediction. I was very tired when I said this external. Very tired.
Well, as long as you predict the winner, I think that's good enough.
Yeah, real. When you become a caster, we just like lower our standards. You know, it's like, it's good enough. Good enough.
Well, how are your predictions going so far overall?
Pretty well, actually. I think only I went for Cashback, and it was hit that one. You know, okay, but that could have gone either way. That was the first wrong prediction, so it's fine.
It's not too bad. I think I've had 2 wrong today so far.
3. I just checked 3. You predicted
3?
Mafia. You predicted Mafia. The good thing is you got the 3-0 right at least between W and Yokur, and that's something, right?
That's the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not much highlights outside of that, you know. Like, there's you predicted Mafia and W match. Okay, that was a close one. Then you predicted Ping against Darkside and Cashback versus Hit. So you know, it's not like you were throwing real curveballs there.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hopefully I get this prediction right. And going into this game, Lotus is bringing in E100, 2 mice, Batchat, CS, Foshby, and an RHM.
Lotus, E100, double mouse, Bat, CS, Foshby, and an RHM to round it off. So a lot of heavies there for Lotus if you were looking at it. Triple super heavy.
Yeah, that is. And I know we talked a little earlier about the mouse being played versus the E100. What are your thoughts about these 2 tanks?
I would say on end, I would pick E100 nowadays. Simply because of the, DPM gun alpha, right? But on this map, I think Mouse still has some good stuff going for it as well.
Yeah, I think, the mouse is just a little bit harder to penetrate and has just slightly more HP. So that would probably be.
Pilsen's also just like, in my mind, like a bit longer range than Ensk, you know? So the mouse completely just more annoying to shoot at.
Yeah, that's right. Well, both these mice are, or these double mouse are sticking together. The Batchat was able to pick up this strike pretty much for free. I think he's going to look to try to get out of there. Could be a little risky if anybody is watching, but it looks like he's gotten out clean. And they're playing pretty greedy. They're going to try for this strike on the 9 line as well, it looks like.
Yeah, and Jacob tried for it, but he won't get anything. There's rotations happening now. He was very alone, so Jacob, there for a while. Now he's getting reinforcements, but of course, it is possible for Mafia to pull more guns in this fight whenever they want to. They have that push B on the 1-2 line. They can bring him. They know that there's triple super heavy from Lotus. They need to play around that information.
That's right, they need to. And Lotus looks like they know they need to set up as well for this 0 line. So, you know, if they do rotate at Foch, which, like you said, it looks like they are going to do it, they're going to set up their hand to push this 0 line.
I don't know if I agree there. You see Rishak in the batch at 25T and Delta's 0 starting to move up together with Baku right behind him on sector. Going further is not necessarily the best for Lotus here, no? Because they're always going to be that one gun down.
That's right, they will be that one gun down. It looks like both teams are kind of having the same idea,
Ooh.
but neither are anticipating this.
Baku.
Baku gets lit on the 0 line. This could be extremely bad for him. Not only does Mafia have the information, but they're going to know they have an advantage, and Baku is committed. They're going to probably try to make a push here.
I mean, they should, right? At this point, Marcel's a bit far away, and Kono is a bit hesitant because of this, but the only thing they don't know right now is where Rishek is. But now I think they realize, like, guys, they have Ripple super heavy. Baku and Kono started to trade it out, but the ability from Kono is just higher level as well, which means he'll heal back more. Rishek is now spotted out as well in the back lines, but that's not good for him because he was shooting at the Foch B, who's going to heal. The strike is also it is going to kill him, actually. It is going to kill him. So that was a really good stuff after all. I thought it wasn't going to work out, but with the strike, they do find the kill. Baku falls. Not enough heal coming out there for Kono to survive. Yuzek in the middle now getting punished as well. And now similar story for Mafia as for Lotus. They need to find success on this field side of the map.
That's right, that's all they really have to play here. And if you're seeing what I'm seeing, Yuzek went into the middle at kind of a strange timing. He could have just sat back on the outside of the factory while they tried to make this push on the 0 line, but he got punished for doing that.
They do find Lukin though on the runaway. They plane him, they shoot him, the Foch B putting the shots in. I think they know that Rishek couldn't escape just yet, and when Marcel gets spotted out, they'll figure it out for sure. They even find Sir Jacob. They even find Sir Jacob in the CS63. Good shot there from Rishek. Now Marcel will know that there is a batch at 25T there. And as bad as Yuzek's positioning was, Orjek making up for that though, but being so far back.
That's right. He understood the assignment. Once he saw those 3 heavies, he needed to get out of there. He's in a very strong defensive position. Now it's going to be up to Mafia. They know that Batchat is pretty well committed into A6. And it looks like they're going to decide to go after the heavy tanks in the south. They are up quite a bit of HP, so they just need to make a play together with all of their team and look for these kills as fast as they can.
Yeah, and these heavies are actually not supporting each other as well as you would imagine. Barkis finds already an opportunity to start clipping out against Milo in the 100. He will find the kill as well, and now Alex also isolated between Conrad and Yolo, who are pushing him as well. And those mouses, they were friends in the beginning of the game, but now they have left each other to their own devices, and they will get flanked from numerous angles. Mafia realized the opportunity with, of course, a lot of the HP being on Rishek out of the fight. They find the triple super heavy. They will lose their Foch B for it, but leaving only 2 tanks left standing on Lotus' side was a worthwhile play.
It absolutely was, and this is looking like it could be a pretty quick series for Mafia. 2-0 after Pilsen. That's a strong start. If they were to win the next one, they could close out this series very quickly, and it's just Risha standing for Lotus.
And this was a really, when he bounces the last one as well. And yeah, not that it matters, but Mafia now up 2-0. I mean, Lotus has some ideas, but this pushing close on 0 line, when you have triple super heavy, I don't know if I like it.
It's very risky because obviously, like you pointed out, that means Mafia could take an overmatch. They have the ability to take one extra tank there. So the second that Mafia knows Lotus has 3 super heavies, they just have to play around that information.
Yeah, and they put themselves in an easier position to get pushed, right? When they're that far forward, and then they even got a tiny touch lucky that they were able to kill the Fush B from Mafia, because I think 1 or 2 more ticks and he would have healed past it. So like 1 miss and he's always alive. But even then, you still have the triple super heavy, and even Yuzak kind of, you talked about it. It was an interesting timing for him to go forward. I don't know why they sent him forward, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but fortunately it worked out, because if it didn't, I think that there'd be definitely some conversations in TeamSpeak that we would like to hear. But overall, the E100 was able to put out a lot of damage, which makes sense because there's 3 German super heavies driving at him. So that was a good play from, I believe that was Orchek, finding an angle to drive back to. That was Mafia's map pick, so a 2-0 at least is better for a map pick. You know, not as bad for Lotus going this to Ziansky, since this is Lotus's map pick. You know, hopefully they can have a say in this game and be able to come back and make this match 2-2.
It'll be tough for them though, but maybe they get to play the Gorilla on Suzuki, and that makes all the difference.
That could be it. Maybe they need even more, 2, 3. I mean, we saw W earlier playing 2 stirs on West.
Exactly, so 3 Gorillas now, yeah?
Yeah, I think they have to one-up them.
3 Gorillas, 3 RHMs, and a mouse.
That sounds perfect. Why are we not playing? Why are we casting?
I need you to try it in a training, you know, one time, just to see how it goes, you know?
I would love to give that a try.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you know, you'll have a lot of info, right? The downside is, if they start capping, I feel like you're in trouble.
Yeah, not a lot of HP as well.
I mean, if they cap, you just blame the mouse.
Just blame the grills for not finding shots. That's what I usually.
I mean, there's like, how many angles are safe in the cap though? Like 1, roughly.
Yeah, I think probably 1.
1 or
Depends how
2.
much map control you get.
I mean, hopefully with triple RHM and triple Gorilla, you'd have a lot of map control.
Yeah, there's no reason a tank should go unspotted at the start of the game.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, just thinking about it. Lotus ranked 5. A lot of respect coming out from the team captains, though, ranking them as a team that comes in. Of course, they have a solid core, but are going to immediately move forward and stay, at least, for the second stage.
That's right, and both Ping and Darkside, who were in OLS Season 2, are rated worse than Lotus by the captains. So that means the captains are favoring this new team.
Not unimaginable. And Lotus coming in, no Gorilla, no triple RHM either. Mivi, 705A, no Mivi, D56. There it is! What a prediction.
Just baiting you.
They just love playing that Gorilla.
Yeah, well, you're right, and, well, Mafia may know that, and maybe they're setting up to go for cap.
If they would. I mean, the V4, they have a lot of tanks that can play close, right?
Yeah, Lotus does have tanks that can play close, of course, like E3, V4, 705A. So Mafia definitely more of like a brawly composition. Lotus more of like a overall map slow play composition. So we'll have to see what happens. All these super heavies did get spotted, but only 3 tanks got spotted, so Lucan did not get a second plane. And I believe YOLO held his plane, so he's probably waiting for the radar. They know that. Yeah, they know they don't have a plane because only 3 got spotted, so they know that they can just take that radar, and they have full information now. That means that Mafia sees the grill on the enemy team.
Ooh, Richard gets tracked once, no damage. It's important for the plane for YOLO though. If there's no damage dealt, that means he doesn't get a replane either. He does not. They do not find shots against this pesky little V4, and YOLO might start taking the strike now because he knows, well, there is no replane. They can count how many people are spotted. Unlike a random onslaught, you should pretty much be aware when the light has a plane or not.
Yeah, that's right. Teams communicate very well at this high level, so they should all know who has a plane, when, where it's going to get dropped. And YOLO is able to pick up the strike even though he got plane. That's a huge pickup, only taking 1 shot, but that does mean that Lucan gets another plane again. And Mafia is making a big play here.
Can they find the surprise that they're looking for? That's the question. Double 430U under. Now the super heavies pushing up as well. Conrad and Barkis will see this V4, but look at Chucky actually in that matchup, pretty well positioned here. What are the 430Us going to do? They look to be swinging on towards that E3. They're just going to eat a face full of lead from that 268 V4, from that matchup from behind. Conrad needs Barkis a little bit of shield, but it will not be happening. Milo is looking to fall here in that E3. Not the easiest target to shoot at. Barkis will probably look for the finish, as the Conrad would like to survive. Can Barkis find it? Yes, he can, before Milo even reloads. And now the V4, the next target recheck down towards a one-shot. But that bat of Chucky coming in, and 399. It's not 401, but it does have the ability to keep himself alive for a second longer. As now YOLO coming in with the flank. They do find a Chucky on reload as well. And to be honest, they saw that Gorilla external and they went super aggressive off the back of it.
They did, and it was a good timing. They saw the grill started south. They took the gamble that he wouldn't be there when the north, when they made a push. And now the grill's going to find a hard time playing into this game. The HP is pretty close, but Mafia does have an idea where the grill is. They can't push Jockey, so they're kind of at a stalemate. I think they're going to have to go back to cap, maybe take the radars and strikes. Lucan is going to let them, though. He's going to be pretty aggressive on the offside. He'll take some ground on his own.
He's so alone. He's so isolated. The 430Us are coming back. He's about to... I mean, Condor might be a two-shot, but 2 HE shells of a 430U is 1,000 damage to Lucan, and ooh, he goes over the rails even. Conrad misses. Another big Gorilla shot there, though, on Marcel. Minus 1.1, starting to make himself known in this battle.
Yeah, and they see Lucan. They're going for him. Look at this map. All 4 of their fast tanks are converging on this RHM. RHM may have put himself in a precarious position. And not only that, but fighting 430Us as an RHM is not fun because of the penetration. And it looks like they're going to get some damage. They probably won't get him unless they have a plane for him, which they may drop here.
They don't have a... Oh, they do have a plane. They do spot him. The YOLO will plane him out. Looking now, spotted out as well. The shot from Gono will find the kill. Yeah, that plane. He did have the plane available for YOLO. They do find the damage, and now it is 7 versus 40 HP. Almost dead even, but gun in the game is such an important factor in these kind of battles. And Sir Jacob carries 2,500 HP of the 6,000 roughly that Lotus still have. Now that's pretty much half the HP. And he's starting to get blasted from the back lines. Alex will take a strike, which might kill Yuzek in the mouse, but that would be 1 target down. And now YOLO infiltrating enemy lines, finding that Gorilla, finding position, will make this all that much more difficult for the side of Lotus to do anything. And Jacob taking another shot from the back lines, and YOLO, even if he would get tapped by HE, which is possibly happening here by Sir Jacob, because Sir Jacob is 449, not really a one-shot. He doesn't even pen it. Small ram will put him down. There we go. YOLO picks it up. And Lotus entrance to Onslaught Legends Series Season 3. It's also by AMD. Cut rather short, as Mafia is going to be taking this 3-0.
Absolutely, and this is Mafia's second match of the day and their final match for today. Lotus is going to be playing another one later. So hopefully they can have a better performance. Mafia going out of this game with all 7 tanks still alive, that indicates a great performance, great overall reactions. So good job to Mafia.
Yeah, that RHM plane, that RHM play and plane sealed the deal there for Lotus. Lucan wanted to take a lot of map control, but did not respect the rotation ability from Mafia whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. You know, I think that was an optimistic play for sure. Mafia, they didn't really have anything to do, so you know, they wouldn't really push over the rails, especially because the grill's covering. I think it makes sense to assume they would rotate back. So he could have maybe been a little bit more careful, but you know, it happens. You get caught sometimes.
Yeah, sure. And it would still be a tough game even if he doesn't die.
That's right. And the grill being the top performer, I guess there is a reason they like this tank. Maybe, like you said, they should just bring 3. Clearly, it seemed to work out for them. From Mafia's side, looks like those super heavies inside the city were able to do quite a bit. So even though they're slow and can't really rotate much around the map, they still had a lot of presence.
Good plays by Mafia, though. Seeing the gorilla, realizing the gorilla, pushing as close as possible, and then respecting that the gorilla's covering, readjusting. did what they needed to do. For Mafia, it was just a solid performance against a team, you know, that still is going to need some time to grow into the league.
Yeah, that's right. And clearly the captains do respect Lotus. They know that Lotus has a lot of capability. So they could, like you said, grow. I did one thing I like about this game. The 430 and E50, or no, double 430 that pushed the E3. Both of them were penning every single shot from I saw. So that was also a really good job for Mafia, because I'm sure as many people know who've shot at E3, when he angles up on a rubble pile and wiggles, it can be very difficult to bend that.
Yeah, E3 is kind of annoying in a lot of situations to be able to bend. What do we take away from this for Lotus? What is their main concern right now?
I would say that they seem to have a pretty good understanding and just got caught out. Honestly, it seems like a few situations were just a little unfortunate, like on the zero line push on Pilsen. I think that it's optimistic, so just keep going at it and keep training.
They will have, they're playing again, right? In a bit?
Yes.
Yeah, they're playing again, so they have another opportunity. But for now, let's take a quick break, grab a snack, grab a drink. When we get back, we still have some more Onslaught Legends Series action, so we'll be right back.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. I hope you're all quite comfy and enjoying a beverage on this Easter Sunday, preferably, of course, with the Onslaught mug to your side. And that brings us to a Polish derby that we are going to spectate. Don't worry, Ducky, no more plugs here, except for AMD, who are obviously sponsoring this AMD OLS Season 3. Thank you very much for that. However, Hit versus Ping, what's your take on that?
It should be a quick, a fair IMO, if everything goes according to plan, Kian.
Yeah, I think that is not that far out there as to controversial statements. We've heard more of those from you than this one, but yeah, I do agree. Hit should be vastly favored. Not only have they just taken down Cashback, which are arguably one of the strongest teams still, although only coming in second last season. And here you can see the team lineup of Hit. Under their captain Monster coming in, they just 3-marked their Golden Fists in 15v15, and now they are looking for something that has eluded them so far, and that is obviously an OLS victory.
Yes. I mean, if you can pick between winning a clan showdown or an OLS key hand,
I think you'd pick OLS 10 times out of 10. Not only is the prize pool larger, yeah, I think by now the OLS has overtaken Clan Showdown in terms of prestige, and that is also why we see the team of Ping here. We have seen them in the past, but mostly in qualifiers and relegations, so this is kind of the big stage now. We have questions as to how they're going to perform.
Yeah, big questions. Let's see how well they're going to be able to put up against Hit and Run. The community prediction, yeah, kind of as expected, Kihan.
Yeah.
It might be a Polish derby, but one of them is stacked with Lewandowski's and the other one is...
League 3 players.
You said it, not me.
I mean, you were setting me up for that one. But yeah, I mean, on the lineup of Hit, it's just, you know, a roster full of accomplishments. And even the loss of Mentos did nothing to really thwart their agenda, which is picking up victories today. Now, for Ping, we do see Like here as a standout player, but obviously on those teams that are kind of on the lower end of the league, it's difficult to really pull out those performances, because if your team crumbles around you, then more likely than not, you're going to struggle to put out damage or kills.
What did you predict, Kihand?
I think I went with a 3-0 or 3-1 for Hit and Run. I need to quickly check what I did with my homework. But yeah, first of all, here we do have the pick and bans, and Hit is immediately going to bring the action to Ping's face, and they're going to do so on Ensk. I haven't really seen that map that much so far today, and Ping in turn obviously responding here and saying, all right, you can do that to us, well, we're going to do the same thing to you, Cliff it is. And if we need a decider, it would be Westfield, but those are some very, very quick and brawly maps to start it off.
Yeah, this is going to be like a 10-minute affair, Kihand.
It might be. It might be. I already casted one of those today where, you know, just there was a train running through the match, and in the end, it ended up being very bad for Yogurt this time. However, it's going to be Hit and Run, who are supposed to be favored, but obviously Ping are not here for no reason.
Of course not. They deserve to be here, but deserving to be here and actually winning some matches are two different things, Kian. Ask LTP about this.
Oof, yeah, I wondered when we were going to start swinging against them, who obviously did after that was crazy last season, right? The 4th place goes on to win it all, and the 5th place of the regular season actually completely out of the league. That was pretty intense to watch, but yeah, they are not here this time. Instead, it's now Ping taking on one of the big dogs in the European tournament scene, no other than Hit and Run. We said it before, Hit and Run in the start of OLS, usually they had a kind of a slow start, started below expectations. The team of Solyanka/Darkside nowadays did pose to be an obstacle, did pose to be a problem for them, but now they started off against Cashback and there were no problem. Well, there were problems, But, you know, 3-2 against Cashback is extremely respectable. And here we can see Ketsai, the average damage not that much more than we saw the previous player. However, KD 0.5 above that. And obviously, KD is super important. You take out the effective DPM. You take tools away from the enemy team with which to react.
So, Ketsai is also this kind of player that loves playing everything, I swear. If this man was allowed to play like every tank, he would play him one by one.
Yeah, probably. And that is always the telltale sign of really a versatile player that can be a valuable addition to really just about any team. It's like you put him on whatever tank in whatever role, and you don't really need to micromanage him. He's going to do great regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he can play anything. That's the good thing about him. And I don't think he cares whether he's playing anything or everything.
And now, predictions. Well, both of us and Phil as well going to go with a quick 3-0 external with a consolation point towards Ping. Not that it once again really changes a lot between the 3-0 and 3-1. You don't get to take home a point, which is, well, the most important thing in those matches. You need to go to tiebreaker to at least take home 1, if not 2. That being said, though, Ping coming into this match, the underdog, bringing double mouse, triple T57, and double Fosh B. That's a lot of auto Lotus paired with a lot of steel.
Hit and run, key hand, have the same thing.
Yeah. So now it's down to calls and player skill.
Who stole who? Who stole whose homework?
Well, normally you would assume that Ping.
I know it wasn't Kihan
it.
because Kihan ate his own homework. He didn't have a dog, so
that was the dogs doing
no,
that.
you were the dog.
Oh, wow.
Dude, you cannot say these kind of things, Kihan. You make it just sometimes too easy, you know. And I'm not gonna say anything mean to Kihan today, and then you say something like this, and it's like, what am I supposed to do?
Just convert on it. Slam dunk. And that is exactly what we expect from Hit and Run here today, as we do find an interesting opening from Ping, sending double mouse plus triple T57 down the middle. This is not something extremely uncommon. We have seen hit squads before, but the problem for Ping right now is the double T57 immediately get found at the start. However, how many Hit and Run tanks are actually here to respond is the question, as Monster, the team captain, immediately does get found, and those T57s can be a menace, and they do have enough clip potential to just melt through.
Similar. It reminded me of this Pilsen, Kihan. You remember that Pilsen, the tiebreaker between Hit and Run and Cashback, where the E100 just explodes? Similar story here. That Super Heavy just explodes, but this time around they should be able to find double T57 for this, though, although DJ is surrounded and is going to fall. And honestly, again, the trap gets sprung, but the other direction, and the team that does it first just seems to be running away with it. Can Hit and Run recover? Big question. They're constantly behind in reloads right now. It is 5v5. Guns are even. Bowser Fury is Amorak. Will he get off of on reload? It does look like he will. Can he clip out? No, he cannot. That Amorak actually coming in clutch there, if you think about it, stopping him basically from being able to get those shots out. Franek now coming in with his clip. He has a Forge B coming in support as well. Like is the target here, but in return though, Baton is about to reload himself in his Forge B, and Tisek does have his ability pop, but that's a very healthy mouse in front of him.
Indeed, he's not going to be able to completely melt through that mouse, as Botions tries to cut off Piotr. Unsuccessful in this, but now Ping, they do have 3 very, very healthy tanks, as Ketsai comes in with the Fosh B, has 4 shells to go, but a Quilka, that mouse is just so beefy, so beefy. Yeah, the HE is not going to penetrate here either, of course, and all of a sudden it's just call me
3-2, 3-2.
left.
3-2 in the chat, boys. T-Sec shooting HE. Ay. I knew it, Kihan. I knew it. He has some money on his own team, bro.
Well, the thing is, unlike in other esports, I don't think there is any betting going on right now on betting websites. So, well, maybe he's just banking on those channel points. But yeah, HE probably a fat finger coming out from him as
The last time I saw Piotr in this situation, the enemies weren't so good at shooting, though.
Okay, bro.
On that note, what a start for Ping. Absolutely rocking and rolling Hit and Run here, finding success. And again, you'd think Hit and Run is in the trap position, ready to receive, but they're just not fast enough to save their super heavy. It's the same thing as they did against Cashback. Kill the super heavy, you were already reloading. They come in, but you're already halfway on your reloads from those 57s because it is like 20 something odd seconds. So you're already halfway when they push back in. They kill maybe 1 or 2 of you, but then they're also again in the middle of you. Like they're in the thick of it. So then you just kill whatever's in front of you.
Well, and kill whatever was in front of them they did. Monster with exactly 1 shot of damage. But realistically, there wasn't a whole lot more than that he could do before essentially just being blown up. And that wasn't even an ammo rack. That was just like, you know, triple T57 and a mouse from the other side, and then his mouse was just essentially gone. And here we see the triple 57, not that much damage to their name, but the thing is they constantly had the mouses, which have okay DPM by themselves, and they had Beton in that Foch B also getting off 1 crucial reload after having his initial clip succeed already. And yeah, I think what you were talking about with those reloads across the team is exactly what we saw on both that Pilsen round in between hit and run and this ends ground here now, is that if you can get those, if you can just throw those T57s in towards the face of the enemy and the initial volley is good enough to melt like a complete tank, then even if the opponent gets the engage off on those T57s, you're still back.
I predicted 3-0 for hit and run, but it's also still fine because Phil also predicted 3-0 key, you know?
Yeah, and actually External predicted 3-1, so let's hope for another ping point, I guess.
Yeah, Moff's current... Moff's predictions look so red. It's almost like his recent WNA, bro. Holy... He's got 4 wrong out of 6 key.
You woke up today and you chose violence, man.
But 4 out of 6 wrong, you know?
Yeah, it's not good.
It's really not good. Not good, Moff. Not good. Not good to start like this.
All right, captain's rating, though. I mean, Hit basically plays 2 of the season. I think that's fair. And for Ping, yeah, they have to prove something. 7.2 is, I think, the worst out of all teams here. Even, who else is it at 7.1? Yogurt, I think. So Ping really, you know, not being respected as much by the captains, but that doesn't seem to be the problem for them, as they were the ones picking up the first round on Hit and Run's map pick, no less.
Do you think they can do it again?
I mean, we just saw how quickly things can go, right? Especially on small maps like Ensk. Where if you get a good engage and then you just keep penning your shots as a team and maybe a bit of focus fire and shielding, then you can take down anyone if they don't respond properly or if their initial opening maybe is bad. So I think the possibility is there that we might just get another round from Ping here. But obviously for Hit, the alarm bells must be ringing now. Like, hey, this match is not as smooth sailing as we maybe hoped or would have liked it to be.
So, this is, yeah, it's interesting. Hit and run, double mouse, 1-1B, bat, and triple E4. Change of pace.
Indeed, and Ping are also going to switch it up. A singular E100, double T57, a 430U, a V4, and double E4. So both teams from this double mouse, triple T57, double Foch B, kind of switching away. And whereas for Hit and Run, you would probably want a switch of pace, because, well, the last round clearly didn't work out. It's interesting for me to see that Ping are also completely changing their direction.
It is a full field from Ping. Another trap. Always these traps, huh? Piotr is also as a kind of a trap in front, some initial damage being traded out. Piotr just holding and spotting, but Ping here is Kihan is not going to be in the greatest scenario. If I mean, they destroyed the wall though, so I'm assuming that the hit and run counts on them having spot properly. Piotr's pushing on towards the strike though, and this might be pretty bad because Botsians is just pushing back in and Getsai taking a shot on his 1-1B, and luckily enough not taking a second one, and now hit and run could be in trouble here.
Yeah, there's no real threat right now that backs up Piotr. Bocians there having found a nice position between like the thrown bars on the ground, and now Jacek and Beton are going to move in. Big hits in towards that mouse. Calling me Piotr. He has a lot of armor, but not against the likes of those E4s. As Ketsai also in that 1-1B. Must be careful. Piotr now backing up here, but the E4 is about to be reloaded. Jacek here, if he gets a high roll, he doesn't, but the mouse falls regardless. Kills being traded 6 versus 6 as now Hit drives through the middle with the mouse and the E4 of their own. They're trying to isolate the tanks of Ping on the field before the reinforcements can arrive.
Yeah, and Miko there in a 268 V4 got called for this, so that made it a 1-for-1 trade, which is something that I don't think that Hit and Run is minding so much right now. They need to start blowing up some tanks here from either side. With Ketsai with that 1-1B should have a big game. Can they do enough damage though from the side of Ping to make it so that Franek and Ketsai don't kill the entire team? That's a big question. Those 57s are now back on reload, and Adi is moving towards T-Sec. Question is, can he even make it there on a pretty decent HP? He takes a 1-2 combination, a block even, and an HE shell from Panzer Fury. A strike on top of it, and the HE might have been the difference maker there to make it that he dies. So if it bends, which I'm not sure about, good stuff, but now you can see that it is not working out for Ping anymore. They are not able to get those guns out of the game, and their 4-2 is getting surrounded by the 2 players from Hit and Run.
Yeah, no, this time around the Ping lineup just not enough to punch through the armor of Hit and Run. Yes, the mouse of Piotr took a lot of damage early on, but I think then Ping was just missing that one additional gun in the game to finish off those one-shots, to take out the DPM that Hit and Run had here on the field. The V4 pickup hugely profitable for Hit and Run as well on that 5 line with that, with Miku pushing up there for I'm not exactly sure what reason, but in the end Hit and Run are going to punch back here and punch back in style. They're going to pick up the second round of the match. It's going to be 1-1 all even after Ensk.
Yeah, and the biggest difference there is that V4 blowing up, yeah? Like Miku just kind of drove in from the rails and he just like popped. I think it did maybe 1 or 2 shots of damage. Like they found Piotr, but I don't think there was a need for Miku to fall like that. They would have had a 1 tank advantage, but that kind of offered up a Hit and Run an opportunity to equalize it out. And then the 57s, when they're constantly reloading, not able to find too many kills is an issue.
Yeah, and the thing is, throughout all of this, I feel like Hit and Run just had more guns effectively contributing in towards the brawl, like even the 1-1B. That is, on the outside there, he doesn't get pushed. He's constantly able to provide DPM and firepower with those 350 heats. He is not going to have any issues whatsoever also delivering the firepower. And so we end up with, Piotr getting kind of caught out there at the start, but at the end of the day, you see the 1-1B was constantly there, also inspiring all of the team. And Monster with 5.6 and Pansfury with 6.8. And mind you, 5 kills. That is a big alpha gun. So probably a lot of the alpha going to waste even, but still that high of a number for that E4.
See the issue there, yeah? That V4 just kind of fallen. The 4-2 tried to do a great performance, and he did. 16-16. Good shooting there from all together. But they needed a little bit more out of those, out of that V4 IMO.
Yeah, Miku not really finding any value whatsoever. And that means after Hit's map pick of Ensk, we find ourselves at a tight scoreline. And now we are going to go in towards Ping's map pick of Cliff. But to be honest with you, I don't think Hit minds that too much.
No, I mean, Cliff should be a good map for them.
Yeah, Hit and Run, no, like, if you think about maps that Hit would pick, I think Cliff is up there, to be honest. But maybe Ping have something figured out. Maybe they saw some weakness in how Hit was, playing in the past, and they saw an opening, a possibility. But then again, it has been some time since, the teams have seen each other play. There were balance patches in between. There were, Onslaught modifiers changed in between, and also, and I think most importantly, there has been some time, just frankly, time for preparation, time for training, time for coming up and cooking up new strategies. So either Ping consider themselves to be really, really good on Cliff, or they just think that, you know, Hit and Run have been doing something so wrong, so fundamentally flawed with what they've been doing that they want to exploit that now. But to be honest, I don't think the latter really is the case. Like, there would have been other teams seeing that, surely.
Kind of curious to see what we're going to get. You can surprise a little bit, though, on Cliff still. Ping would take a second run here. Would it be crazy?
Yeah, I think 1 point on the board after the match for Ping would already be a very good result for them. But now that they have won, and it's 1-1 all even in regards to rounds one, I think they're aiming for more. But obviously, for Hit, the aimed for and the expected result is to come out of this one with 3 points regardless. So we'll have to wait and see. I think if Hit picks up this first Cliff round, then they're going to net themselves the second. But if Ping gets this first round here, then who knows what might happen.
Lineups: Ping, 50B, triple 50B, IS7, W50M, and an RHM.
I mean, the E50M, obviously, with the possibility to push that IS7 into position, mostly on the 1-2 line. I don't think it works that well, like, going up. And Hit and Run, on their end, a completely different approach. Quadruple BZ, 1 Bat Chat, a Centurion, and an RHM.
I like the 50Bs. I really just don't like... I don't like BZs.
Yeah, no, I'm not the biggest fan of the BZ75 myself. Just because you're that huge chunk of HP, you don't have that much DPM. You have okayish good alpha, but the gun is iffy, even in Onslaught, so let's see. The plane coming out from the team of Hit is going to spot only 3 tanks. That means no plane available for Monster at this point in time. And on the lower side, Ketsai with that AX is alone, facing off against 1 I7 and 150B. Is he going to attempt a shot? He does. First damage of the game in Ketsai's pocket. He's going to put 1 in towards Aquilka, who in turn makes it over the donut. And now Boccian's in that E50M, needs to be very careful because that is a lot of tanks in white that are very close to him, and the 50Bs that his team have are nowhere close to him. Boccian's trying to make it over to the other side, already down towards 1k here, and T-Sec is just going to boost right after him.
Yeah, you can't really full hit and run with this. You know, they also know that if Ketsai is spotting and the plane is spotting, then where are they? They have to be somewhere. That means they're coming in 1-2 or sitting in 1-2, aiming at the hill. They you know, can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? So they're pretty much aware. Now the 50Bs are pushing back across. Baton is already dead. Bocians is the same. The double Bs are in the grave. And now the 50Bs will come back in and start to clean up these BZs. But they need to do so much to even have a chance that they don't have DPM of, for example, a T57 heavy. As Miku is already dead in his first 50B, they're going to kill just Piotr with those 50Bs. And all the positions are in control of Hit and Run. This was a good, very good call from Hit and Run, showing that experience. They knew exactly what was happening.
Absolutely, and you could see those 50Bs by Ping, they came in far too late to have any say in the outcome of this battle. As you said, beautiful call by Hit and Run, and the correct one at that. And all the while, the Centax of Ketsai just in the back, probably with HE into the sides, into the backs of the 50Bs, just adding that little bit of spice to the mix. And now only Jacek left for the team of Ping. Not that he's going to have any say in the outcome of this round. Hit and Run, yes, they slip up in the first game of the match, but number 2 and number 3 firmly on track. It's going to be 2-1.
Yeah, they will get the communications tower as well. They will spot out, yes. And this was what Hit and Run needed. And Ping there show a little bit of, like, you know, you can't fool Hit and Run with this, with something like this, you know?
Yeah, no. all enemy tanks killed and the base even captured, Hit still are only going to take home 1 round from this, but it is going to be quite the important one, as now they find themselves on match point, and Ping, with a good opener to the match, all of a sudden already, you know, staring at this and probably asking themselves, where did it all go so wrong so quickly?
Staring out the abyss, yeah. Looking over the edge, seeing the deep, deep fall. It is what it is, though. This was too simple to work against Hit and Run. Aiming from lower side, when they have a light, you know.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they knew that Hit had a light because their tanks got spotted. So at that point, I think you need to kind of adjust initially what you're doing. And you can see those 50Bs, not only were they too late, they never got to reload. Like, all of them have at maximum 1 clip of damage. Whereas with those clip heavy tanks, especially on Cliff, usually, like, you only start paying off as a tank pick if you're in such an auto-loading heavy, if you do 2 clips, so like 3.2. And then the 3rd clip and the 4th clip, possibly, you really start paying dividend. But if you don't get 2, then the pick wasn't worth it.
And especially a tank like 50B re-pushing in late when your meat is already dead. It's the 50Bs that are supposed to take the damage in that lineup and are supposed to take the brunt, clip out, and then the 50Ms come in and rock and roll and delete everybody in between then and there, but the 50Ms were already dead. So
yeah, indeed. I mean, those 50Bs are supposed to deal damage over the time, but given the fact that they were not given time, that is where it all starts falling apart for Ping. Now, let's hope for them that, you know, it doesn't completely crush whatever they probably had mustered as in motivation for this match. But right now, I think it's fair to say that it's not really going their way. Hit and Run have found their pace, and you could just see the experience dripping out of the reactions coming from Hit and Run. I mean, you know, light tank spotting their on the approach to the middle, and then Ketsai spotting 1-2 line. That was not really any magic from them. It was very, very basic stuff, but the execution, can't fault them for doing good stuff.
I think Ping needs to go to basics here and go for some brawly setup. It's the only way that they're going to make this work. Surprise is possible on Cliff, but it's hard.
Yeah, and all of this gets easier if the opposing team doesn't have a light tank with the plane ability, but we could see that Hit, I mean, not on Ensk, obviously, but here on Cliff, so far, we've seen them picking light tanks just because they probably don't want to get caught with their pants down. We also saw this against Cashback, where in one of the, like the Cliff round that they won, it was all off the back of having the information where the opposing team didn't. So I think Hit and Run are playing balanced lineups right now and just reacting well. So it is them who have really taken the basics to heart, which is the first thing that you need to do. And this is obviously now even more concerning for the team of Ping that seem like they are not going to go with the info play. Instead, double 50B, triple BZ, and double CS. So some firepower, but no info once again.
Hit and Run, LT, AX, Bat, again the 4 BZs. I mean, Ping will be very quick, will be very aggressive. Monsters playing in the beginning will be one that gives a lot of info. What they do deciding off of that will be a thing, but they can match this lineup, you know, there's not much to worry about. The difference maker is there. Again, you need these 50Bs to come into the game and actually perform.
Yeah, that'll be the keystone for Ping, but for Hit and Run, let's see, first of all, the plane gets the triple BZ. So some information already. And there is also that piece of information that most likely there is nothing more coming towards the upper side. This is probably why Ketsai in that Centex is playing very, very passively, giving 1 shot of damage, not taking any in return, and he does spot out the remaining 4 tanks for Ping. So the jig already up after not even half a minute of play.
They went to the wrong side.
Now Hit and Run starting to boost over the middle of the map once again. They know that there is tanks out of the game, and this means they want to just punch through the BZs that Ping have in the middle.
Yeah, I think for a second there, too many ping tanks went to the wrong side of the map, actually. Going towards the F2 corner, nobody in position to really punish the push over. The bad shot, I think, of Panzer Fury trying to escape, getting chased down by a 50B. He will make it out. Monster collecting a strike around the hill. That puts him out of the fight for a while. I hope he did a lot of damage with that, because that's a lot of time that he's not there. Good shot from T-Second towards Baton, drops him towards a one-shot. Now the bat going back in from Panzer Fury with a full flip as well, and hit and run starting to get ahead in HP. But the Gansky hand, they lost 2. They need to find a kill or 2. They need to get something out of the battle here. An HE shell coming in as well and not penetrating. Can they actually find some kills? You know, these BZs, high alpha with low DPM and ping, might be bringing it back here. Monster still trying to get these pens with those HE shells in, but can he do enough? Because now hit and runs is starting to fall in the HP department as well, and Getsai behind that annoying little rock. Monster needs to 1v1 Miko now and kill him out, as well as Panzer Fury is on that top ramp, and it's definitely still playable for either team here in this 3v3. Getsai is the one that's in a bad position, but he is very, very intelligently leaving that rock and readjusting to a safer position. A miss there from a kill as well in the BZs, and now Adi forced to 1v1. NAX, not ideal for the BZ.
No, indeed. We mentioned that lacking DPM in the BZ-75 before. Ketsai is going to put another shot in towards the BZ, and now the 50B of Jacek with 2 shells loaded is coming in. But who is coming here? It's the team captain of Monster that's going to jump in towards the fray. He takes one by the BZ. Actually does miss the shot. The Jacek holding on to his shots for now, but 2 quick shots by Ketsai, and Monster, the dynamic duo, are going to remove him from the game. And Adi, he's intuitioning over to Heat, but he doesn't get the shot on towards the Centurion. This leaves Monster to pick him up. The BZ not with another shot of damage, and all of a sudden Aquilka left to pick up the pieces, but Pan's Fury from the overlook up on the watchtower is able to put in the last shots and hit and run. Yes, they stumble in round number 1, but after that, smooth sailing all the way home to the port of a very, very good victory for them. I mean, it looked kind of dicey here in the middle, but I think once again, this communication, cohesion, and also just experience by Hip completely carrying them over the finish line.
Yeah, all of the ping tanks actually went to the wrong side. All of them drove towards the south corner. It is, I wouldn't say Cliff 101, but kind of is Cliff 101, that you need to at least send somebody to the north to do some initial damage. Could have made a difference actually in this battle, to be honest. Because it's like hit and run has 1 choice IMO left in this battle. Going on the hill is like suicide. They will all die on the road up, and those BZs boosts are not like, you're not making it up. So they're kind of forced to go through the middle with the position that they have.
Yeah, and I think this time around, the initial engagement went a lot better for Ping as well, because Hit and Run was not able to do what they had set out to do in game number 1 on Cliff, where they immediately blew up like E50Ms and stuff. No. The BZ-75s by Ping ended up surviving for quite a long amount of time. Like you could see, even Beton, who got focused out first, got off 2 shots. And this time around, also the 50B is working out better. But I think in this endgame scenario, it was like player for player with the like oversight that each participant in the battle had. It was just the Hit players skill diffing Ping here in just about every regard as towards the positions that they were putting themselves in.
Yeah, it was a good stuff from Hit and Run and Ping. Shown that they can, however, do some stuff even to Hit and Run, which promises for the future. But we're gonna take a little break. When we come back, we have 1 more match, Kihan, if I'm not mistaken, the last match of the day of the Super Sunday. But before that, quick break. Get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. We'll be right back.
Well, hello there and welcome back for the last match of the day on this Super Sunday here. And we saved kind of a treat for last, but let's see how well it will actually go. We have two teams that, well, come from like different outsets, but for both of them already, I think points are needed. Lotus against Cashback.
That's right, points are definitely needed, and every point matters for Lotus. Is this a match that we expect them to make some points? Probably not, but...
Yeah, probably not. Then again, did we expect Cashback to lose against Hit and Run?
No.
So
well,
no.
Guess it depends who you ask, because Phil got it.
I think you actually got the prediction right.
No, 3-2 for Cashback, but close.
Close.
Phil got it. He correctly predicted 2-3.
That damn guy, man. Prediction god.
I'm just going to start stealing his.
But the thing is, now that you're behind, if you only steal his, then you're never going to catch up. That's the problem. And catch up, both of those teams need to do that as well. The team of Lotus, we haven't seen them in Season 2, where they had too many player switches. Back then, they were still known as Storm, and they to everyone's surprise, actually failed in the requalification for that season. But here they are, and if you believe them, they're back with a vengeance. But so far, we've yet to see that.
That's right. In their first match, it didn't look too great. I was hoping for a little bit more, but it was their first match of the day, and they're playing a team that had already played, so maybe this one will go better.
Well, both of them obviously played already, as this is our last match for the day. And here, I mean, once again, you're looking into the faces of previous accomplishment, but faced with Hit and Run, that kind of failed to materialize. Only 1 point for them there. They want to net 3 now, because remember, for Phase 2 as well, the points do carry over, so whatever we are doing here will matter until the end of the season. And Cashback being the regular season winner of both OLSs so far, they definitely aim to go to the playoffs, but for that, they need to start accumulating points. And I think Squeezy, that is one of the highest KDs that we've seen, and we can also see by the tanks played, that man is versatile.
That is right. I mean, he's got a light tank, medium, heavy, and a TD, so all he's missing is an artillery at this point.
I mean, he is going to have trouble picking artillery in Onslaught. That is probably the only thing holding him back. But yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of Ho-Rees, which is one of the tanks he excelled at. There was a slight nerf to the tank, albeit not too much to warrant too much of a switch in style for the tank. It still retains the crazy AP pen. But yeah, community predictions 88-12. That is quite something, but to be honest, like, the name of Cashback carries some weight.
It absolutely does, and there's also been some roster changes to point out for Cashback. I believe Shelby Walk and Brainbreaker are new to the team for this OLS season.
Only Brainbreaker, I do believe. I think Shelby was there before, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, Brainbreaker, yeah, definitely is new, so
definitely,
small changes.
Yeah. What's also new is, by the way, Sand River. I mean, not so new anymore after today, but the thing is, all of the pick bans in between all of the teams were done actually without knowing what the other teams were doing in their respective pick ban channels. So the fact that Sand River gets picked so often during this early period of the season is kind of interesting.
Even I'm surprised all these teams haven't had too much time to scrim it, especially Lotus, a new team. Sand River's a new map. Maybe it's their best shot. You know, they assume that Cashback doesn't have as much experience on it. That could be why.
Yeah, and then Cashback picking Himmelsdorf, I think that is a map that absolutely suits them, because for them it's all about aggression in your face and then reacting to whatever uncomfortable spot they have pushed the opposing team into. And then if we need a tiebreaker, it would be the second one for Cashback today. We're going to go to Cliff. I think one of the best maps for a tiebreaker. I don't think really any kind of side is favored here. It's much more about the tactics, the calls, the reactions, and the plays, where, you know, player for player, I think Cashback should, and that is a big quote-unquote, should be favored.
They should, absolutely. And I think Lotus is, you know, it's all right if they don't win this match, of course. We're not expecting them to win, but they just need to prove to themselves that they're capable, and they know they deserve to be here, so hopefully they can at least put up a good show.
Yeah, I mean, all of us going with the 3-1, or in Ducky's case, the brutal 3-0 clean sweep. I guess the guy really wants this to be a quick one before we're going to rate him later. But all things considered, I think the discrepancy in between what the teams think of themselves and what other captains think about the team, I think the biggest discrepancy is actually to be found with Lotus, because if you ask them, they are a prime contender for the title, but for us to start becoming believers, they'll have to, make themselves known, and winning against Cashback would be one step of the way there.
Absolutely. If they win against Cashback, that would be absolutely mind-blowing. They do have a fairly high rating, according to other captains. I believe it was around a 5, which means that at least other captains are thinking that they're better than some teams that have already been in OLS before.
All right, so let's open into this last match of the day. Lotus are going to bring a 60 TP, a BZ75, an MVY double Batchat, a Centurion, and a Foch B, so skipping the light tank altogether. Both teams, actually.
That's right, Cashback, no light tank as well, and 3 BZ75s. I guess they're not going to hear you guys out on your hatred for the BZ75. They just changed one, so 2 BZ75s, IS7, 3 MVYs, and a Centurion Action X. As you pointed out, Kihan, no light tank for either team on Sand River.
Which is curious, given the fact that Sand River is a very large map. There's a lot of open ground to be played. Obviously, you can hide behind the dunes if you're like the tank that doesn't want to get spotted right at the start. But obviously, as things unfold here now, no tanks get spotted. Brainbreaker and Barbarian finally spotted by Baku in that Centurion Action X that also takes the spot here. The 60 TP, quite the curious choice, but to be honest, especially in Onslaught, the nerfs to the tank don't mean that much, as Cashback immediately open up with a play on towards 2 of the arty strikes, and in turn a little bit of confusion going on with the team of Lotus that have Jacob and Milo in the middle. Little taking a lot of damage, but I think one arty strike has been claimed already and it does go down, but who also goes down is Little in the middle of the map. Rishek, the one to pick him up.
That's right, and this is looking pretty similar to what Cashback ran earlier on Sand River, except they didn't even get the time to go to the cap because Lotus already has met them. There is 1 kill in advantage for Lotus's side, but they may not have the positions and the health to deal with the rest of this game.
Brainbreaker there with the pickup on towards Sir Jacob as well. That's the Foch B entirely down and out of the game. And now, as we see, the tanks of Lotus trying to push the lower side in the middle of the map, but they are kind of in a pickle because Barbarian is peeking from the mosque as well. And now we can see Lotus bleeding quite heavily here. There is just tanks here, there, and everywhere by Cashback, who now has 7,000 HP advantage.
That's right, and Lotus is retreating, but there's not many places to run, and Cashback looks like they want their Cashback from Lotus as they are performing a beatdown right here.
Absolutely. The team of Lotus currently thoroughly on the back foot. It seems like it's only a matter of time until Cashback find that W key in the middle of their keyboard. Indeed, the strike is going to remove Milo, Alex to fall as well. And there isn't that much remaining on the team of Lotus as the Centurion Action X also bites the dust. Chucky gets chased off by Twilight. I don't want to be his teammates on TeamSpeak right now. The word's probably not going to be that nice. But yeah, Cashback in this round number 1, thoroughly taking command. They're going to convert this one. There was never the shadow of a doubt.
Absolutely not. I think that it looked at least good from Lotus to make a decisive play at the beginning. They tried pushing through and picking up that MVY as fast as they could, but Cashback just seemed set up for everything. They had all the crossfires, they were able to receive a push, and a little bit different from what Cashback did earlier. The IS-7 went immediately to the strike because they knew no one was in middle, so one small difference.
Yeah, and this is, I think, kind of the team of Cashback that we didn't really see that much against Hit, is that, you know, they just take everything from you and then some more. This was just them absolutely set up for whatever kind of push was coming their way. The fact that none of their tanks at the start of the game were getting spotted out meant that, you know, they were just adjusting for a 7 combat tank setup from the team of Lotus, probably some push immediately through the middle, which ended up happening, and all of a sudden there's like what feels 20 guns shooting at you if you're a Lotus player, trying to somehow make something happen. And yes, they got a kill very, very early on towards Little, but that was kind of all she wrote. After that, Lotus completely running out of steam.
That's right, and we can see in the numbers here that at least there was some performance from some of the Lotus players. I mean, they were the two to stay alive towards the end, but a 60 TP only getting 1 shot of damage out definitely means something went wrong. And overall, just a well-balanced game from Cashback. Actually, the IS-7 being the top performer for this game. 4.1k is a respectable amount of damage for an IS-7, pending 7 for 7, so that's a good performance from him.
And now, I mean, this is kind of also a reality check for the team of Lotus, because as we alluded to before, they're coming in here with very high aspirations, but, you know, taking on Cashback immediately here on day 1. Well, play day 2 technically, but we're still on day 1 of the streams. And having your tactic crushed like this in game number 1, that might do something with them, like internally. Because a lot of those teams that come in with a lot of young blood and a lot of motivation, when they're hit with this, you know, grim reality of like, hey, we're maybe not that good as we thought we would be, that is where the doubts set in about yourself. And yeah, here we can see Captain's rating. I mean, 5 versus 1.2. That is a very clear language.
That's true, and being hit with that reality of not being as good as we thought we were, I think we've all had a little bit of that before, right?
Yep. World of Tanks kind of does that to you sometimes.
It does, and to be fair to Lotus, you know, today is a rough day for them. They have to play, well, had to play Mafia earlier, and now Cashback. They're playing 2 of, you know, I'd say the strongest teams in the league, so it's not an easy day for them to start off.
On the other hand, if you get those difficult opponents out of the way first, then, you know, the rest of the phase 1 might be smooth sailing. It's not like phase 2 where the bottom 2 teams were eliminated and there is no quote-unquote fodder anymore. Like, everyone kind of knows how to hold a mouse and a keyboard. So let's see what this game number 2 is going to bring. Lotus kind of readjusting a bit. Double MVY, a 277, double Batchat, a Centurion, and an RHM.
That's right, and Cashback is bringing in an EBR, a Centurion Action X, 2 T57 Heavies, a Object 277, and 2 MVYs.
And Ducky, once again, I hate to say it, but he was right. He was predicting we would see the use of the EBR on Sand River, and to be fair, the map kind of lends itself to it being so open. And this is probably why Liberty has elected the EBR this game. You obviously do give up this initial information with the plane at the start, but you gain so much in mobility in return. So let's see, Liberty immediately going to cross towards the north, activates his ability, so he's not going to be hampered by that low spotting radius that the EBR normally has, and he is even going to book it through, but upon seeing Lucan and Milo together with Chucky, he's like, guys, I think I need to kind of move away from here.
And moving away he spotted 6 tanks. That's a good scouting run, and he got out without taking a single shot of damage. I'd say that is way more beneficial than an RHM. It is paying dividends, and Cashback is set up for a push now. They have the Centurion Action X on the 0 line. Lotus just saw that, so they're probably realizing they either need to try to make the kill on that or just pull out entirely, but they're still encroaching in the middle.
Yeah, indeed. Lotus here now in the F5 positions are driving through with some tanks, but Baku already taking a shot of damage for his troubles. That was probably the EBR of Liberty making himself known, as Sir Jacob has taken some damage in the Foch B, and as he doesn't have his ability active, that is not damage that he's going to heal back. Finally activates it, but only after taking a truck ton of it. And now Lotus, they try to kind of amputate the outstretched arm that Cashback have here with the Centurion Action X. He's out in the open. He has double Batchat rushing him at that, and he's probably going to melt, so no Inspire moving forward. Even the strike going down on towards the Centurion. Little indeed, but not before Sir Jacob in the Foch balls.
That strike just looked like a little overkill, didn't it? I mean, 2 Batchats had enough to kill him, but either way, Cashback, for not being totally set up for this, they did have 2 tanks on the K-line. They've done a lot of punish, and Squeezy is looking like he's also going to go down here, but Cashback is able to hold this hill. I think it's going to be hard for them to for Lotus to push into an MBY on this hill, but actually, scratch that. Cashback is just going to run away.
Indeed. Cashback is going to evacuate the EBR. Liberty taking a shot of damage, but you can see Cashback has not been doing nothing. Instead, they took the south of the map, and now they're going to spring in the action in the center. The Centurion Action X, Baku, was not able to run in time. He is going to be the one to get focused on. Barbarian still shooting shots. 3 in his clip remaining as kills do end up getting traded, but that is the better end for Lotus at this point in time, who still have a gun more in the game as the 2 bad shots of Chucky and Rishek start arriving. Barbarian still 1 shot in his clip. He does manage to kill Chucky, and this leaves Rishek actually in a big problem because Liberty is going to come and back up his body of Barbarian. Rishek now reloading himself as Liberty coming to sweep in here. It is a 3 versus 3, but Lotus with the HP advantage, but all of it is on the light tank.
That's right, but we don't discount Cashback in these situations. We saw earlier their performance on San River. Even though they didn't win, they made an insane comeback against Hit and Run. And if any team wanted to be in this situation, was to be favored, it would be Cashback. But although they may not even be able to do something here, just 2 tanks left, the HP's really not in their favor. Barbarian's doing what he can, but he's just run out of steam.
Yeah, Barbarian also with 2 bounces on towards Milo. That would have been the 277 down and out, but as it stands, still 3 tanks remaining for the team of Lotus that now come in. They know that Barbarian is reloading and they pick up the kill, leaving only the EBR of Liberty. Now, if you would want 1 tank in the clutch situation, it would be the EBR, but Milo spots it out. The 277 not with the fastest ammo, but it doesn't matter for this man as Milo locks it in. It's going to be 1-1 after Sand River, and Lotus strike back.
That's right. This was their map pick, so it is good. They were able to pick up 1 point. I think that was a good execution on the 0-line push. The Foch B going first was probably not the greatest of decisions on that cross. 277 maybe could have been the first one to go there, but it worked out in the end.
Worked out in the end, and good for Lotus here, because after that first round, like, some teams would really start to second guess themselves, but it seems like Lotus, they have the quality of just being able to shrug off something like this and just keep believing in themselves, at least for now. And Cashback, a team that have looked extremely clean during the first phases of the previous seasons. Now they're coming in struggling, losing their first match here, and now dropping at least 1 round against Lotus, and this match is far from over. So, yeah, do we see Cashback falling off here a little, or are the other teams possibly closing the gap is the question.
That is a good question, and even for Lotus's situation, you know, whatever the outcome is, they got 1 game already, and it's just on the first map. If they were to get 1 more game, getting a point against Cashback could be huge for them. You know, Cashback not having the best of days, I guess they'll have to ask themselves what's going on, but there's, you know, still a couple more maps to go, so they could have a just smash out performance from here on out.
I mean, the thing is, after the Sand River now, 1-1, for either team, nothing really changes. They still need to win rounds to get points. It's just that the safety net is kind of gone. Like, whatever round you lose now, it's going to cost you points. But we are headed towards Cashback's pick of Himmelsdorf. And actually, Himmelsdorf is, I think, one of those maps where we've seen them play very, very well before. But it's also one of those maps where whatever a team does when it works out and they're being aggressive during it, it looks really cool. It looks beautiful at times even. But when it doesn't work, you end up looking kind of silly.
Yeah, that's right. And Himmelsdorf is typically a pretty fast-paced map, so it would definitely favor teams like Cashback that have a lot of cohesion together, a lot of experience together, and going to play well off of each other.
All right, so having seen those first 2 rounds, I mean, obviously, prediction-wise, we all locked in already, but do you have a favorite now that we've seen them play a little bit against each other?
I still favor Cashback just off of history, but Lotus showed me that they can make plays. So my prediction was 3-1, I believe. So fingers crossed, go ahead, Cashback. But we'll see.
I mean, also taking history into account, we are not in the territory where for Lotus or previously Storm, it is the most dire of times, which would be tiebreakers on Ghost Town. We are not there yet. and we are not going to get there in this match, so they're safe in that regard. But obviously, they're not going to be thinking about that right now. They want to get this next one on the board to put an exclamation mark in for everyone viewing as well. Because even a single point against a team like Cashback would be an achievement for Lotus, in my opinion. And they do come into Himmelsdorf with, to be honest, a fairly squishy lineup. That is a lot of firepower, but not a lot of meat. A singular E100, an MVY, a Batchat, a Centurion, never mind double MVY, okay, switching back again, whatever. RHM, double Foshbees, Centurion, Batchat, MVY, and E100.
That's right, and for Cashback, there's 3 VZs and 4 T57s. A pretty simple lineup, a lot of firepower, something to push. The RHM is going to be interesting because 57s are pretty slow out of the spawn, so that means the RHM may get some pretty good vision if he decides to use the plane at the beginning. And
indeed, he uses the plane. He gets 4 of them. That means immediate replane available for Lukin here, but he didn't see everything. So some of the tanks still remaining a question mark. The RHM of Lotus together with the Batchat are rather going to drive on towards the hill, as the hit squad of tanks by Cashback are going to be driving through the 8 line, but possibly driving in towards a problem, as there is double Fosh B of Milo and Sir Jacob waiting for them. Now, however, they're going to divert their little pain train in towards the middle of the map. The RHM already taking the overlook here. First shot of damage in towards Twilight. That's going to momentarily reset the cap. However, Baku, with that Centurion action X, really needs to evacuate, and he takes a truck ton of damage down towards 700. Is he going to make it around the corner? Yes. So the Inspire Medium stays alive, but you can see the hungry wolves of Cashback. They have started swarming out, and Baku might be in for more than he bargained for, but the flank is on the way by Lotus.
That's right, and Cashback is on the hunt here. They see 2 tanks that are not able to escape. They're just going to drive into this and get these kills and be up massively in this game. It's looking strong for Cashback. They see what they need to do to close out this game, and there's not much to respond here with Lotus. They just know they have to re-push, go back up into this north, and take this fight, but it's not easy against T57s.
No, and especially it doesn't get better against the BZ75s that are now starting to push in. Yes, they're going to take a lot of damage, some of them even dying, but the T57s now reloaded once again, and Milo is going to start feeling the hurt as Little Brainbreaker and Liberty, all of them shooting in towards the cupolas of the first Foshby, the second one there, the ability active. This means they're not going to focus on it. Instead, Barbarian is now going to miss one of his shots point blank against the RHM, but it doesn't matter because Cashback have so much of an advantage.
That's right. This is going to be too much HP probably to deal with, even though Lotus does have some fast tanks left alive. I think there's just nowhere to run. So it was nice that Barbarian was able to get at least 2 shots out before he died. He was a 1-shot, so that's great on him. And just overall, good execution from Cashback. They just kept trucking, like you said, looking for picks, looking for plays, just not stopping. I think they haven't let go of their W key this entire game.
Yeah, no, and I think all of this is down to the fact that some Cashback tanks immediately got planed at the start, and that's when they knew, like, alright guys, I think, you know, we're sort of in the perfect situation here. We have triple BZ and quadruple T57. That is a brawling lineup, if I've ever seen one. And for Lotus, you could see they were trying to play a bit more, like, tactical. We are not at the 3-1 yet. It is still the 2-1. But you could see Lotus were going kind of for the slower game, and Cashback obviously, like, nah, just all out in your face aggression, kind of countering the light tank from the get-go, because you're gaining the informational advantage with that plane, but you're giving up firepower.
Yeah, that's right. And I'd say Cashback typically plays, from what I've seen, a little bit slower, more methodical. It's pretty rare they do these just immediate full aggression pushes like that. Maybe they have more confidence against what is just supposedly a weaker team. You know, Lotus is new and experienced, so maybe they just feel like they won't be able to deal with this aggression, and it worked out. So T57s are scary in this meta. They are very scary to play against. They start with the level 2 ability, and they can get a full clip of 1600 damage out in like less than 3 seconds. So it's something like that. It's very scary to play against.
Yeah, and this is, I think, where the lineup of Lotus kind of ends up falling apart, because they were built around, you know, getting the information, getting the picks, maybe building traps, and that is just not at all what Cashback ended up doing. They were like, all right, we have a lineup with which we're going to push into your face, and then we're just going to blast you to hell with the T57 clips and, you know, just add some of that BZ Alpha in for spice. The gun handling, it doesn't matter when you're 10 meters away from the enemy. It realistically just doesn't. And after that, you could even see, like, that was well planned and well executed by the team of Cashback as well. Like, the BZs ended up going in, taking damage, and then when the T57s were reloading, this is normally the vulnerable moment for the T57s, but you cannot really focus on T57s if you have BZs, X marks the spot, just boosting into your face. Then you have more important problems to worry about at that point in time. Good Lord, English.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, I think since it worked for Cashback, maybe they're going to give it another try. Just do the same thing, bring that many 57s again. I think last game, especially because they got planed at the beginning, they know, like you mentioned, they can just take a fight because there's going to be a light tank somewhere on the map. Probably not low side, you know. They can just drive into anything they see. They have 7 brawly tanks. So, you know, it could have been an advantage to have the light tank against a different composition, but something like this, it's just unfortunate.
No, it's like a little bit of a soft counter towards the lineup that Lotus had. But once again, like, no one forced Lotus to take that light tank. I think they were just trying to play too technical here. And this is what ended up costing the round, whereas Cashback was just playing very, very basic. But the thing is, if you're playing basic and you're doing it well, more often than not, at least from what I've witnessed over the past seasons, then you're going to win, just because playing basic means you're going to be doing less mistakes. If you're trying to do some difficult execute, it might look beautiful when it works, but if it doesn't, then you end up just in shambles, which is what Lotus is close to being. Cashback on match point here. And Cashback are going to switch it up quite considerably. A singular mouse, an E5, a T57, and quadruple Foshby.
That's right. And for Lotus, they have one CS63, a Centurion Action X, double Foshby, double V4, and a T110 E4. And having a Centurion Action X is great for this map. Having that Inspire when you're brawling, it's really important to get that extra DPM. As we can see, both teams are bringing an Inspired tank, but Cashback chose to bring a 121B, potentially for the higher pen, because it does have 350 heat pen.
Maybe the higher pen, but I think also a point is that the turret is a little bit harder than the Sente X's, and realistically on Himmelsdorf you don't really need that much gun depression. So let's see, as Sir Jacob spots out a lot of enemy tanks with his CS63, just turning around saying, nope, I do not want to deal with that, and rightfully so. That is a lot of auto-loading power by Cashback that's just rolling down the 1, 2, and 3 line. However, Lotus, they are set up to deal with this with the double V4, the double Foshby, and if there is one tank that you don't want to be meeting with the Foshby on range, it certainly is that 268 V4.
That's right, and Cashback is not stopping. Just like last game, they all get lit and the jig is up. They don't stop. They commit, and it's kind of a slow reaction to Lotus. I mean, these Foshbys were spotted the entire time. Lotus is just arriving now. These Foshbys are hopefully going to have their ability and be able to take some damage and recover, but not Akimezda. He was taken down right away before his ability even got to give back any HP.
And now Liberty here chasing after Lukin, missing one of the shots, is now going to be out and reloading. However, there's more tanks by Cashback, and they all seem to have something to shoot at. Yes, Barbarian also on the long reload with his Foshby is something to maybe take into account here, as Jacob on the one shot with his CS picks it up, so it's going to be 2-1. For Lotus in the kill department, as Jacob bites the dust, and you can clearly see both of those teams trying to focus fire the weaker, the more vulnerable tanks, as Twilight with another pickup on towards the V4. Chucky, ability active, also fully loaded, just waiting for the ability by Liberty to run out, but is he actually going to be able to clip out? Nope is the answer, as Liberty shuts it down. Lukin on very low HP starting to run away. Milo healing back whatever he can, but at the end of the day it is Cashback with 4 against 3 tanks of Lotus.
That's right. Cashback is closing out Lotus's dream to have a comeback in this series. This is looking like Lotus isn't even going to be able to get a point off of this match, unfortunately. And Cashback just well executed, aggressive, knew what to do against this team, and they just showed why they're such a dominant force, because even losing a game doesn't deter them. They're still able to play that aggressive, strong style and play well together.
Indeed, and now Ryšek here, the last player remaining on the Lotus lineup. He does have a little bit of HP to work with, and he ends up ramming the T-57 Heavy to death. Another shot into the mounts as well, but that's just going to be stats padding in the loss, as many of us did during rank, but not during Onslaught anymore. It's going to be Cashback to go up in MMR and also in points. They get the first victory of the AMD OLS season number 3 in matches. That's going to put them at a total of 4. And for Lotus, after this first playday and the second playday as well, so the first stream day, not looking that good all of a sudden.
It's not great. They do realize, I'm sure, that they have easier matches in the future, so hopefully they can brush it off and not take this too seriously. I think they showed some promise, especially on the Sand River. That was a well-executed push for the most part. And they are able to commit to their decisions. You know, they don't look too hesitant. So I think Lotus has good potential, and even the captains showed that with their rating. But Cashback just shows that they're a dominant force to be reckoned with. Even with losing the first match, they're still very good.
And taking a look at the damage, I mean, Ryšek here on top when it comes to that. And I mean, the kill wasn't even taking away from his alpha coming with the ram. But I think in the end, we just saw one team that looked more ready, more poised, more active. And that team was not Lotus. It was Cashback coming in here after the loss against Hit and Run and making up at least a little bit for what we saw earlier today.
That's right, and it is fun seeing a V4 do 6K because a lot of these TDs with this ability have been out of meta. You know, we are not seeing it too much, especially in the towards the end of last season. But either way, here's our standings after today. It was a Super Sunday, so a lot of teams played. All the teams played 2 matches. As we can see, Yogurt at the bottom of the bracket, and W is sitting pretty in first place right now.
Yeah, W probably asking to stop the count right now. And to be honest, Darkside on second place, I don't think a lot of people would have expected them to be here. Then again, obviously this is just a snap screenshot of whatever is going to happen in phase 1, because in total there is going to be 7 matches for each team, and only 2 of those have been played so far. And arguably the opponents that Darkside faced today were not the strongest, and from here on out it's going to not become easier for them. But obviously winning against those teams in the expected lower echelon of the board, this means that you're going to create a safety buffer